Hello, my little potato friends. I'm actually starting to like that word more than sleep. But today was honestly pretty smooth. Well, for me at least. So let's snuggle up, and let me tell you a story here tonight, where we embark on a journey to a place that may never have existed, yet has captivated human imagination for over 2,000 years. This is the story of Atlantis, not as an adventure tale, but as a meditation on memory, meaning, and the stories we tell ourselves about perfection and loss. If you're new here as always, joining the community is super cool and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video, and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, find that cold part of your pillow and let's begin. If I pronounce any words wrong, please know that I'm trying my best. Now, picture Athens in the year 360 BCE, when the city still carries the architectural grandeur of its golden age, but the political confidence has begun to fade like paint on temple walls exposed to too many Mediterranean summers. The Parthenon stands on the Acropolis, its marble columns catching the afternoon light in ways that make the stone seem almost translucent, but the empire that built it has been humbled by Sparta and reduced to a shadow of its former reach. In this diminished Athens lives an elderly man named Plato, around 70 years old now, his beard gone completely white, and his hands marked by the kind of age spots that remind you of your own mortality. He walks slowly through the colonnade of his academy, the philosophical school he founded decades earlier, where young men gather to debate questions about justice, beauty, and the nature of reality itself. Plato has spent his life thinking about perfection, not the superficial kind, not the perfect haircut or the perfect dinner party, but the deep structural perfection of forms and ideas that exist somewhere beyond our messy physical world. He believes, or at least argues, that everything we experience is merely a shadow of some ideal version that exists in a realm of pure thought. The chair you're sitting in is just an imperfect copy of the idea of chair itself. The justice you see in courtrooms is a pale reflection of justice as it truly exists. This philosophical obsession with ideal forms has led Plato to imagine ideal societies, ideal governments, and ideal ways of organising human life to achieve something approaching perfection. His earlier work, The Republic, outlined a vision of a perfect city-state governed by philosopher kings who would rule with wisdom rather than ambition, where every citizen would be educated according to their abilities and positioned according to their talents. But ideas expressed as abstract philosophy can feel dry, like reading an instruction manual for living. So Plato, who understands how human minds actually work, often wraps his philosophy in stories. He creates myths and allegories that make his points more memorable than any logical argument could. He's already given us the allegory of the cave, where prisoners mistake shadows for reality. Now, in his old age, he's about to give us something even more enduring. The specific occasion for Plato's story about Atlantis comes during a series of philosophical dialogues he writes near the end of his life. These dialogues feature his old teacher Socrates, dead for decades now, executed by Athens for corrupting the youth with too many uncomfortable questions, along with other historical figures engaging in the kind of sophisticated dinner party conversation that ancient Greeks excelled at. In these dialogues titled Timaeus and Critias, Plato has one of his characters recount a story supposedly passed down through generations, originally told to Solon, the great Athenian lawgiver, by Egyptian priests during his travels 2 centuries earlier. It's a framing device that gives the story both ancient authority and convenient distance. Plato isn't claiming to have witnessed any of this himself, merely preserving knowledge supposedly handed down through time. The story emerges naturally from a philosophical discussion about ideal states and the nature of civilization. After outlining his vision of a perfect society, Plato has his characters wonder, has such a society ever actually existed? Could the abstract ideals he's been describing ever manifest in the physical world? And in answering this hypothetical question, Plato creates Atlantis. But before we dive into the story itself, it's worth considering what Athens must have felt like to an old philosopher watching his city struggle with its diminished status. The Persian Wars were ancient history now, The glory days of Pericles had faded into nostalgic memory, and Athens had lost its devastating conflict with Sparta. The city that had once dominated the Aegean through a combination of naval power, democratic ideals, and cultural sophistication was now just another Mediterranean city-state. Important, but no longer exceptional. In this context, Plato's mind might naturally turn to questions about rise and fall, about whether greatness can be sustained, or whether it contains the seeds of its own destruction. These weren't abstract philosophical questions for him, they were observations about his own society's trajectory. Athens had been great and was now diminished. What lessons could be drawn from that experience? The Mediterranean world that Plato inhabits is one where the sea connects rather than divides. From his vantage point in Athens, you can see how maritime trade creates webs of connection, linking cities around the entire Mediterranean basin. Ships carry not just cargo, but also ideas, stories, and news of distant places. Sailors return from voyages with tales of strange lands, unusual customs, and cities that excel in different arts than Athens does. This maritime consciousness, this awareness of a world much larger than one's own city, permeates Greek thinking in ways that might not be immediately obvious to us. When Plato imagines Atlantis, he places it in the ocean, specifically beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar, in the vast Atlantic that Greeks regarded with a mixture of fascination and trepidation. The Mediterranean was their pond, the Atlantic was something more mysterious, a realm of possibility where anything might exist. Plato himself probably never travelled far by sea. His voyages to Sicily to advise the tyrant of Syracuse were about as adventurous as he got, and those trips were motivated by his hope of implementing philosophical governance in a real city rather than any desire for maritime adventure. But like most educated Greeks, he would have absorbed countless stories from travellers, traders, and returning sailors about distant lands and unusual peoples. The physical experience of being by the sea in ancient Greece would have been quite different from our modern beach vacations. The Mediterranean isn't the gentle, tourist-friendly body of water it often appears to be in contemporary photographs. It can turn violent with stunning speed, transforming from glassy calm to white-capped fury in the time it takes to finish a meal. Greek sailors respected and feared the sea in equal measure, seeing it as a realm where human control was always provisional and nature's power absolute. This relationship with maritime unpredictability would have influenced how Greeks thought about civilization itself. Cities could rise and fall as quickly as storms could appear. Trading networks that seemed permanent could be disrupted by piracy, war, or shifts in political power. The sea connected people, but also reminded them of their vulnerability. An island civilization, however powerful, would always be subject to forces beyond its control. Plato's decision to set his imaginary civilization on an island, then, isn't arbitrary. Islands are naturally bounded, finite spaces where social organization can be imagined in its complete form. They're also inherently fragile, dependent on maritime connections for survival, and vulnerable to naval attack or natural disaster. An island civilization is a perfect setting for exploring questions about the sustainability of power and the relationship between human ambition and natural limits. As you drift deeper towards sleep, imagine yourself in Plato's position, an elderly thinker reflecting on your life's work, on the society that raised you, and on the gap between ideal visions and actual human behaviour. What story would you tell to capture everything you've learned about how civilizations succeed and fail? What details would you include to make your philosophical points feel real, lived, and experienced rather than merely theorized? This is the mindset from which Atlantis emerges, not as historical reporting, but as philosophical teaching clothed in narrative form, designed to make abstract ideas concrete and memorable. Plato is about to create a story so vivid, so detailed, so convincing that people will still be looking for Atlantis more than 2 millennia after he writes it, despite his never claiming it was anything more than an illustrative tale. The Atlantis that Plato describes emerges in layers, like a painting being completed detail by careful detail, each brushstroke adding depth to the overall vision. He doesn't simply announce that a great civilization once existed, he builds it before your mind's eye with the kind of specificity that makes imagination feel like memory. Begin with the geography, because that's where Plato starts. Atlantis sits in the Atlantic Ocean beyond the Pillars of Hercules, positioned where no Greek ship would venture in Plato's time. The island itself is larger than Libya and Asia combined, which in Greek geographical understanding means it's absolutely massive, a continental landmass rather than a mere island. Already, Plato is signalling that this is a story operating on a grand scale, dealing with a civilization whose physical size matches its cultural ambitions. The island's landscape features a large coastal plain, rectangular in shape and surrounded by mountains that shelter it from northern winds. These mountains aren't barren rock faces, but are rich with forests, villages, and streams that feed the plain below. The plain itself measures about 330 by 220 miles. Plato gives precise measurements, the kind of specificity that lends credibility to the description. And through this plain, engineers have cut a channel connecting the coast to a circular series of waterways at the centre of the island. At the island's heart sits the capital city, and here Plato's description becomes almost architectural in its precision. Picture concentric circles of alternating water and land, like a target pattern visible from above. The central island measures about 5 stadia in diameter, roughly half a mile, and on this elevated centre sit the royal palace and the temples of Poseidon and Clito, the divine and mortal ancestors of the Atlantean royal line. Surrounding this central island are alternating rings of water and land, each precisely measured. The rings of water serve as both defensive moats and transportation channels, connected by tunnels large enough to allow ships to pass from the outer ocean through to the innermost harbour. The rings of land feature walls covered in precious metals, brass on the outer wall, tin on the middle wall, and a mysterious metal called orichalcum on the innermost wall, which glows with a ruddy light like fire. This is the part where Plato's imagination for detail becomes almost overwhelming. He describes bridges connecting the land rings, underground passages allowing ships to move between the circular harbours, and a sophisticated system of docks and naval facilities that would make even our modern port planners envious. The engineering required to create such a city would be staggering, excavating millions of tons of earth, constructing massive retaining walls, managing water flow between the circular channels, and maintaining the structural integrity of an entire artificial landscape. But Plato isn't finished with his architectural vision. He describes the temples in detail that suggests he's thought deeply about what buildings in an ideal civilization would look like. The Temple of Poseidon features a roof adorned with ivory, walls plated with silver, and a golden statue of the sea god standing in a chariot pulled by winged horses, so tall it touches the temple's ceiling. Around the temple are golden statues of the original 10 kings of Atlantis and their wives, along with many other offerings that speak to the wealth and piety of Atlantean society. The city includes hot and cold springs, convenient for bathing, which Greeks considered essential to civilized life, along with elaborate bathhouses for common citizens and separate facilities for royalty. There are gymnasia for athletic training, racecourses for horses, and gardens that suggest Atlanteans appreciated beauty as much as functionality. The attention to public amenities indicates a civilization that valued its citizens' well-being and understood that great societies require more than military might. Moving beyond the central city, Plato describes the broader island with equal attention to detail. The rectangular plain is divided into 60,000 sections, each measuring about 10 stadia square, and each section is responsible for providing one military unit to the kingdom's defence forces. This level of administrative organisation, keeping track of thousands of districts, managing their contributions, coordinating their military obligations, suggests a bureaucratic sophistication that rivals any ancient empire. The plain's fertility is legendary in Plato's telling. It produces 2 harvests annually, watered by winter rains and summer irrigation from streams flowing down from the mountains. The irrigation system itself is a marvel of engineering, a network of channels cutting across the plain at regular intervals, allowing water to be distributed wherever crops need it. Any farmer reading Plato's description would recognise the kind of coordinated labour and long-term planning such a system would require. Beyond agriculture, Atlantis excels in every form of production and craft. The mountains provide timber for shipbuilding, not just ordinary wood, but varieties suited to different purposes, chosen by skilled foresters who understand their materials. Mines yield precious metals in such abundance that orichalcum, which Plato describes as second only to gold in value, can be used as decorative plating on walls and buildings. Craftsmen work in every medium: stone, metal, wood, textiles, producing goods that blend utility with beauty. The island's fauna includes everything from domestic animals to elephants, which Plato specifically mentions to emphasize the island's extraordinary diversity and richness. This detail always strikes readers as either charmingly naive or brilliantly strategic, depending on whether they think Plato believed elephants actually lived in the Atlantic, or was intentionally including an exotic detail to underscore how different this civilization was from anything in the Greek world. Plato also describes the Atlantean diet with the kind of attention that suggests he's thought about what an ideal society would eat. They have fruits and grains, roots and herbs, wine and oils, everything necessary not just for survival, but for the kind of sophisticated cuisine that Greeks associated with civilized living. The mention of specific agricultural products grounds the story in physical reality, making Atlantis feel like a place where actual people lived actual lives, rather than an abstract philosophical construct. The political organisation of Atlantis reflects Plato's philosophical interests while avoiding the kind of rigid structure he proposed in the Republic. 10 kings rule the island, each descended from one of Poseidon's sons by the mortal woman Plato. These kings govern their own territories but meet regularly to make decisions affecting the entire civilization. Their laws are inscribed on a pillar of orichalcum in the Temple of Poseidon, and before making any significant decision, the kings perform an elaborate ritual involving the sacrifice of a bull, chosen without weapons, implying some sort of consensual selection that hints at the king's divine connection. This political structure is interesting because it combines monarchy with something like federalism, recognizing that large territories might be better governed by distributed authority than by a single centralized power. The regular meetings of the kings suggest Plato imagines Atlantis as having developed sophisticated protocols for collective decision-making, ways of balancing different regional interests while maintaining overall unity. The military organization receives detailed attention as well. Each of the 60,000 districts on the plain provides specific military resources: infantry, cavalry, chariots, sailors, creating an army and navy of enormous size. Plato calculates the total military strength with mathematical precision, giving exact numbers for different types of units. The navy alone requires 1-200 ships, each crewed by trained sailors, suggesting both the maritime focus of Atlantean civilization and the logistical complexity of maintaining such a force. But perhaps most revealing is what Plato says about Atlantean culture and values. For many generations, he tells us, the Atlanteans remain true to their divine ancestry, valuing wisdom over wealth and treating their prosperity as a trust to be managed rather than a resource to be exploited. They lived according to laws that prioritized justice and collective well-being over individual gain. This golden age of Atlantean civilization represented the ideal society made manifest. Not perfect, because perfection doesn't exist in the physical world, but as close to the ideal forms as human civilization might actually achieve. The physical details Plato provides, the precise measurements, the specific materials, the calculated military strengths, all serve a philosophical purpose. They make Atlantis feel real enough to believe in while demonstrating what a civilization organized around right principles might actually accomplish. The engineering marvels show what becomes possible, when human intelligence is directed toward collective flourishing, rather than individual aggrandizement. The administrative sophistication demonstrates what justice looks like when implemented through practical governance rather than abstract theorizing. As you let these images settle into your mind like sediment drifting down through water, notice how Plato's Atlantis combines grandeur with human scale. Yes, the city is massive and the civilization is powerful, but it's also a place where people bathe in public baths, exercise in gymnasia, grow crops, and gather in temples. It's not an alien world, but a human one, just organised according to better principles than the Greeks managed in their actual cities. This is the world Plato imagined, wealthy but not decadent, powerful but not tyrannical, sophisticated but not corrupt, at least not yet. Because the story of Atlantis isn't ultimately about sustained perfection, but about the impossibility of maintaining it. The transformation of Atlantis from ideal civilization to cautionary tale happens gradually in Plato's telling, like watching fruit ripen and then spoil in slow motion. This isn't a dramatic collapse triggered by a single catastrophic event, at least not initially. Instead, it's a quiet deterioration of character that eventually calls down disaster as its natural consequence. Plato describes how, over many generations, the divine element in Atlantean nature became diluted, mixed repeatedly with mortal characteristics through generations of reproduction. The divine spark that had made the original Atlanteans wise and temperate grew fainter and fainter, like a signal degrading as it travels further from its source. This isn't about genetics in the modern sense, but about spiritual and moral inheritance. The idea that excellence of character must be actively maintained or it inevitably declines. The visible symptoms of this moral deterioration appear first in changing attitude toward wealth and power. Where earlier generations of Atlanteans had viewed their prosperity as a sacred trust, later generations began treating it as personal property to be enjoyed, displayed, and expanded. The metals that once plated walls as offerings to gods became symbols of personal status. The agricultural abundance that had fed everyone well became a means of accumulating surplus wealth that could be converted into political influence. You can imagine how this transformation might have felt to an observant Atlantean living through it, like watching your neighbourhood slowly change character as different priorities take hold. The old families who remembered the traditional values would notice first. Younger generations seemed less interested in maintaining the temples and more focused on expanding their personal estates. Conversations at public baths gradually shifted from philosophical discussions to comparisons of wealth and achievement. The gymnasia, once places where citizens developed their bodies as temples of divine spirit, became venues for competitive display. Military ambition provides another symptom of Atlantean decline. The navy and army that had been maintained for defensive purposes and to ensure justice within their sphere of influence began to be seen as tools for expansion and conquest. Plato describes how Atlanteans began subjugating other peoples, extending their control beyond their island to coastal territories around the Mediterranean. They conquered Libya as far as Egypt and Europe as far as Tyrrhenia, essentially dominating the entire western Mediterranean basin. This imperial expansion represents more than just territorial ambition. It signals a fundamental shift in Atlantean self-understanding. Instead of seeing themselves as stewards of an ideal society that might inspire others through its example, they began viewing their civilization as superior in ways that justified dominating inferior peoples. The philosophical commitment to justice became subordinated to the practical exercise of power. Might began to make right in ways that would have horrified earlier generations of Atlantean thinkers. The specific trigger for Atlantis' ultimate destruction comes when they decide to attack Athens, or rather, an ancient Athens that existed 9,000 years before Plato's time, back when the Mediterranean world was supposedly very different from the one he inhabits. This detail is important because it connects Plato's Atlantis story to Athenian glory, making Athens the city that stood against Atlantean imperialism and won. Plato's account of this conflict is brief and somewhat frustrating for anyone hoping for detailed battle descriptions. He tells us that Athens, despite being smaller and less wealthy than Atlantis, successfully resisted the Atlantean invasion through a combination of courage, superior political organisation, and commitment to justice. The Athenians embodied the virtues that Atlanteans had lost. They fought not for conquest, but for freedom, not to dominate, but to preserve their way of life. This reversal is philosophically significant. It demonstrates that moral excellence provides advantages that material power cannot overcome, that a just city organised around right principles can defeat a wealthier, larger, more technologically advanced opponent if that opponent has lost touch with the virtues that originally made it great. It's Plato's way of suggesting that Athens in his own time might yet recover greatness, if it returns to the values that made it exceptional during its golden age. But the military defeat isn't the end of Atlantis. That comes from nature itself, from forces so much more powerful than human armies that military might becomes irrelevant. After the conflict with Athens, Plato tells us, there came a single day and night of violent earthquakes and floods. The entire Atlantean civilization disappeared beneath the waves, swallowed by the ocean that had once been its highway for trade and conquest. The destruction is complete and total. The circular harbours that had taken generations to construct fill with seawater and sediment. The palace walls, plated with precious metals, sink beyond human reach. The temples where bulls had been sacrificed and laws solemnly proclaimed collapse under waves that recognise no human authority. The agricultural plain with its sophisticated irrigation channels becomes an underwater landscape where fish swim over what were once fields of grain. Plato emphasises that after Atlantis sank, the ocean in that region became unnavigable, full of mud and shallow waters that made passage impossible. This detail serves multiple purposes. It explains why no one in Plato's time can find physical evidence of Atlantis. It's buried under oceanic silt in an area ships cannot reach. It also suggests that some transgressions against natural order leave permanent scars on the landscape itself, that the destruction of Atlantis wasn't just punishment but a kind of cosmic editing that removed the civilization so completely it left only traces too faint to follow. The gentle, almost quiet way Plato describes this catastrophe makes it more rather than less unsettling. There's no dramatic final battle, no heroic last stand, and no opportunity for redemption through courageous resistance. The earthquakes and floods simply come, indifferent to Atlantean achievements, wealth, or power. Nature reasserts its primacy over human pretensions, with a finality that leaves no room for appeals or second chances. What makes this ending particularly poignant is that it comes just when Atlantis has reached peak power. The empire is at its largest extent, its military at maximum strength, its wealth seemingly unlimited. From a purely material standpoint, Atlantis has never been more successful. But success measured in conventional terms, territory, wealth, power, has become decoupled from the virtues that originally justified and sustained that success. The catastrophe functions in Plato's story as what we might now call a systems correction. When civilizations grow powerful enough to dominate their regional environment, they sometimes forget they remain embedded in larger natural systems that don't care about human hierarchies or ambitions. Atlantis' disappearance beneath the waves is Plato's way of saying that no civilization, however advanced or powerful, can indefinitely violate the principles that make flourishing possible without eventually facing consequences. As you let this image settle, an entire civilization slipping beneath dark waters, its rings of harbours filling with the ocean that once brought it wealth, its temples and palaces becoming homes for fish and seaweed, notice how Plato has transformed a philosophical argument into something visceral and memorable. Abstract points about the relationship between virtue and sustainability become the story of an island empire that literally sinks under the weight of its own moral failure. The fall of Atlantis happens both suddenly and slowly. Suddenly in the sense that the final destruction comes in a day and night, slowly in that the moral deterioration that makes destruction inevitable unfolds across generations. This double temporality reflects how civilizational collapse actually works. The underlying causes accumulate gradually, often invisibly, until some triggering event reveals how fragile the whole structure has become. Plato never explicitly moralizes about Atlantis' destruction. He doesn't need to. The story itself carries the philosophical weight, demonstrating how prosperity without wisdom, power without justice, and expansion without limits eventually call down disaster. The sinking of Atlantis into the ocean becomes a physical metaphor for what happens when civilizations sink into moral confusion. They disappear beneath forces they once thought they controlled, leaving only stories to mark where they stood. Now that the story has been told, the rise imagined and the fall described, we can step back and consider what Plato was actually doing when he created Atlantis. Because this was never meant to be history in the sense we usually understand it. It was philosophy dressed in narrative clothing, ideas given form through fictional geography and imaginary catastrophe. The first thing to understand is that Plato's audience would have approached this story very differently than we do. Modern readers encounter Atlantis as an ancient mystery, wondering whether such a place ever existed and searching for archaeological evidence that might confirm or disprove the account. Ancient Greeks would have recognized immediately that Plato was doing what he always did, using story to make philosophical arguments more vivid and memorable than abstract reasoning alone could achieve. Think about how Plato typically argues in his dialogues. He rarely makes straightforward statements about truth or virtue. Instead, he constructs elaborate thought experiments, extended analogies, and hypothetical scenarios that let readers discover principles for themselves through imaginative engagement. The allegory of the cave doesn't work because prisoners were actually chained in a cave watching shadows. It works because the scenario illuminates something true about knowledge and perception. Atlantis operates the same way. The philosophical content embedded in the Atlantis story concerns several of Plato's most persistent preoccupations. First, there's the question of whether ideal societies can exist in the physical world, or whether perfection remains eternally limited to the realm of forms. By creating Atlantis as a nearly ideal society that existed but didn't last, Plato suggests that excellence is achievable but not sustainable, that human civilizations can approach the ideal but cannot permanently embody it. This connects to a deeper pessimism about material existence that runs throughout Plato's mature philosophy. The physical world, in his view, is always corrupted by change, decay, and the contamination of matter. Pure ideas exist eternally and unchangingly in some transcendent realm, but when those ideas take physical form, they become subject to time and deterioration. Atlantis embodies this principle. Even divine wisdom dilutes across generations as the physical aspects of human nature dominate the spiritual ones. Second, the Atlantis story illustrates the relationship between virtue and political success. Plato has been arguing throughout his career that justice isn't just ethically right, but practically effective, that cities organized around wisdom and justice will flourish while those governed by ambition and corruption will fail. Atlantis provides a case study demonstrating this principle across multiple generations, showing both how virtue creates flourishing and how vice leads to destruction. The timing of Atlantis' fall is significant here. They're destroyed not while weak and corrupt, but at the peak of their imperial power, just after conquering much of the Mediterranean. This suggests that visible success, measured in conventional terms like wealth, territory, and military strength, can mask underlying moral bankruptcy. A civilization can appear strong precisely when it's most vulnerable, because the very strength it displays comes from having abandoned the principles that would make that strength sustainable. Third, Plato uses Atlantis to explore the relationship between human ambition and natural limits. The engineering marvels of Atlantean civilization, the circular harbours, the irrigation systems, the massive architectural works, demonstrate human capacity to reshape the physical world according to rational plans. But the final destruction by earthquake and flood reminds us that human power remains limited, that nature ultimately constrains what civilizations can achieve no matter how sophisticated their technology becomes. This isn't anti-technology or anti-progress in some simple sense. Plato clearly admires Atlantean engineering and sees the practical application of geometric and mathematical knowledge as properly human. But he's also insisting that technical capacity must be balanced by wisdom about appropriate ends and moral constraints on how power should be used. Technology without wisdom leads to the kind of imperial overreach that calls down disaster. The comparison between Atlantis and ancient Athens serves additional philosophical purposes. Athens in Plato's story is smaller, less wealthy, and technologically less advanced than Atlantis, yet it successfully defends itself and represents the more genuinely just society. This reverses the usual assumption that bigger and richer means better, suggesting that quality of political organisation and moral character matter more than quantity of resources. For Plato's contemporary audience in 4th century Athens, this comparison would have carried particular resonance. Athens had lost its empire, been humiliated by Sparta, and seemed to be declining from its golden age. Plato's story offers both consolation and challenge. Consolation in suggesting that Athens once embodied the virtues that defeated a more powerful foe, and challenge in asking whether contemporary Athens still maintains those virtues, or has become more like Atlantis in its decline. The warning embedded in the Atlantis story is subtle but clear. Imperial success can corrupt the virtues that made success possible in the first place. Athens had built an empire based on naval power, cultural achievement, and democratic ideals, but maintaining the empire required increasingly aggressive tactics, extraction of wealth from subject cities, and political manoeuvring that compromised those original ideals. Was Athens becoming Atlantis? Would prosperity and power lead to moral decay and eventual catastrophe? Plato never makes this parallel explicit, but he didn't need to. His readers would have recognized the pattern. The Atlantis story functions as a mirror in which Athenians might recognize uncomfortable truths about their own civilization's trajectory. The luxury to see this mirror clearly, to consider whether wealth and power were corrupting civic virtue, was itself possible only because Athens had lost enough power to force reflection on what had been lost and why. The choice to set Atlantis in the distant past, 9,000 years before Plato's time, rather than presenting it as a contemporary civilization, creates useful distance. By pushing the story back into mythical time, before recorded history, Plato frees himself from the constraints of historical accuracy, while also suggesting that the patterns he's describing are timeless. Civilizations have always faced these same tensions between virtue and corruption, wisdom and ambition, and sustainable flourishing and overreaching destruction. The detail about Atlantis' location beyond the Pillars of Hercules serves similar purposes. Placing the lost civilization in the vast Atlantic rather than the familiar Mediterranean locates it in a realm of possibility rather than historical fact. The Atlantic represented the unknown, the area where mythical geography blended into pure speculation. Putting Atlantis there signals that this is a story operating in symbolic rather than literal geography, using physical space to represent philosophical concepts. Finally, there's something to notice about what Plato doesn't say. He never claims to have visited Atlantis or spoken with survivors. He attributes the story to ancient tradition passed through multiple generations of retellings, with each layer of transmission providing plausible deniability. This framing allows him to present detailed descriptions without claiming historical authority, to create vivid world-building while maintaining that he's merely preserving an old tale. This narrative strategy accomplishes two things simultaneously. It makes the story more believable by giving it the patina of ancient tradition, while also protecting Plato from being called a liar if anyone questions the account's historicity. He can always retreat to, "This is what I was told. These are the traditions I'm preserving." The story's truth value lies in its philosophical insights rather than its historical accuracy, a distinction that ancient audiences understood better than many modern readers do. As you rest with these layers of meaning, notice how a story that seems simple on the surface, a great civilization exists, becomes corrupt, and gets destroyed, actually carries philosophical arguments about knowledge, virtue, power, sustainability, and the relationship between human ambition and natural limits. Plato has created something rare, a myth that functions simultaneously as entertainment, moral instruction, political warning, and metaphysical speculation. The meaning behind the myth isn't singular but multiple, shifting depending on which aspects you focus on and what questions you bring to the story. This richness of interpretation isn't a bug but a feature. It's why Atlantis has remained compelling across cultures and centuries, why each generation finds something relevant in the tale of the island empire that sank beneath the waves. The moment Plato finished writing about Atlantis, or perhaps even before he completed the account, people began wondering whether the story was true. Not true in the philosophical sense. Everyone recognized Plato was making arguments about ideal societies and moral decay, but true in the historical sense. Had such a civilization actually existed? This question has generated an industry of speculation, exploration, and occasionally outright fantasy that spans more than 2 millennia. The search for Atlantis says as much about the searchers and their historical moments as it does about Plato's original story. Each era has looked for Atlantis in ways that reflect its own preoccupations, technologies, and assumptions about what lost civilizations might teach us. Plato's immediate successors approached the story with appropriate skepticism. Aristotle, Plato's most famous student, apparently thought his teacher had invented Atlantis entirely, creating it merely to serve philosophical purposes and then destroying it just as conveniently. This reading suggests that educated Greeks in the generation after Plato understood his methodology, using fictional scenarios to illustrate philosophical principles, wasn't considered dishonest, but pedagogically effective. However, other ancient writers took the account more literally. Some tried to rationalize elements of the story, suggesting that Plato had exaggerated details, but preserved memories of some actual Bronze Age civilization that had been destroyed by natural disaster. Others attempted to identify Atlantis with known places. Perhaps it was Crete, which had been devastated by volcanic eruption and tsunami when Thera exploded around 1600 BCE, destroying the Minoan civilization. The Crete theory emerged because ancient writers recognized patterns in Plato's description that matched what they knew about Minoan culture. The emphasis on naval power, the sophisticated architecture, and the central role of bull worship, all these elements characterized Minoan civilization as Greeks, understood it from ruins and lingering cultural memories. Perhaps Plato or his sources had preserved garbled accounts of Minoan glory and its sudden destruction, with details becoming exaggerated through centuries of retelling. But the chronology presented problems. Plato specifically placed Atlantis 9,000 years before Solon's time, which would be roughly 9,600 BCE, if we take the numbers literally. This predates any known civilization with the kind of architectural and engineering sophistication Plato describes. Some ancient interpreters suggested that Plato or his Egyptian sources had confused years with months, or used some alternative calendrical system, but this requires assuming fundamental numerical errors in a story that's otherwise remarkably precise about measurements and quantities. As classical civilization transitioned into late antiquity, and then the medieval period, interest in Atlantis waned. Christian scholars who inherited Greek learning were more interested in reconciling pagan philosophy with biblical truth than in pursuing stories about sunken islands. If Atlantis appeared in medieval texts at all, it was usually as a minor curiosity or as an allegory that could be reinterpreted in Christian terms. The Renaissance brought renewed fascination with classical texts and the world beyond Europe. As explorers discovered the Americas, some theorists suggested that these continents might be remnants of Atlantis, or that Atlantean survivors had established civilizations in the New World. This speculation mixed genuine puzzlement about how complex societies like the Aztecs and Incas developed with racist assumptions that indigenous peoples couldn't have achieved such sophistication without outside influence. Francis Bacon's New Atlantis, published in 1627, reimagined Plato's story as a utopian vision located somewhere in the Pacific. Bacon wasn't claiming historical accuracy, but rather using Atlantis as a framework for describing an ideal scientific society, much as Plato had used it to explore questions about virtue and governance. The name had become a kind of shorthand for imagined perfect society, its specifics less important than its function as a thought experiment. The 19th century brought more systematic attempts to locate Atlantis geographically. This reflected the era's confidence in the scientific method and its belief that mysteries could be solved through careful investigation and rational analysis. Ignatius Donnelly, an American politician and amateur archaeologist, published Atlantis, the Antediluvian World in 1882, arguing that Atlantis had really existed in the Atlantic and that it explained various cultural similarities between Old and New World civilizations. Donnelly's book was enormously popular, going through dozens of printings and establishing many tropes that still dominate popular Atlantis theories. He argued that Atlantean refugees had spread to both sides of the Atlantic after their homeland sank, bringing advanced knowledge that jump-started Egyptian, Mesopotamian, and Central American civilizations. Every pyramid, every flood myth, and every seemingly inexplicable technological achievement became potential evidence of Atlantean influence. The theory was creative but required ignoring actual chronology and archaeological evidence. Egyptian civilization developed gradually over millennia, with each advance building on previous work in ways that archaeologists can trace through physical remains. The same goes for Mesopotamian, Chinese, Indus Valley and Mesoamerican civilizations. They all show clear developmental sequences rather than sudden acquisition of advanced knowledge from outside. But Donnelly's imaginative approach to evidence established a pattern that subsequent Atlantis hunters would follow. Start with Plato's account, selectively incorporate details that fit your preferred location, ignore contradictions, and interpret any ancient achievement that seems impressive as possible Atlantean influence. This methodology produces exciting narratives but terrible history. The 20th century brought even more exotic Atlantis theories, often disconnected from Plato's original account. Some esoteric movements positioned Atlantis as the homeland of ancient spiritual wisdom, describing it as having possessed technology and consciousness that modern humans have lost. Helena Blavatsky's Theosophical Society gave Atlantis a central role in its elaborate mythology about human spiritual evolution, describing multiple Atlantean races and civilizations spanning millions of years. These mystical interpretations transformed Atlantis from a philosophical thought experiment into something like a religious revelation, positioning it as the source of all ancient wisdom and the key to human spiritual advancement. Plato would probably have been bemused by this development. His story was meant to illustrate how civilizations fall when they abandon wisdom, not to suggest that some lost civilization possessed secret knowledge we should recover. The development of modern archaeology and oceanography should have settled questions about Atlantis' historical existence, but instead it just spawned new theories. When scientists discovered the mid-Atlantic ridge, some enthusiasts suggested this underwater mountain range might be the remnant of a sunken continent. The fact that the geology doesn't support this interpretation, the ridge is spreading apart, not sinking, and has been underwater for millions of years, did little to discourage speculation. Each new archaeological discovery in the Mediterranean region sparked fresh claims that the real Atlantis had been found. The island of Santorini, with its spectacular volcanic caldera and evidence of Bronze Age civilization buried under volcanic ash, became a favourite candidate. The Minoan settlement of Akrotiri, preserved like Pompeii under layers of pumice, showed sophisticated architecture, vibrant frescoes, and an advanced urban culture, everything one might expect from a civilization like Atlantis. The Santorini theory has several advantages. The volcanic eruption and subsequent tsunamis around 1600 BCE did destroy a powerful maritime civilization. The Minoans were indeed culturally advanced and influential throughout the Aegean. The geographical details, an island with a wealthy city destroyed by volcanic catastrophe, match key elements of Plato's account. You can visit the ruins today and see what an Atlantis-like civilization actually looked like. The main problem, of course, is that Santorini is in the wrong ocean, at the wrong time and on the wrong scale. Plato specified the Atlantic beyond Gibraltar, not the Aegean. He dated Atlantis to 9600 BCE, not 1600 BCE. He described an island larger than Libya and Asia combined, not a modest Mediterranean island. Identifying Santorini as Atlantis requires dismissing most of Plato's specific details as errors or exaggerations. Other proposed Atlantis locations include off the coast of Spain near the Strait of Gibraltar. In the Black Sea, before post-Ice Age sea level rise flooded that region. In Antarctica, based on fringe theories about ancient maps showing ice-free coastlines. And even in the Bahamas, where underwater rock formations sometimes create patterns that enthusiastic interpreters read as evidence of ancient roads or buildings. Each theory follows similar logic. Identify some archaeological site or geographical feature that vaguely matches some element of Plato's description. Interpret everything supporting this identification as evidence, dismiss contradictions as copyist errors or exaggerations, and present the result as finally solving the Atlantis mystery. Repeat as needed whenever a new underwater formation or ancient ruin is discovered. The persistence of Atlantis hunting, despite the complete lack of confirming evidence, tells us something important about human psychology. We want to believe in lost golden ages, in ancient wisdom that modern civilization has forgotten, and in mysteries that might still be solved if we just look in the right place. Atlantis serves these emotional needs regardless of whether it ever existed historically. Modern scholars generally agree that Plato invented Atlantis as a philosophical device, and that searching for historical Atlantis makes no more sense than searching for the actual cave in his allegory of the cave. The story's power comes from its symbolic and philosophical content, not from historical accuracy. But this scholarly consensus has done little to dampen popular fascination with finding the lost continent. The search for Atlantis has generated countless books, documentaries, expeditions and debates. It has inspired serious archaeological work, researchers investigating whether memories of Bronze Age catastrophes might have influenced Greek mythology, and complete nonsense, theories involving aliens, crystals and psychic powers. The line between legitimate historical inquiry and imaginative speculation becomes blurry when dealing with something that probably never existed. What's interesting is how the search itself has changed over time, reflecting developments in technology and methodology. Early searchers relied on textual analysis and geographical speculation. 19th century investigators added archaeological comparisons and geological theories. Modern hunters use sonar mapping, satellite imagery, and computer analysis of ancient texts. Each era brings its most advanced tools to the search, finding in Atlantis whatever those tools are capable of revealing. Perhaps the most honest assessment is that Atlantis exists precisely where Plato put it, in a philosophical dialogue designed to make arguments about virtue, power, and civilizational sustainability. The geographical Atlantis beyond the Pillars of Hercules was always metaphorical, a location in possibility space rather than physical geography. Looking for it with sonar and submarines makes sense only if we fundamentally misunderstood what kind of story Plato was telling. As you drift deeper towards sleep, consider that sometimes the most important truths are found not by discovering new facts, but by understanding more deeply what we already know. The search for Atlantis across ocean floors and ancient ruins might be less productive than reflecting on what Plato's story teaches about the relationship between virtue and sustainability, between wisdom and power, and between human ambition and natural limits. These lessons don't require archaeological confirmation. They require only thoughtful attention to the world we actually inhabit. The physical search for Atlantis has produced mostly disappointment, but the mental Atlantis, the one that exists in imagination, art and cultural mythology, has proven remarkably fertile and enduring. This imaginary Atlantis tells us less about ancient history than about how different eras have understood perfection, loss, and the relationship between past and present. In literature, Atlantis has inspired countless retellings, each adapting Plato's basic framework to explore contemporary concerns. Jules Verne sent Captain Nemo to explore underwater Atlantean ruins in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, using the lost civilization as a symbol of humanity's accumulated knowledge lying just beyond reach beneath the waves. His Atlantis represented the 19th century's fascination with archaeological discovery and the technological capacity to reach previously inaccessible places. Science fiction writers have been particularly drawn to Atlantis, reimagining it as an advanced technological society whose achievements were only now beginning to match or surpass. These stories often position Atlantis as a civilization that developed differently from ours, perhaps emphasizing different technologies or organizing society around different principles, and ask what we might learn from studying an alternative path of development. Fantasy literature tends to treat Atlantis more mystically, as a civilization that mastered magic or spiritual practices that modern humanity has forgotten. These versions often suggest that material progress has come at the cost of spiritual wisdom, that something important was lost when rational scientific thinking displaced older, more intuitive ways of understanding the world. Atlantis becomes a symbol of this hypothetical lost knowledge, representing what we gave up to gain what we have. The tension in these imaginative treatments is always between two competing visions of the past. One sees history as progress. We're better off now than people were then, with more knowledge, better technology, and more humane values. The other sees history as a decline from an earlier, wiser age when people understood things we've forgotten. Atlantis can represent either vision depending on how the story is framed. Children's media has particularly embraced Atlantis as a setting for adventure and wonder. Animated films depict it as a colourful underwater kingdom full of exotic architecture and strange technology, a place where anything seems possible because it's freed from mundane historical constraints. These versions rarely engage with Plato's philosophical concerns about virtue and corruption, focusing instead on the sheer imaginative pleasure of a lost world waiting to be discovered. The Disney animated film Atlantis: The Lost Empire offers a good example of how modern retellings work. It keeps Plato's basic premise, ancient advanced civilization, circular architecture, powerful technology, while adding elements from later speculation and wholesale invention. The result is visually spectacular and narratively engaging, while having almost nothing to do with Plato's actual story. This is Atlantis as pure creative inspiration rather than historical or philosophical inquiry. Video games have found Atlantis useful as a setting that requires no explanation. Players accept that such a place might have existed because it's so culturally familiar, allowing game designers to create elaborate underwater or ancient civilizations without extensive exposition. Atlantis in gaming becomes whatever the gameplay requires: a dungeon to explore, a civilization to manage, a mystery to solve, freed entirely from historical constraints. Even academic philosophy continues to find value in Atlantis as a thought experiment. Political theorists use it to explore questions about ideal governance, sustainability, and the relationship between power and virtue. Environmental scholars cite Atlantis as an early example of ecological thinking, a recognition that civilizations exist within natural systems they cannot control and will be destroyed if they exceed those systems' carrying capacity. The environmental reading of Atlantis has become increasingly prominent as climate change and ecological crisis have moved to the centre of public consciousness. In this interpretation, Atlantis serves as a warning about what happens when civilizations ignore natural limits in pursuit of endless growth and expansion. The sinking beneath the waves becomes a metaphor for ecological collapse, not divine punishment, but a natural consequence of treating the Earth as an unlimited resource. This environmental Atlantis resonates differently than traditional religious or mystical interpretations. It doesn't require believing in lost spiritual wisdom or ancient super technology. It simply asks us to notice that Plato's story describes a civilization that grew too powerful, expanded too aggressively, and ultimately faced destruction from natural forces it couldn't control. The parallel to modern industrial civilization is uncomfortable and obvious. Psychologists have been interested in why Atlantis exercises such a hold over human imagination. Carl Jung and his followers saw it as an archetype, a fundamental pattern in human consciousness that recurs across cultures because it addresses universal psychological needs. In this reading, Atlantis represents the ideal self or society that we imagine but cannot quite achieve. Forever just out of reach beneath the waves of time and forgetfulness, the Golden Age thinking that Atlantis embodies appears in virtually every culture. Most human societies have myths about a better time in the past when people lived longer, were wiser, and existed in harmony with nature and each other. These Golden Ages ended through some kind of fall, human sin, divine punishment, or simply the inevitable decay of all things. Atlantis fits this pattern perfectly, giving Greek Golden Age thinking a specific geographical and historical form. This persistent nostalgia for imagined better times raises interesting questions. Why do people so often assume the past was superior to the present? Is it genuine historical memory, distorted by time until only the positive aspects remain? Is it psychological compensation for present difficulties, creating an imaginary past that provides comfort and escape? Or is it something more fundamental about how human consciousness relates to time, always projecting perfection into an inaccessible past or future rather than finding it in the experienced present? Artists have been drawn to Atlantis for obvious reasons. It combines visual spectacle with philosophical depth, allowing for both stunning imagery and meaningful content. Paintings of Atlantis often show the moment of destruction, with massive waves overwhelming elaborate architecture while tiny figures flee hopelessly. These images capture both the grandeur of human achievement and its ultimate fragility, material splendor rendered temporary by natural forces beyond control. Contemporary interest in Atlantis often focuses on what the story might teach about our own civilization's trajectory. Are we the new Atlantis, wealthy, powerful, and technologically sophisticated, but losing touch with the values that would make our success sustainable? The parallel seems obvious enough that political commentators across the spectrum invoke Atlantis when warning about various threats to modern civilization. Whether those threats come from environmental degradation, political corruption, social decay, or technological overreach. The fact that Atlantis can be invoked to support contradictory political positions, as both a warning about government overreach and about insufficient collective action, as both an example of cultural decadence and of imperial ambition, demonstrates its flexibility as a symbol. Like any sufficiently rich myth, it contains enough complexity to be interpreted multiple ways depending on which elements you emphasize and which you background. In popular culture, Atlantis has become shorthand for lost advanced civilization in general. When someone refers to something as the Atlantis of a particular region or period, they mean an impressive civilization that mysteriously disappeared. This usage treats Atlantis as a category rather than a specific place. Anything sufficiently ancient, impressive, and vanished can be an Atlantis. The mental life of Atlantis, its existence in imagination and culture rather than geography, has proven far more vigorous than any attempt to locate it physically. This shouldn't surprise us given how Plato created the story in the first place. He invented Atlantis as an idea, a philosophical proposal about what happens when civilizations prioritize power over wisdom. The idea is proven durable precisely because it addresses something real about human social organisation, even if the specific civilization was fictional. As you settle more deeply into rest, notice how a story that began as a philosophical thought experiment in ancient Athens has become a cultural touchstone that each generation reinvents according to its own needs and concerns. The Atlantis in our minds changes shape like water, flowing into whatever conceptual spaces our particular historical moment provides. always maintaining its basic form while adapting its details to new contexts. This mental Atlantis, infinitely flexible, endlessly reinterpretable, never quite pinned down, might be the civilization's most remarkable achievement. By not existing in physical space, it can exist everywhere in imaginative space, available to whoever needs a symbol for lost perfection, vanished wisdom, or civilizational fragility. Plato created something more lasting than any actual city could have been, an idea that survives precisely because it was never limited by the constraints of historical fact. As we come to rest at the end of our journey through Atlantis, the imagined, the searched for, and the endlessly reinterpreted, it's worth spending these final moments reflecting on what this story has meant across the centuries, and what it might still offer to anyone willing to think quietly about its implications. Picture yourself floating just beneath the surface of a calm sea, perhaps near where Plato imagined Atlantis once stood. The water is clear enough that sunlight penetrates down to where you drift, creating those moving patterns of light and shadow on the sand below that shift with each passing wave above. The pressure of the water provides gentle, even resistance to any movement, that sensation of being supported and surrounded that makes floating so restful. In this imagined underwater space, you can see the outlines of what might once have been buildings, geometric forms worn smooth by centuries of current, colonized now by corals and seaweed that soften all the hard edges. Small fish move through spaces that might once have been windows or doorways, indifferent to whatever human purposes these structures originally served. Everything that was sharp has been rounded, everything that was solid has been infiltrated by growing things, and everything that was dry has been saturated with salt water. This is what becomes of human ambitions given enough time. Not destroyed, exactly, but transformed into something no longer recognizable for its original purposes. The stone remains but serves as a habitat now. The careful geometric planning is still visible, but reads as a natural formation to anyone who doesn't know its history. What was made becomes unmade gradually, patiently, through processes that care nothing for preserving human meaning. There's something deeply restful about this vision. Not the catastrophic destruction Plato described, earthquakes and floods consuming a civilization in a day and night, but the slow transformation that comes after, when natural processes reclaim human constructions and incorporate them into new patterns of life. The coral growing on Atlantean walls doesn't mourn the civilization that fell. The fish swimming through the palace make no judgments about whether the kings who once ruled there were wise or corrupt. Everything simply continues in new forms. This longer view offers perspective on all human achievement and failure. The things we build, physical structures, social institutions, cultural traditions, all seem so solid and permanent while we're building them. We imagine they'll last forever, that we're creating something that will stand against time, and sometimes our constructions do last a remarkably long time. But eventually, everything we make becomes raw material for whatever comes next. Plato understood this at some level. That's why he set Atlantis in the distant past rather than the present, and why he had it destroyed rather than evolving into something new. The story needed the finality of total destruction to make its philosophical point about the relationship between virtue and sustainability. But the actual process of civilizational change is usually less dramatic, more like erosion than earthquake, more like fish moving into abandoned buildings than waves overwhelming inhabited ones. The lesson isn't that nothing matters because everything eventually changes form. Rather, it's that what matters isn't permanence, but how we inhabit the time we have. The Atlanteans lived meaningful lives, raised families, created art, built buildings, governed cities, even though their civilization was temporary. The fact that it ended doesn't retroactively render their existence meaningless. They lived as fully as they could given what they knew and the circumstances they faced. This applies to our own lives and civilizations as well. We build knowing that what we build won't last forever, but we build anyway because the building itself has value independent of its durability. We create societies knowing they'll eventually transform into something we wouldn't recognise, but we try to make them just and flourishing anyway, because justice and flourishing matter in the present regardless of future obsolescence. The underwater Atlantis of imagination offers another kind of lesson about depth and surface. The visible world, the one we usually attend to, is like the surface of the ocean, agitated by wind and current, constantly changing, never quite stable. Below the surface lie deeper patterns and structures, the underlying reality that supports surface phenomena without being immediately visible. Plato's philosophy always insisted on this distinction between surface appearance and underlying reality. His theory of forms suggested that true reality exists in an eternal realm of perfect ideas, while physical existence offers only imperfect copies and shadows. Atlantis functions as a story about this distinction, the beautiful surface civilization built on foundations that were slowly weakening, the visible success masking invisible moral decay. For us, this might translate into paying attention to foundations, asking whether our visible achievements rest on sustainable bases, whether surface success masks deeper problems we're ignoring. It's the kind of reflection that doesn't come naturally when things seem to be going well, but becomes urgent when we notice cracks in structures we thought were solid. The gentle, consistent pressure of water on the imagined Atlantean ruins offers a final metaphor worth considering. Time and natural processes don't attack human constructions violently. They simply persist, applying steady pressure in ways that eventually wear down any resistance. What seems solid proves to be temporary when subjected to forces that operate on geological, rather than human timescales. This isn't depressing if you think about it properly. It's actually freeing. The pressure to make everything permanent, to create achievements that will last forever, to ensure your significance echoes through eternity. These pressures dissolve when you recognize that nothing lasts forever in physical form. You can relax into creating things that matter now, serving purposes in the present without needing to guarantee eternal relevance. The fish don't care whether they're swimming through the ruins of a great civilization or natural rock formations. They're just living their fish lives, eating smaller fish, avoiding larger fish, and reproducing when conditions permit. There's something admirable about this pragmatic indifference to human hierarchies of meaning. The ocean doesn't distinguish between grand palaces and simple homes, once both have been underwater long enough. This might be the deepest teaching of Atlantis, that all our status distinctions, all our categorizations of important and trivial, great and ordinary, will eventually be levelled by time and natural processes. Not because nothing matters, but because everything matters equally in its own time and place. The coral doesn't prefer growing on palace walls over growing on humble homes. The sand fills all structures with the same patient efficiency. If Atlantis did exist and did sink beneath the waves, this is what would have become of it by now. Not a treasure trove of ancient wisdom waiting to be recovered, but a series of formations where marine life goes about its business, where sediment accumulates, and where natural processes have long since erased most traces of human intention. And that's fine. That's how the world works. Human civilizations arise, flourish, decline, and are incorporated back into the natural systems from which they emerged. As you drift now towards sleep, you might carry with you this image of underwater ruins where fish swim through empty windows and coral decorates forgotten walls. Not as something sad, but as something peaceful, a reminder that all our striving eventually finds rest, that the pressure to achieve and build and leave permanent marks can be released into the patient processes that transform everything over time. The water supports you. The gentle movement of the current rocks you slowly, rhythmically, like a parent rocking a child towards sleep. Below you, the sand holds whatever remains of things that mattered intensely to people now long gone. Above you, the surface catches sunlight and transforms it into moving patterns that dance across every underwater surface. You float between the two, suspended in the present moment, supported by water that's been cycling through oceans for millions of years. This is what Plato's Atlantis offers us finally. Not a historical mystery to solve or a technological achievement to recover. but a contemplative space where we can reflect on achievement and loss, building and decay, and the difference between surface success and deep sustainability. The story creates room for thinking about how we live, what we build, and what we leave behind when time and nature eventually reclaim everything. The remarkable thing about Atlantis is that it exists now more vigorously than it ever did in Plato's imagination. The story has been retold so many times, adapted to so many purposes, that it's become a permanent part of human cultural inheritance. A story we tell ourselves, about our capacity for achievement and our tendency towards self-destruction. Plato wrote perhaps 15 pages about Atlantis in his dialogues. Those 15 pages have generated millions of pages of speculation, interpretation, and imaginative elaboration. The return on investment is extraordinary. Few authors have created something so durable from such an economical initial description. The sparse specificity of Plato's account, detailed enough to seem real, vague enough to invite interpretation, created space for everyone who came after to project their own ideas about lost perfection. In this way, Atlantis has become a truly collaborative creation, built not by one author, but by thousands of people across dozens of centuries, each adding their interpretation while the core story remains recognizable. It's like a ship that's been at sea so long that every plank has been replaced multiple times, yet it's still somehow the same ship. The continuity exists in pattern and function rather than material substance. For a bedtime story, Atlantis works beautifully because it operates on the border between knowledge and dream. It's specific enough that you can visualize it clearly. Those circular harbours, those walls plated with mysterious metals, those fountains and gardens and temples, but dreamlike enough that the images can shift and flow as consciousness moves towards sleep. The story provides structure without rigid boundaries and guidance without constraint. As consciousness releases its grip on waking concerns, the mind often drifts into a liminal space where metaphor and reality blur together, where the distinction between historical fact and philosophical truth becomes less important. This is the space where Atlantis has always existed most vividly, not in any particular ocean depth or geographical coordinates, but in the twilight region where we think about human possibility, achievement, limitation, and loss. Tomorrow you'll wake to whatever challenges and opportunities your particular moment in history provides. You'll navigate social structures and natural environments that are neither as perfect as Atlantis in its golden age, nor as doomed as Atlantis in its decline. Like most human experience, your actual life will be mixed, containing elements of achievement and failure, wisdom and folly, sustainable practices and unsustainable pressures. But you'll carry with you, perhaps unconsciously, the patterns and questions that Atlantis raises. When you see visible success built on questionable foundations, you might remember the civilization that seemed most powerful just before it sank. When you notice how difficult it is to maintain standards and values across generations, you might recall how divine wisdom was gradually diluted in Atlantean bloodlines. When you recognize the gap between ideal visions and practical realities, you're engaging with exactly the tensions Plato explored through his imaginary civilization. These aren't ancient questions, they're human questions, as relevant now as they were in 4th century Athens, as urgent in every era that has ever grappled with how to build sustainable, just, flourishing societies. Atlantis endures because it addresses something permanent in human experience. The desire for perfection, the tendency toward corruption, the relationship between virtue and fortune, and the inevitability of change and loss. The ocean that swallowed Atlantis continues to move in its rhythmic patterns, waves rising and falling as they've risen and fallen for millions of years before human civilizations existed, and will continue rising and falling long after our particular moment passes into history. This continuity provides context for human striving. We're participating in something much larger and longer than individual lives or even civilizations, part of natural processes that operate on scales we can barely comprehend. Rest now in this knowledge. Whatever you're building, whatever concerns occupied your waking hours, whatever achievements or failures marked your day, all of it takes place within this larger pattern of arising, flourishing, declining, and transforming into something new. You're held in the same way the imagined underwater ruins are held by the ocean, not gripped tightly but supported gently, allowed to be exactly what you are in this moment while time and nature do their patient work of transformation. The philosopher Plato, long dead now, his body returned to the elements that composed it, nevertheless continues speaking to anyone willing to listen to his story about Atlantis. Not because he discovered some secret history or preserved some ancient wisdom, but because he understood something true about how human civilizations work and found a way to express that understanding through memorable narrative. His greatest achievement wasn't the philosophical system he built or the political theories he proposed. It was creating stories that would outlast stone. Stories that exist now in millions of minds across the world, changing slightly with each retelling while maintaining their essential character. Stories that help us think about who we are, how we live, and what we might become if we pay attention to the patterns repeating throughout human history. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of this ongoing conversation about human possibility and limitation that stretches back through centuries and forward into an uncertain future. The questions Plato raised through Atlantis, about virtue and power, wisdom and corruption, sustainability and collapse, are your questions now, to be answered through how you live and what you choose to build or preserve or transform. And perhaps in your dreams, you'll swim through underwater ruins where sunlight filters down through clear water, and small fish move unconcerned through spaces that once held human hopes and ambitions. You'll see how time and nature are the ultimate artists, taking everything we make and slowly, patiently transforming it into something beautiful in entirely new ways. You'll understand that this transformation isn't loss, but continuation, not ending, but a change of form. The story of Atlantis ends where it begins, in imagination, in the space where we reflect on what it means to be human, and to build civilizations that are always temporary, always imperfect, and yet always meaningful for those who inhabit them. May this reflection carry you gently into sleep, into dreams, into the rest that allows tomorrow's building to begin again. Have you ever noticed that sometimes a person you get along with begins to make small demands that appear reasonable? This was Britain's relationship with the American colonies after 1763. Britain had just finished the French and Indian War, which sounded like a war between two groups but was more like a neighbourhood brawl that involved most of the world. The British won, which was great for English speakers but disastrous for the French. However, winning wars is costly. Britain reviewed its bank account as if it were a credit card statement, following an extravagant holiday shopping spree. Britain knew who should pay for all those muskets and fancy uniforms. Meanwhile, the colonists saw their lives as reasonable. Everyone would mind their own business as they sent tobacco and other goods across the ocean. Britain sent back tea and manufactured goods. It was akin to a prosperous long-distance partnership. Britain then became involved in the daily details of trade. The Sugar Act of 1764 taxed molasses and sugar. You may wonder, what's the big deal about sugar taxes? However, molasses was not only used in cookies. Molasses played a crucial role in the production of rum, which was considered the most valuable commodity in the colonial economy. Taxing molasses was like taxing happiness. The colonists grumbled about the tax but believed it would be temporary. The Stamp Act of 1765 required tax stamps on almost all colonial paper. Buy a newspaper? Stamp duty. Need a will? Stamp duty. Are you enjoying a game of cards? It's stamp tax. Britain seemed to believe that the abundance of trees was excessive and required regulation. The colonists had a philosophical disagreement with the arrangement, which made things fascinating. They'd been managing themselves well, but now someone 3,000 miles away was telling them how to spend their money. It would be like your distant cousin rearranging your furniture because they helped you move. Britain's response to no taxation without representation was, but we're representing you. We're British, you're British, it's all very British and representational. This logic didn't convince colonists. When two people argue about one thing but are upset about another, things escalate. The Townshend Acts of 1767 taxed tea, paint, paper and glass. By now, Britain was taxing so much that colonists wondered if breathing was next. The colonial response of boycotting British goods worked better than expected. British merchants suddenly found their warehouses filled with unwanted items, such as 40 pounds of potato salad left over from a party that had no guests. Tensions were so high in 1770 that a knife could cut them. British soldiers kept order in colonial cities, but armed soldiers made people nervous. Hiring a bouncer for your book club may be technically beneficial, but it can significantly alter the atmosphere. The Boston Massacre occurred in March 1770, but calling it a massacre is like calling a small accident a major transportation disaster. British soldiers shooting into a crowd killed 5 colonists, which was tragic and unnecessary, but not a systematic slaughter. However, it gave the colonists something to be upset about, and anger is a powerful organising force. You're probably seeing how the story will end, but we're just beginning. After the Boston Massacre, Britain considered retreating. To maintain dignity in this relationship, they repealed most of the Townshend Acts, keeping only the tea tax. It was akin to expressing regret over a disagreement, yet asserting triumph over a minor issue. A couple of years were quiet. Britain resumed pretending the empire was running smoothly while the colonists returned to their daily lives. The situation resembled a state of artificial tranquility, as everyone chose to overlook the pressing issue of taxation, which was disguised by a powdered wig and held strong opinions. In 1773, Britain committed a strategic error, but it was more akin to making a blind decision. The British East India Company monopolised colonial tea sales under the Tea Act, making tea cheaper for consumers. One might assume that cheaper tea would be popular, but that was not the case. Principle, not price, was the issue. Local merchants' complete removal from the tea business presented colonists with a promising future. What prevented Britain from monopolising everything else if they could monopolise tea? It was like watching someone rearrange your furniture while claiming to help. The colonial response was swift and either brilliantly theatrical or completely insane. On December the 16th, 1773, colonists dressed as Native Americans boarded British ships in Boston Harbour and dumped 342 chests of tea into the water. Their action was culturally insensitive and unconvincing. The Boston Tea Party was likely the most expensive tantrum ever. Boston Harbour briefly held the world's largest cup of weak tea, worth $1.7 million today. Britain's response to this aquatic protest was typical of someone who'd just seen their expensive tea turned into harbour seasoning. King George III and Parliament decided Massachusetts needed manners and were the ones to teach them. Britain's Intolerable Acts of 1774 said, "You want to act like children? Fine, we'll treat you like children." They grounded a city by closing Boston Harbour until the tea was paid for. Instead of colonial courts, British officials accused of crimes would be tried in Britain, which was like saying, from now on, when we break the rules, we'll judge ourselves. The Quebec Act, passed around the same time, extended Quebec's borders into the Ohio Valley, annoying most American colonists. Britain seemed to have thought, you know what this needs? More complications. However, Britain's plan backfired almost poetically. Instead of isolating Massachusetts and making an example of them, the Intolerable Act warned other colonies they could follow. It was akin to observing the neighbourhood bully target one child, and suddenly recognising that you could be the subsequent victim. At the First Continental Congress in Philadelphia in September 1774, delegates from 12 colonies, Georgia was undecided, discussed their options. 12 groups of people agreeing on anything is difficult, let alone 12 groups spread across 1,000 miles of 18th century transportation infrastructure. The Congress stopped importing and exporting colonial goods to Britain. They also agreed to meet again if things didn't improve, politely saying, "We're serious about this, and we'll prove it by having more meetings." Colonists were organising militias, which should have worried Britain more than it did. Farmers, shopkeepers and blacksmiths spent their weekends learning to march in straight lines and shoot muskets accurately. The militia movement was practical and psychological. It meant colonists were ready to defend themselves. It was a big mental shift to think of themselves as people who might need to defend themselves against their own government. By 1774, Britain and the American colonies were stockpiling weapons and making grievance lists. If this were a marriage, lawyers would be involved. You're familiar with the moment when someone utters something they cannot retract, and everything shifts within the argument. It happened on April 19th, 1775, in two small Massachusetts towns that most people in Britain and the American colonies had never heard of. General Thomas Gage, the British commander in Boston, was ordered to suppress the colonial rebellion by seizing weapons and arresting the leaders. He took a leisurely evening stroll with 700 of his closest friends to retrieve the colonists' military supplies from Concord, 20 miles from Boston. The plan was simple: march to Concord at night, grab the weapons, arrest Samuel Adams and John Hancock if they were there, and return for breakfast. It was the kind of plan that looks great on paper, but falls apart in practice. The colonists had a fantastic neighbourhood watch system. Paul Revere, William Dawes, and other riders patrolled the countryside to warn of the British. Revere's midnight ride is legendary, but he was captured halfway to Concord, proving that even famous historical events don't always go as planned. British troops arrived at Lexington at sunrise to discover 70 colonial militiamen on the village green. The militia was armed but outnumbered, making this a tense neighbourhood dispute rather than a military conflict. Who fired the first Lexington shot is unknown. It could have been a British soldier, a colonial militiaman, or a musket accident, which happened more often than you'd think with 18th century firearms. We know that 8 colonists died and 1 British soldier was wounded after the smoke cleared. British troops continued to Concord, where things improved initially. They managed to move most of the valuable military supplies, but they also destroyed some. Their day went awry when they returned to Boston. The colonial militia kept busy while the British searched Concord. With word of the Lexington fighting spreading, militia units converged from all directions. The British encountered the Concord militia as well as nearby farmers and shopkeepers armed with muskets who then fled. The retreat from Concord to Boston became a day-long battle. The British found it unsporting for the colonial militia to hide behind trees and stone walls, shoot at officers, and not line up in neat formations to be shot at. It was like a game where the other side changed the rules. The British limped back into Boston with 273 casualties to 95 colonial losses. More importantly, they learned that colonial militia were different from European armies. The colonists didn't understand that war should be gentlemanly. The colonies heard Lexington and Concord news faster than small-town gossip. Connecticut and New Hampshire militia marched toward Boston within days. The British were besieged in their own stronghold, which was unexpected. In May 1775, the Second Continental Congress met in Philadelphia and faced a simpler but more complicated situation than the first. Since the shooting had begun, they didn't have to debate armed resistance's legitimacy. They were running a war without realising it, making it more complicated. Congress appointed a committee, as politicians do in confusing situations. They appointed several committees, but the most important one organised the colonial military forces into an army. After some debate, they chose George Washington, a Virginia planter with military experience and a good horse. Washington accepted the appointment with the reluctant grace politicians have perfected since. That he didn't feel qualified for the job but would do his best was either humility or political theatre. Probably both. The Battle of Bunker Hill in June 1775 showed that colonial forces could defeat professional British troops with good defence and enough ammunition. After inflicting heavy casualties on the British, the colonists retreated. A defeat that felt like a victory was exactly what colonial morale needed. The American colonies were in open rebellion against Britain by 1775, though nobody wanted to call it that. Admitting you've made a big decision can be harder than choosing it. In early 1776, the American colonies were fighting Britain, organising their own government and printing their own money, but they were still trying to reconcile. It was like someone who moved out of their parents' house, got a new apartment, and started a new job but insist they're staying with friends until things work out at home. In January 1776, Thomas Paine published Common Sense and said what everyone was thinking. In the 18th century, most political writing sounded like it was meant to put people to sleep, but Paine could explain complex political ideas in simple language. Common Sense argued that independence was necessary and desirable. Paine noted that kings were usually useless or harmful. It was absurd to think that one person should rule millions of others based on their parents. It was like entrusting your finances to someone whose great-grandfather was good with money. It sold 150,000 copies in 3 months, which was like going viral in 1776, but with radical political theory instead of funny cat videos. Taverns and town squares suddenly hosted whispered conversations. Meanwhile, the war spread beyond Massachusetts. The American invasion of Canada seemed like a good idea at the time, but it taught you why most military adventures are bad. The invasion failed spectacularly, proving that winter, distance, and hostile populations stop armies. In the south, the British were finding their optimism about loyal colonists supporting them wrong. While rallying loyalist support in North Carolina, most people preferred to stay home and avoid being shot, which was probably wise. Back in Philadelphia, the Continental Congress struggled to wage war while seeking peace. It was like planning a wedding while divorcing, possible but difficult. King George III unexpectedly pushed for independence. In December 1775, he declared the American colonies in open rebellion and no longer under his protection. He meant, fine, if you want to act like you don't need me, then you really don't. The king hired German mercenaries, Hessians, to fight the colonists, which was like bringing in armed strangers to settle a fight with your kids. This gesture made reconciliation less appealing. Even moderates in Congress thought independence might be the only option by spring 1776. You can't negotiate with someone who's declared rebellion and hired foreign soldiers to shoot you. Thomas Jefferson was chosen to write the Declaration of Independence because he was a good writer and because the other committee members had more important tasks. Jefferson, who was 33, wrote one of the most important documents in history while still paying off student loans. Jefferson's initial draft was longer and more accusatory. His inflammatory language, including blaming King George for the slave trade, was edited out by Congress for political reasons and because slaveholders were hypocritical. The final declaration, approved on July 4, 1776, was a political masterpiece that was both philosophical and practical. It stated why the colonies were declaring independence, listed their grievances against Britain, and announced their intention to form a new nation. The most famous line, "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal," changed politics and philosophy. In a world where most people were ruled by divine kings, the idea that government should be based on consent was radical. In 1776, all men meant something different than it does today. Women, enslaved people, and Native Americans couldn't vote. Despite its promissory note status, the Declaration was a start. The Declaration signing wasn't as dramatic as paintings suggest. Many delegates signed a formal copy in August, but some waited until November. John Hancock's large signature was likely more about habit than defiance. Public reaction to independence was mixed. Patriots held bonfires, bell-ringing and readings. In a new nation that had declared their former government illegitimate, loyalists worried about their future. Many wanted to know if they'd finally stop arguing about taxes. The Declaration of Independence turned the colonial rebellion into a national liberation war. No turning back, independence or defeat, no middle ground. Declaring independence was simple. Winning independence required defeating the world's strongest military force, which was like challenging the neighbourhood bully to a fight and discovering that he was a professional wrestler with several angry friends. The UK response to the Declaration of Independence was swift and overwhelming. Their largest expeditionary force, over 30,000 troops and a massive fleet, targeted New York City. They wanted to capture the most important colonial port, split the rebellion in half, and end this nonsense before it got out of hand. While commanding the Continental Army, George Washington learned that it was like herding cats, except the cats were armed, had strong opinions about military hierarchy, and went home when their enlistments expired. The army consisted of Continental regulars, state militia, and volunteers who came and went as needed for farm work. Washington's first major battle as a commander, the Battle of Long Island in August 1776, nearly ended the revolution before it began. British General William Howe outmaneuvered Washington's army, trapping them on Brooklyn Heights with their backs to the East River. Most military professionals call being trapped with a river behind you and a superior enemy force in front of you a problem. Washington solved it with one of the most daring retreats in history, evacuating 9,000 troops across the East River at night without the British noticing, like sneaking out of a party while the host was distracted, but with cannons. The retreat from New York became a disaster that tested independence supporters' loyalty. Washington's army disintegrated as soldiers deserted, enlistments expired, and militia units returned home. He had less than 3,000 troops left by December, and most of their enlistments expired on New Year's Eve. During this dark period, volunteer Thomas Paine wrote The Crisis, which began with the famous line, "These are the times that try men's souls." He meant that things were bad, but giving up wasn't an option. The British capture of Fort Washington in November, taking nearly 3,000 Americans was the lowest point. Its main goal was to stop British ships from sailing up the Hudson River, but it proved that building a fort in the wrong place is worse than none. By Christmas 1776, the revolution was tenuous. The British and Hessians controlled New York and were about to defeat Washington's army. Many colonists who supported independence were beginning to doubt their decision. Washington decided desperate times required desperate measures. He led his remaining troops across the ice-choked Delaware River on Christmas night to surprise 900 Hessian soldiers in Trenton. The crossing was dangerous due to a winter storm, and many soldiers didn't have proper shoes, leaving bloody footprints in the snow. According to military historians, it was audacious, but insane. The attack on Trenton worked well because the Hessians didn't expect anyone to attack in a blizzard the day after Christmas. The Americans took nearly 1,000 prisoners and needed military supplies, but they also won battles. Washington won again at Princeton a week later, convincing many that independence wasn't hopeless. Morale rose, enlistments rose, and the revolution stumbled into 1777. The British had a new 1777 strategy that looked great on paper but ignored North American geography. To divide the rebellion and isolate New England, 3 armies were to converge on Albany, New York. About 8,000 troops under General John Burgoyne would march south from Canada. Another force would move east from Lake Ontario. General Howe marched north from New York City. Albany would be their meeting place to shake hands and watch the revolution fall. The plan had one minor flaw. It required precise coordination between armies separated by hundreds of miles of wilderness with no reliable communication, in an era when the fastest way to send a message was to give it to a horseback rider and hope he didn't get lost or shot. Burgoyne began his march south in June 1777 with confidence and a large baggage train that included his wardrobe and tons of champagne. He was the kind of general who thought maintaining standards during a war was admirable, but too difficult to do while marching through forests. General Horatio Gates and the New England militia surrounded Burgoyne's army near Saratoga. October found Burgoyne trapped, outnumbered, and low on supplies. He gave up his army on October 17th, 1777. The victory at Saratoga changed the war, but not because it won American independence. There were still years of fighting. Instead, it convinced France that the Americans might win, making supporting them worth annoying Britain. The American victory at Saratoga had far-reaching effects. Diplomats in European capitals saw the American rebellion as a threat to British power, not a colonial tantrum. Nothing pleased European powers more than British problems. France, in particular, watched the American situation with the same interest as a neighbour fighting with their spouse. After secretly giving the Americans money and weapons since 1776, they were ready to reveal their support. The Franco-American alliance of February 1778 was one of the most unlikely diplomatic partnerships. France was an absolute monarchy with a rigid class system, while America fought for democracy and individual liberty. They teamed up like a vegetarian and a butcher who disliked the same restaurant. However, shared enemies make strange bedfellows, and both countries wanted to lower Britain. France could avenge their humiliating defeat in the 7 Years' War, while America gained a powerful ally with a navy that could challenge British control of the seas. As expected, the British declared war on France, turning the American Revolution into a global conflict. Spain joined France in 1779 and the Dutch in 1780. Britain suddenly found itself fighting colonial rebels in most of Europe, which was like fighting everyone at the bar in the 18th century. This global expansion benefited America in unexpected ways. British resources allocated to crushing the American rebellion had to be spread across theatres. To defend British Caribbean and Mediterranean possessions, ships that could have blocked American ports were needed. The American war was a frustrating stalemate. British forces abandoned the northern colonies after the Saratoga disaster and focused on the south, where loyalist support was stronger. British strategy in the south started well. Over 5,000 Americans were captured in 1778 and 1780 in Savannah and Charleston. Their new strategy seemed promising at first. However, like many invading armies, the British assumed that controlling cities meant controlling the countryside. American militias and hit-and-run irregulars ruled the areas between British strongholds. Francis Marion, known as the Swamp Fox, was famous for attacking British supply lines from the South Carolina wetlands before retreating into terrain regular armies couldn't navigate. Before the term, it was guerrilla warfare, and it plagued the British occupation of the South. The British found their loyalist supporters fewer and less reliable than expected. After British military rule, which often involved requisitioning supplies, quartering soldiers, and treating civilians as enemies, many colonists switched sides. The Battle of King's Mountain in October 1780, where American militia surrounded and defeated Loyalist troops, changed the Southern campaign. The victory showed that American forces could win decisive battles without Continental Army regulars, convincing many fence-sitters to join the rebellion. In late 1780, General Nathaniel Greene took command of American forces in the South and devised a counterintuitive but effective strategy. He used constant movement and carefully chosen battles to wear down British forces instead of defending territory. Greene famously said, "We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again." It wasn't a heroic military philosophy, but it worked. The British could win battles, but not Greene's attrition war. British General Cornwallis chased American forces across the Carolinas in 1781 in a futile attempt to win a decisive battle. His army was shrinking due to casualties, disease and desertion, while the Americans were multiplying with each defeat. Cornwallis realised the South couldn't be pacified while Virginia supplied and reinforced the rebellion. He marched his army north into Virginia to cut off American supplies and force a final battle. Cornwallis established a base at Yorktown, Virginia, to receive British naval support for his army. This reasonable plan relied on Britain controlling the seas, a safe assumption for most of the war. All of America's diplomatic patience paid off in 1781. The French fleet under Admiral de Grasse arrived in American waters to aid the final push for victory. Washington saw a rare opportunity when Cornwallis fortified Yorktown. Cornwallis would be trapped like Burgoyne at Saratoga if the French Navy controlled Chesapeake Bay, while American and French ground forces besieged Yorktown. Secretly transporting American and French forces from New York to Virginia was difficult, but it worked. Cornwallis was surrounded by 16,000 American and French troops in late September 1781, and French ships controlled his escape route. The American Revolution ended with the 3-week siege of Yorktown. Cornwallis surrendered his army on October 19, 1781, ending Britain's last major American force. The British band supposedly played "The World Turned Upside Down" during the surrender ceremony, which would have been symbolic. They probably played something more conventional, but the sentiment was right. War is often easier to win than to end. After Yorktown, everyone knew British defeat was inevitable, but turning military victory into political independence required delicate diplomatic manoeuvring that made actual fighting seem easy. British political denial after Cornwallis's surrender was masterful. The Prime Minister, Lord North, said he felt like he had been shot in the chest after losing an army. British officials maintained the war would continue. That optimism lasted about as long as expected. British public opinion, which had never supported the American war, decisively opposed a losing war. Members of Parliament asked uncomfortable questions about why they were spending so much to fight people who clearly didn't want to be Empire partners. Lord North's government fell in March 1782, replaced by a peace-minded ministry. Negotiations were easier because Lord Rockingham, the new Prime Minister, opposed the American war from the start. 18th century peace talks were complicated, making modern diplomatic negotiations seem simple. France, Spain and the Dutch also had territorial demands and agendas. France sought former war territory. Spain wanted Gibraltar back from Britain and had North American ambitions that conflicted with American interests. Dutch traders wanted their rights back. Everyone wanted to gain from the peace settlement. Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay were smart people who agreed on the goal but disagreed on almost everything else on the American negotiating team. Franklin wanted to work with France. Adams was suspicious of everyone, and Jay believed France was trying to limit American expansion. Americans benefited from these personality differences. European diplomats never knew which American they would meet, which kept them off balance and prevented coalitions against American interests. Due to their complexity and 18th century communication, the negotiations took over a year. London-Paris messages took days to arrive, and government instructions to negotiators often arrived after circumstances had changed. American territorial boundaries were a major issue. The British were willing to recognise American independence, but they weren't sure how much territory to include. The British thought the Americans' ambition to control the Atlantic Ocean and Mississippi River was unusual for a former colony. The Americans got most of what they wanted through skillful negotiation, and Britain's decision to grant generous territorial concessions to keep America friendly after the war. It was like giving someone a nice farewell gift to remember you by. On September 3rd, 1783, the Treaty of Paris ended the American Revolution and recognised US independence. From the Atlantic to the Mississippi River and Canada to Florida, the new nation was one of the world's largest on paper. Britain agreed to withdraw all its military forces from America, but it took years. Some British posts in the Northwest Territory weren't evacuated until the 1790s, causing tensions but not threatening American independence. The peace process was complicated by other issues addressed in the treaty. Repaying American debts before the war to British merchants was reasonable but difficult to enforce. American state governments ignored the oath to treat wartime British loyalists fairly. The peace treaty's announcement was celebrated but underwhelming in America. Many people were used to war after 8 years and didn't know what peacetime was like. The Continental Army was quickly disbanded because Congress couldn't pay the soldiers and because Americans were wary of standing armies. Washington's emotional farewell to his officers at Fraunces Tavern in New York ended a shared experience that had united 13 colonies into one nation. In America and Europe, Washington's commission resignation and return to private life were notable. If Washington voluntarily gave up power, he would be the greatest man in the world according to King George III, who had spent 8 years trying to defeat him. After the American Revolution, the hard work of nation-building began. The 13 former colonies had won their independence, but they had to figure out how to govern themselves, pay their debts, and build a society from the diverse regions, cultures, and interests of the new United States. After years of roommates, the end of the war was like moving into your own apartment, exciting and liberating, but also quiet and full of unanticipated responsibilities. The colonists were too busy fighting British rule to plan ahead. Peacetime governance was failing under the Articles of Confederation, which had ruled the nation during the war. The federal government couldn't tax, regulate, or enforce its laws. It was like managing a household where no one agreed on who paid the bills or made the rules. A story for another night. Rest and contemplate how a group of colonial subjects became citizens of an independent nation with only determination, good government ideas, and stubborn persistence from believing you're right. The revolution that began with tea tax debates ended with the creation of a new nation based on the radical idea that people could govern themselves. It was imperfect. It would take generations to guarantee equality to all Americans, but it was a start. Sometimes starting is the hardest. Picture this. You wake up on a sweltering July morning and your first instinct is to reach for that blessed thermostat. But imagine just for a moment that there's no thermostat to reach for. No gentle hum of central air. No window unit rattling away like a mechanical cricket. Welcome to the world your great-grandparents knew intimately. A world where summer meant something entirely different than it does for you today. Before 1902, when a young engineer named Willis Carrier first figured out how to control humidity in a Brooklyn printing plant, humans had been dealing with heat the same way for thousands of years. They got creative, they got resourceful, and honestly, they got pretty good at it. You might think they were just sweating it out in misery, but you'd be surprised at how ingenious people became when comfort depended on cleverness rather than electricity bills. Your ancestors didn't just endure the heat, they developed an entire culture around it. They understood their environment in ways we've forgotten, reading the subtle signs of weather changes, knowing exactly which windows to open at what time of day, and timing their daily activities around the sun's path across the sky like choreographers of comfort. Think about your own relationship with heat for a moment. When it's 85 degrees outside, you probably consider that uncomfortably warm. Your great-grandmother would have called that a pleasant day and maybe even worn a light sweater in the morning. The human body's tolerance for temperature was remarkably different when it was regularly exposed to natural variations, much like how your eyes adjust to darkness when you're not constantly staring at bright screens. The pre-air conditioning world operated on rhythms that seem almost mystical to us now. People rose with the sun not because they were more virtuous, but because the coolest part of the day was precious and not to be wasted. They took afternoon naps not out of laziness, but because even the most ambitious person recognized that fighting the peak heat was often futile. Evening activities began later and lasted longer, creating social patterns that persisted well into the night when the air finally offered some relief. Communities were shaped by heat in ways that went far beyond personal comfort. Cities look different. You'll discover more about this soon, but the social fabric was different too. Neighbours knew each other better, partly because everyone spent more time outside on porches and stoops, seeking whatever breeze might be available. The evening constitutional wasn't just exercise, it was social networking, news sharing and communal heat management all rolled into one pleasant tradition. You've probably noticed how quiet your neighbourhood gets when everyone retreats indoors to their climate-controlled environments. In the pre-AC era, neighbourhoods came alive during the cooler hours. Children played in the streets until well past dark, adults lingered on front porches with glasses of sweet tea or lemonade, and the boundaries between private and public space blurred in the most wonderful ways. Food culture, clothing choices, architectural decisions, work schedules, social gatherings, and even romance. Everything was influenced by the simple fact that when it got hot, you had to deal with it using nothing but human ingenuity and natural resources. Your ancestors became masters of reading air currents, understanding thermal dynamics, and working with nature rather than against it. This isn't a story about how tough people used to be, though they certainly were resourceful. It's about how different life was when humans lived in closer harmony with the natural cycles, when comfort was something you actively created rather than passively consumed. It's about communities that formed around shared challenges and clever solutions that often worked better than our modern brute force approach of simply cranking up the AC and hoping the electric grid holds. As you settle in for this journey through the pre-air conditioning world, you'll discover that our ancestors weren't just surviving the heat, they were thriving in it, creating beauty and comfort and community in ways that might surprise you and maybe even inspire you. So let's step back in time together, when staying cool was an art form, and summer evenings were something people actually looked forward to. Your ancestors were essentially climate engineers, and they didn't even know it. Before the advent of HVAC systems, builders were crafting structures that would leave modern energy efficiency experts in awe. They understood something we've largely forgotten, that the right building can be a natural air conditioning system, working with physics rather than against it. Walk through any historic neighbourhood, and you'll notice things that might seem decorative but were actually brilliant cooling strategies. Those deep wraparound porches weren't just for sitting, they were thermal buffer zones, creating shade that kept the sun's heat from ever reaching the main walls of the house. The wide, overhanging eaves you see on older homes weren't architectural flourishes, they were carefully calculated to block the high summer sun while allowing the lower winter sun to warm the interior. Consider the lofty ceilings of old houses, which may seem intimidating to those accustomed to modern 8-foot rooms. Your great-grandparents built those high ceilings because hot air rises, and they wanted it to rise as far away from them as possible. Those ceiling fans you see in historic homes weren't working against the natural convection. They were amplifying it, creating air movement that made 85 degrees feel like a comfortable 75. The most ingenious homes had what we'd now call passive cooling systems built right into their bones. In the south, you'll find houses built on tall piers that allowed air to flow underneath, cooling the floors from below. The famous dog trot houses, with an open breezeway running right through the centre, were essentially wind tunnels that captured every available breeze and funneled it through the living spaces. Your ancestors understood cross-ventilation like meteorologists. They positioned windows not just for light or views, but to create pathways for air to move through the house. They knew that a window on the shaded north side would draw cool air in, while a window on the sunny south side would let hot air escape, creating a natural circulation system that worked as long as there was even the slightest temperature difference between inside and outside. In hot climates, thick walls weren't just for durability, they were thermal mass, absorbing heat during the day and releasing it slowly at night, essentially smoothing out temperature swings. Adobe houses in the southwest could stay remarkably cool during blazing hot days because those thick walls acted like natural batteries, storing and releasing heat on a delayed schedule that favoured human comfort. Colour choices weren't just aesthetic decisions either. Light-coloured roofs and walls reflected heat rather than absorbing it, while strategic use of vegetation created microclimates around homes. Your great-grandmother's rose bushes and climbing vines weren't just pretty, they were living insulation, shading walls and cooling the air through transpiration. The Victorian era brought us some of the most sophisticated natural cooling systems disguised as architectural details. Those cupolas and roof monitors you see on old houses were actually thermal chimneys, designed to pull hot air up and out of the building, The decorative lattice work and fretwork weren't just ornamental, they provided shade while allowing air to flow through, creating natural evaporative cooling. Even urban planning was influenced by the need to stay cool. Cities were laid out with wide streets to allow air circulation, and generous setbacks between buildings prevented them from creating heat islands. Tree-lined streets weren't just beautiful, they were essential infrastructure, providing shade and cooling the air through evaporation. Your ancestors also understood the power of thermal zoning within their homes. The kitchen was often separate from the main house or located in a basement or outbuilding, keeping the heat from cooking fires away from living spaces. Bedrooms were typically on upper floors where breezes were stronger, while daily activities happened in the cooler ground floor rooms during hot weather. They selected the materials based on their cooling properties and aesthetic appeal. Hardwood floors stayed cooler than carpets, high-quality plaster walls had better thermal properties than thin drywall, and natural materials like stone and brick had thermal mass that helped regulate temperature naturally. These weren't just practical decisions, they created homes that were genuinely more comfortable than many modern houses. The constant air movement, the natural temperature regulation, and the connection to outdoor breezes and seasonal changes created living environments that worked with human physiology rather than trying to override it completely. Your great-grandparents' homes breathed in ways that our sealed, climate-controlled boxes simply don't. Your great-grandparents didn't just check the weather. They lived it, breathed it, and planned their entire day around it. They had an intimate relationship with atmospheric conditions that would seem almost supernatural to you now. While you might glance at your phone's weather app and grab an umbrella, they could feel a storm coming in their bones and predict the next day's heat by the way the evening air moved through their hair. The pre-air conditioning day began with what we might call a temperature reconnaissance mission. Before your great-grandmother even got out of bed, she was assessing the thermal situation. Was there still a hint of coolness in the air that could be captured and preserved? Were the windows that had been opened to the night breeze ready to be closed before the sun began its daily assault? This wasn't casual observation, it was a survival strategy disguised as a morning routine. You probably think of your daily schedule as being controlled by work hours, appointments and social obligations. Your ancestors organised their days around the sun's path and the thermometer's climb. The heaviest work, laundry, cooking and cleaning, happened in the early morning hours when the air was still cool and energy levels were high. By the time you settled in for your second cup of coffee, your ancestors had already accomplished what might take you all morning simply because they understood that working with the cool was far more efficient than fighting the heat. Midday brought what we might call the ultimate hibernation. Between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m., when the sun was most merciless, sensible people found shady spots and settled in for activities that required minimal movement. This wasn't laziness, it was physics. Your great-grandfather understood that his body was a heat-generating machine, and adding human-generated warmth to the day's natural furnace was simply poor engineering. The siesta, which we often think of as a quaint foreign custom, was actually brilliant thermal management. While you might power through the afternoon heat with air conditioning and iced coffee, your ancestors recognized that the human body naturally wanted to slow down during the hottest part of the day. They worked with their biology rather than against it, conserving energy for the cooler evening hours when productivity could resume. But here's where it gets interesting. Your ancestors didn't just endure these daily heat cycles, they found genuine pleasure in them. The evening awakening, when temperatures finally began to drop and life resumed its normal pace, was a daily celebration. Imagine the relief and joy of feeling that first cool breeze after hours of stillness, the way evening air felt like silk against skin that had been warm all day. These thermal rhythms also influenced the scheduling of social life. Dinner parties began later, when the air had cooled enough to make cooking and eating pleasant again. Evening visits to neighbours, walks around the community and outdoor games and activities, all of these began when the sun started its descent and continued well into the night, making the most of every degree of cooling. Your great-grandmother became a master of microclimate management within her own home. She knew which rooms stayed coolest at which times of day, which windows to open to catch the morning breeze, and which ones to close to keep out the afternoon heat. She understood that opening windows on the shady side of the house while closing those on the sunny side created natural air conditioning, pulling cool air through while allowing hot air to escape. The evening ritual of opening up the house was a precise science. As temperatures dropped, windows throughout the home were strategically opened to capture every available breeze and encourage air circulation. Your ancestors could feel the subtle pressure changes that indicated when outdoor air was finally cooler than indoor air, the exact moment when natural ventilation would begin working in their favour rather than against it. They also understood the art of thermal layering in their daily lives. Light, loose clothing during the day could be supplemented with light shawls or wraps as evening breezes picked up. During hot hours, they styled their hair up and off the neck, allowing it to flow freely when the coolness returned. Even the choice of where to sit, which chair to choose, and which side of the porch to favour, all of these decisions were made with thermal comfort in mind. Weather prediction became a survival skill. Your great-grandfather could read cloud formations, wind patterns, and atmospheric pressure changes like you read traffic signs. A shift in wind direction might mean relief was coming. Certain cloud formations promised afternoon thunderstorms that would break the heat. The behaviour of animals and the feel of the air provided advance warning of weather changes that could affect the day's comfort level. This daily dance with weather created a rhythm of life that was deeply connected to natural cycles, where human activity flowed with environmental conditions rather than trying to dominate them. Heat had a way of bringing people together that our climate-controlled world has largely forgotten. When staying cool required community effort and shared wisdom, social bonds formed around the simple necessity of surviving summer. Your great-grandparents didn't just endure the heat alone, they created entire social systems around managing it together, turning what could have been individual misery into collective comfort and even joy. The front porch served as more than just an architectural feature, it served as the hub of the community's cooling culture. While you might spend your evenings inside watching television in air-conditioned comfort, your ancestors gathered on porches as the sun went down, creating informal networks of conversation, shared cooling strategies, and mutual support. These weren't planned social events, they were spontaneous communities that formed wherever people could catch a breeze and share the relief of cooling air. Imagine a summer evening in your great-grandmother's neighbourhood. As temperatures finally began to drop, porch lights would flicker on and rocking chairs would creak into motion. Children would emerge from houses like flowers opening to cooler air, beginning games of tag and hide-and-seek that could continue safely in the gathering dusk. Adults would settle into conversations that meandered like the evening breeze itself, unhurried and comfortable. These porch communities shared more than just evening air. They exchanged cooling wisdom like valuable currency. Your great-aunt might share her secret for keeping bedsheets cool. Hint, it involved strategic folding and placement. While your neighbour would demonstrate his technique for creating cross breezes using strategically placed fans and open windows. Cooling knowledge was community knowledge, passed down through informal networks of neighbours who understood that everyone's comfort depended on shared intelligence. The evening constitutional, that leisurely walk through the neighbourhood that seems so old-fashioned now, was actually sophisticated heat management disguised as socialising. Your great-grandparents understood that moving slowly through cooling air was more refreshing than sitting still, and that community walks created opportunities for air circulation around their bodies while maintaining social connections. These walks weren't exercise in the modern sense, they were communal cooling therapy. Churches, schools, and community centres became cooling sanctuaries during the most brutal heat. Not because they had air conditioning, they didn't, but because they were designed with high ceilings, large windows, and architectural features that promoted air circulation. More importantly, they offered the psychological comfort of shared experience. Suffering through heat alone felt overwhelming. Enduring it as part of a community made it manageable, and even meaningful. Your ancestors created social rituals around heat relief that sound almost magical now. Ice cream socials weren't just sweet treats, they were community cooling events where shared cold provided both physical and psychological relief. Picnics were carefully planned for shady spots near water, where evaporation and tree cover created natural cooling zones. Swimming holes became social centres, not just for recreation, but as genuine relief stations where entire communities could find respite together. The sharing economy existed long before we had a name for it, especially when it came to pooling resources. Families with ice would share with neighbours whose ice had melted. Those fortunate enough to have deeper wells with cooler water would fill jugs for families whose wells ran warm. When electric fans became available, people borrowed and shared them like precious commodities. Community ice houses weren't just commercial enterprises, they were essential social infrastructure. Evening entertainment adapted to take advantage of cooling air and community gathering. Band concerts in the park weren't just cultural events, They were mass cooling therapy sessions where hundreds of people could gather in open spaces designed to capture evening breezes. Outdoor theatres, garden parties and community festivals all took advantage of the natural cooling that happened when the sun went down and people came together in open spaces. Children's play adapted to heat in ways that created their own social cooling systems. Games moved to shaded areas during the day and resumed in full energy as evening approached. Jump rope, hopscotch and tag became evening activities when the air was finally cool enough for active play. Swimming wasn't just recreation, it was essential cooling that happened in community, with neighbourhood swimming holes becoming social centres where entire families gathered for relief and fellowship. Your great-grandparents also understood that shared meals during hot weather required different social arrangements. Early in the morning or late in the evening, when temperatures were bearable, heavy cooking took place. Community kitchens, often outdoor spaces with good ventilation, became gathering places where the heat of cooking could be shared and managed collectively, rather than making individual homes unbearable. The social side of staying cool created bonds that extended far beyond summer heat. Neighbours who shared cooling strategies, families who gathered for evening porch conversations, communities that came together in cooling spaces, these relationships persisted year-round, creating social fabric that was strengthened by the shared challenge of managing summer heat together. Your great-grandfather's workday was unlike yours, with heat acting as an invisible choreographer guiding every step. While you might complain about a slightly warm office or adjust the thermostat a degree or two, he organised his entire professional life around the reality that work had to happen in whatever temperature nature provided. Managing temperature wasn't just about personal comfort. It was about survival, productivity, and creating sustainable rhythms that could last a lifetime. The agricultural world, where most of your ancestors likely spent their working lives, operated on what we might call thermal scheduling. Farmers weren't early risers because they were more virtuous than you. They were thermal strategists. The period between 4 a.m. and 10 a.m. represented precious hours when both air temperature and energy levels favoured productive work. Your great-grandfather could accomplish more in those cool morning hours than in twice as much time during the heat of midday. Harvest time reveals the sophisticated heat management strategies your ancestors developed. Grain cutting, haymaking and fruit picking weren't scheduled by calendar convenience but by the intersection of crop readiness and thermal reality. Work crews would start before dawn, race against the climbing sun, and take extended midday breaks that weren't laziness but practical physics. The afternoon shift would resume only when shadows grew long and air began to cool. Indoor work adapted to heat with equal sophistication. Your great-grandmother's kitchen operated on thermal logic that would impress modern efficiency experts. Bread baking happened in the early morning, using retained heat for multiple batches before the day became unbearable. Canning and preserving, essential work that unfortunately generated lots of heat, was scheduled for the coolest days available or done in outdoor kitchens that kept the heat away from living spaces. Laundry day was perhaps the most thermally challenging work your ancestors faced. Heating water, boiling clothes, and using hot irons could turn a house into a furnace. Smart housekeepers developed strategies that sound almost military in their precision, heating water outdoors when possible, doing washing in early morning or late evening, and saving ironing for the coolest days. Some families even had separate wash houses, small buildings dedicated to heat-generating work that kept the main house comfortable. Professional work adapted to heat in ways that shaped entire industries. Blacksmiths and metalworkers, who dealt with extreme heat as part of their craft, developed techniques for managing both the heat of their forges and the ambient heat of summer. They worked shorter shifts during hot weather, started earlier and took longer breaks. Their shops were designed with sophisticated ventilation systems that would impress modern industrial engineers. The concept of the workday itself was more flexible into the pre-air conditioning era. During the hottest weeks of summer, many businesses would close during midday hours and reopen in the evening, staying open later to take advantage of cooler air. Such behaviour wasn't vacation, it was thermal adaptation that actually increased productivity by working with natural cycles rather than against them. Your ancestors understood something we've largely forgotten, that human performance varies dramatically with temperature, and fighting this reality is less efficient than adapting to it. Thermal comfort significantly affects cognitive function, physical endurance, and even mood, as modern research confirms their intuitive understanding. They scheduled demanding mental work for cool hours and saved routine tasks for times when heat made concentration difficult. Rest wasn't just the absence of work, it was active heat management. The afternoon siesta, which we often dismiss as laziness, was actually a sophisticated recovery strategy. Your great-grandparents understood that forcing the body to maintain high activity levels during the peak heat created fatigue that would affect productivity for the rest of the day. By resting during the hottest hours, they preserved energy for evening work when conditions improved. Sleep itself required thermal strategy. Your great-grandmother didn't just go to bed. She prepared for sleep with the same attention to cooling that you might give to adjusting your thermostat. Beds were positioned to catch evening breezes, bedrooms were open to night air, and even sleep schedules shifted with the seasons. Summer bedtimes were later, taking advantage of cooler evening hours, while wake times were earlier to capture the cool of dawn. The social aspects of work also adapted to heat. Quilting bees, barn raisings, and community work projects were scheduled for cooler weather when possible, or organised to take advantage of shared cooling strategies. Group work meant shared cooling wisdom. Someone always knew which areas stayed coolest, when breezes were strongest, or how to organise tasks to minimise heat generation. Your ancestors developed what we might call thermal efficiency, the ability to accomplish necessary work while generating and absorbing the least possible heat. Such efficiency wasn't just about personal comfort, it was about sustainable productivity that could be maintained throughout long, hot summers without exhaustion or heat-related illness. Your great-grandmother's wardrobe wasn't just about looking proper, it was an engineering marvel designed to make summer heat bearable while maintaining social respectability. Every fabric choice, every style decision, and every accessory served a dual purpose, keeping cool and looking appropriate. While you might throw on shorts and a t-shirt for hot weather, she had to work within social expectations that required much more coverage, making her cooling strategies far more sophisticated than yours. The fabrics your ancestors chose reveal their profound understanding of thermal properties. Linen, cotton, and other natural fibres weren't selected just because synthetic materials didn't exist. They were chosen because they breathed, absorbed moisture, and allowed air circulation in ways that kept the body cooler. Your great-grandmother knew that loose weave fabrics created tiny air pockets that insulated against heat, while tight weaves trapped hot air against the skin. Colour science played a crucial role in pre-air conditioning fashion. Light colours weren't just fashionable in summer, they were essential technology, reflecting heat rather than absorbing it. Your great-grandmother's white cotton dresses, light-coloured parasols, and pale summer hats were essentially wearable cooling systems that modern research has confirmed as remarkably effective heat management. The layering strategies your ancestors developed would impress modern outdoor gear designers. They understood that multiple light layers could be adjusted throughout the day as temperatures changed, allowing for fine-tuned thermal control. A light chemise, followed by a cotton dress, topped with a removable shawl or jacket, created a flexible system that could adapt to morning coolness, midday heat, and evening breezes. Your great-grandfather's summer work clothes tell their own cooling story. Those loose overalls weren't just practical for farm work, they allowed air circulation around the body while protecting skin from the sun. The wide-brimmed hats that seemed purely functional were actually sophisticated cooling devices, creating portable shade while allowing heat to escape from the head. Even suspenders served a cooling purpose, holding the pants away from the body to allow air circulation. Hairstyling in the pre-air conditioning era was as much about temperature management as it was about fashion. Your great-grandmother's elaborate updos weren't just decorative, they lifted hair off the neck and allowed air to circulate around one of the body's most effective cooling zones. Those intricate braids and buns that look so complicated in old photographs were actually practical cooling technology disguised as beauty routines. Undergarments of the era reveal the sophisticated understanding your ancestors had of thermal regulation. While the idea of corsets and multiple petticoats might seem stifling to you, these garments were designed to create air pockets and allow circulation while maintaining the silhouette that social expectations demanded. Summer undergarments were made from the lightest possible materials and designed to wick moisture away from the body. Thermal reality completely shaped food culture in the pre-air conditioning era. Your great-grandmother didn't avoid using the oven in summer because she was trying to save energy. She avoided it because heating the kitchen could make the entire house unbearable for days. Summer menus were essentially cooling strategies disguised as meals. Cold soups, fresh salads, and uncooked foods weren't just refreshing, they were thermal management. Your ancestors understood that digestion itself generates body heat, so summer meals were lighter, easier to digest, and required less internal energy to process. Those elaborate cold salads and chilled soups that seem so elegant in old cookbooks were actually sophisticated cooling technology. Preservation methods adapted to heat in ingenious ways. Root cellars, spring houses, and ice houses weren't just food storage, they were community cooling infrastructure. Your great-grandmother might plan her weekly menu around what could be stored without generating heat, what could be prepared without cooking, and what would actually help cool the body from the inside. Beverages became medicine in the pre-air conditioning world. Sweet tea, lemonade, and other cooling drinks weren't just refreshments, they were thermal therapy. Your ancestors understood that certain ingredients could actually help the body cool itself, while others would make heat worse. Mint, cucumber, and citrus served not only as flavouring but also as internal cooling agents. Even social dining adapted to heat management. Summer entertaining moved outdoors not just for ambience but for thermal practicality. Garden parties, picnics, and outdoor dining took advantage of breezes and shade while keeping the heat-generating cooking activities away from living spaces. Your great-grandmother's summer dinner parties were carefully choreographed to minimise heat generation while maximising cooling opportunities. The timing of meals shifted with thermal reality. Breakfast might be substantial, taking advantage of cool morning air for cooking and eating. Lunch became lighter and simpler, while dinner was often delayed until evening, when both cooking and eating could happen in more comfortable temperatures. Your ancestors didn't eat by the clock, they ate by the thermometer. These weren't just survival strategies, they created a culture of elegance and sophistication that worked within natural limits rather than trying to overcome them. Your great-grandmother managed to stay cool, look beautiful, and maintain social standards without ever touching a thermostat, creating a lifestyle that was both practical and genuinely stylish. As you settle into your climate-controlled bedroom tonight, consider how different your great-grandparents' relationship with sleep was during the sweltering summer months. Night wasn't just a time for rest. It was the daily reward for surviving another day of heat. A precious opportunity to cool down, recharge, and prepare for whatever thermal challenges tomorrow might bring. The evening hours held a special magic that our artificially cooled world has largely forgotten. The transition from day to night was something your ancestors savoured like wine. As the sun finally began its descent, the entire household would shift into evening mode with the precision of a well-rehearsed orchestra. Windows that had been strategically closed during the heat of the day would begin opening in careful sequence, each one positioned to catch the first hint of cooling air and encourage it to flow through the house. Your great-grandmother had an intimate knowledge of her home's thermal personality. She knew which windows to open first to create the gentle suction that would pull hot air out while drawing cooler air in. She understood the exact moment when the outdoor temperature dropped below the indoor temperature, the magical threshold when natural ventilation changed from liability to blessing. This wasn't guesswork. It was science learned through years of paying attention to the subtle signals that told her when relief was finally available. The bedroom preparation rituals of the pre-air conditioning era would seem elaborate to you now, but they were essential technology for achieving comfortable sleep. Beds were positioned not just for convenience, but to catch every available breeze. Your great-grandfather might move the entire bed closer to windows during heat waves, transforming the bedroom layout to take advantage of night air movement. Bedding became a crucial element in thermal management. Heavy quilts and comforters were stored away for the summer, replaced by lightweight cotton sheets that could breathe with the sleeper. Some families had special summer sheets made from linen or cotton, so fine it was almost like sleeping under woven air. Pillows were swapped for thinner versions, and even mattresses might be replaced with lighter alternatives that didn't trap and hold body heat throughout the night. The evening cooling routine extended beyond just opening windows. Your great-grandmother might take a cool bath or splash cold water on her wrists and neck, areas where blood vessels are close to the surface and cooling them could affect the entire body's temperature. Hair that had been pinned up all day would be brushed out and arranged to allow maximum air circulation around the neck and head during sleep. Children's bedtime routines were especially adapted to heat management. Lightweight cotton nightgowns replaced heavier sleepwear, and children might sleep with damp washcloths on their foreheads or arms. Some parents would lightly dampen sheets with cool water, creating evaporative cooling that could make the difference between restful sleep and a night of tossing and turning. For families fortunate enough to have multiple sleeping spaces, summer brought strategic relocations. Sleeping porches, screened areas that were essentially outdoor bedrooms, became havens during the hottest weeks. Upper floors, which were stifling during the day, might become comfortable at night when breezes were stronger at higher elevations. Some families would move mattresses to the coolest rooms in the house or even outdoors under mosquito netting when heat became truly unbearable. The sounds of summer nights were different in the pre-air conditioning era. Instead of the constant hum of climate control systems, your great-grandparents fell asleep to the natural symphony of cooling air, the whisper of breezes through window screens, the gentle creak of settling houses as temperatures dropped, and the distant conversations of neighbours also seeking relief on their porches and in their yards. Night work took on special significance during hot spells. Tasks that generated heat during the day could be accomplished in the blessed coolness of evening and early morning hours. Your great-grandmother might do her ironing by lamplight, taking advantage of temperatures that made the additional heat bearable. Baking for the next day could happen in the pre-dawn hours when ovens wouldn't turn kitchens into furnaces. The social aspects of cooling extended into the night as well. Neighbours might visit each other's cooling spots. Perhaps one family had a better cross breeze while another had a deeper well with cooler water for late evening refreshment. These evening gatherings weren't formal social events but spontaneous communities of relief, where shared cooling strategies and mutual support made the heat more bearable for everyone. Dawn brought its rituals in the pre-air conditioning world. Your great-grandfather would rise early not just to get work done before the heat returned, but to savour those precious hours when the air was actually cool. The morning routine included assessing the day's thermal prospects, checking cloud cover, feeling the air for humidity, and making strategic decisions about how to capture and preserve the coolness for as long as possible. The cycle would begin again. Windows that had been opened to night air would be strategically closed as temperatures began to rise. Curtains would be drawn to block the sun's heat, and the daily dance with temperature would resume. But those hours of relief, that nightly promise of cooling air and comfortable sleep, made it all bearable and even beautiful. Your ancestors didn't just survive the heat, they created lives of grace and comfort within natural limits that required wisdom, patience, and community. They understood something we're still learning, that working with natural cycles rather than against them can create not just sustainability, but genuine contentment. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your climate-controlled comfort, you might just dream of summer evenings when cool air was a gift to be savoured, and relief was something earned through the simple passage of time and the reliable promise that every hot day eventually surrenders to the cooling mercy of night. You know how it feels to feel so tiny while you're lying on your back in the grass and gazing up at the stars? Congratulations! You're experiencing exactly the same thing that, most likely some 40,000 years ago, ignited human astronomy. Imagine that as an early human, your main worries are avoiding being eaten by an animal with larger teeth than you, and determining where you will get your next meal. However, as night falls, there it is, this breathtaking light display above your head, totally free of cost and without the need for a subscription service. You might initially assume that these prehistoric people were too preoccupied with survival to be interested in celestial mechanics. The interesting part, though, is that they were compelled to become the first astronomers in history. You see, the sky becomes your ultimate scheduling tool when you don't have a calendar to remind you when it's time to plant crops, or a smartphone to alert you when spring is approaching. The stars weren't haphazardly strewn up there like glitter on a black tablecloth, as those early stargazers noticed. Like a cosmic clock that never needed to be wound, they moved in predictable patterns. Eventually, the same stars that had emerged over the eastern horizon would march across the sky and vanish in the west, only to reappear the following night with a slight shift. Then came the sun, which was as dependable as a Swiss watch, rising in the east and setting in the west each and every day. Aside from... hold on a second. It appeared to travel a much slower, lower route across the sky in the winter, hardly bothering to reach very high before deciding to call it a day. It jumped high overhead and stayed out until what felt like bedtime in the summer, practically bouncing out of bed. This was survival information, not just idle curiosity. You knew it was time to start searching for certain plants that would soon be ripening when that specific cluster of stars appeared shortly before dawn. You could tell winter was easing when the sun began to shine for longer periods of time each day. Even more fascinating was the moon. The moon appeared to have a personality disorder, in contrast to the sun, which essentially followed a predictable routine. At times, it was a perfect circle that was visible to hunters. At times, it resembled a cosmic smile, a thin crescent. At times, it vanished completely, leaving the night as dark as a cave's interior. The moon, however, had a rhythm despite its seeming moodiness. Humanity's first calendar system was based on the dependable pattern of roughly 29.5 days between full moons. When you could simply look up and see what phase the moon was in, you didn't need to count days. These early astronomers, let's call them that, because even without fancy degrees or telescopes they were unquestionably astronomers, started to notice something else. Night after night, year after year, the majority of stars remained in the same relative positions. That group continued to appear like a Big Dipper. It appears that ancient people had very active imaginations when it came to connecting dots, because that row of stars that someone thought looked like a belt remained a belt. The troublemakers, however, were a few luminous objects that roved the sky as if they were unsure of their destination. Later the Greeks would refer to them as planets, which means wanderers, and that is what we still call them today. 5 of these roving stars, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn, were visible to ancient observers even in the absence of telescopes. Venus was especially perplexing because it seemed to be 2 distinct stars, one that emerged shortly before sunrise and another shortly after sunset. It took a long time for someone to realise that it was the sun playing peekaboo with the same object. These observations weren't merely remembered as fascinating anecdotes as the generations went by. They were assimilated into everyday life and became fundamental knowledge. Seasons were approaching when certain stars rose at particular times. The amount of light available for nighttime activities was determined by the moon's position. Weather patterns were predicted by the path of the sun. Priests or shamans, who were the community's official timekeepers and weather forecasters, were frequently entrusted with this knowledge because it was so valuable that it became sacred. Not only was it helpful, but it was almost magical to be able to predict with precision when spring or the rains would arrive. It is understandable why early astronomers frequently occupied highly esteemed and influential roles in their communities. What's truly amazing, though, is that all of this highly advanced pattern recognition and observation was taking place thousands of years before anyone even had a magnifying glass to improve their vision. All that these ancient astronomers had to work with were their unaided eyes, their intellects, and an almost unnatural patience for observing the sky year after year and night after night. They were unable to see the craters on our own moon, the moons of Jupiter, or the rings of Saturn. They didn't know that those 5 stray stars were worlds in and of themselves, or that the Milky Way was composed of billions of individual stars. However, they could tell you the precise time of the next full moon, the sun's zenith, or which stars would be visible on any given night of the year. Compared to many of us today, these early observers had a deeper understanding of the sky. How recently have you observed the Big Dipper's gradual nighttime rotation around the North Star? Or that, if you know exactly where to look, Venus can occasionally be seen during the day. The sky was a constant companion to these ancient astronomers, who read it as we do the news. The longest-running scientific endeavour in human history had suddenly started. For tens of thousands of years it would go on uninterrupted, evolving from one generation to the next and becoming more accurate and sophisticated with every century that went by. All because someone somewhere thought that perhaps the lovely lights in the sky were trying to convey something significant. We must now briefly discuss the ancient Egyptians if we are to discuss people who took astronomy seriously. These people centred their entire civilization on the stars, not just observing them. And by built, I mean literally, as they positioned their monuments with the accuracy of a fine watchmaker in relation to celestial objects. Most likely you've heard of the Great Pyramid of Giza, that enormous stone construction that still baffles engineers today and leaves them wondering how in the world it was built. What you might not know, though, is that it is oriented so closely to true north that the difference is less than 1/15 of a degree. That's more accurate than a lot of contemporary buildings. To put that in perspective, without GPS, laser levels, or any of the other tools we now consider necessary, how did they accomplish this? Naturally, they made use of the stars. They specifically employed a method based on the North Pole's circumference, which stars follow. They were able to determine true north with remarkable accuracy by observing a star at its eastern and western extremes during the night, and then calculating the midpoint between those positions. However, the Egyptians weren't merely showcasing their prowess in building pyramids. They were obsessed with astronomy for pragmatic reasons. The Nile River's yearly flooding, which spread rich, fertile silt over the farmlands, was essential to Egypt's entire agricultural system. You risk starvation if you miss the timing of this flood. If you do it correctly, you will have a lot of crops. The issue was that, unlike many other cultures, the flooding of the Nile did not occur according to the lunar calendar. Rather, it tracked what is now known as the solar year, which is the amount of time it takes for Earth to complete one orbit around the Sun. As a result, the Egyptians had to monitor the Sun's position far more precisely than their neighbours. Every year, they observed that a specific star would emerge on the eastern horizon just before dawn, right before the Nile started to flood. Their cosmic alarm clock was this star, which we call Sirius and they call Sopdet. After being invisible for weeks, Sirius appeared in the pre-dawn sky, signalling that the flood would arrive in a few days. They created one of the most precise calendars in antiquity based on this observation, creating a 365-day year that was only off by roughly a quarter of a day. Not bad for those with boundless patience and stone tools. We also have some of the oldest written records of astronomical observations from the Egyptians. They made maps of the stars, monitored the motion of planets, and devised complex techniques for determining the time at night. As each deacon rose above the horizon during the night, it marked the passage of time like a celestial clock. They separated the night sky into 36 sections, each of which was linked to a group of stars known as a deacon. As the official astronomers, their priests developed extraordinary skills in forecasting heavenly occurrences. They could predict precisely when the sun would rise to particular positions in the sky, when the next new moon would occur, and when specific stars would rise. The pharaoh's divine authority, agricultural planning, and religious ceremonies all depended on this knowledge, which was not merely academic. Speaking of pharaohs, the Egyptians considered their rulers to be actual gods with direct ties to the heavens. Their entire approach to astronomy was influenced by this belief. The sun god Ra was frequently equated with the pharaoh's divine nature, and in order to preserve cosmic order, significant rituals had to be timed to coincide with astronomical occurrences. The idea that the solar year differs from the lunar year, which is employed by many other cultures, was also created by the Egyptians. A solar year, which is determined by the sun's apparent position in relation to the background stars, has roughly 365¼ days, whereas a lunar year, which is determined by the moon's phases, has roughly 354 days. Even though this might not seem like much, it adds up over time. Seasons in a society with a lunar calendar alone would progressively become out of sync with the calendar. The Egyptians resolved this issue by concentrating solely on the sun and stars and essentially disregarding the moon for calendar purposes. This was a groundbreaking method that would eventually inform our current calendar system and have an impact on Greek and Roman calendars. However, Egyptian astronomy's record-keeping was arguably its most remarkable feature. They tracked long-term celestial cycles by keeping meticulous records of their observations over centuries. They discovered that Sirius's rising gradually changed in relation to their calendar, completing a full cycle every 1,460 years, rather than simply rising at the same time every year. They came up with the idea of the Sothic cycle, which was named after Sothis, another name for Sirius, as a result of this observation. It's almost unbelievable how accurate their observations are. Year after year, the heliacal rising of Sirius, the planet's first appearance before dawn after a period of invisibility, could be predicted by Egyptian astronomers to within a day or two. They were able to observe that Venus has both morning star and evening star phases, and that Mars has a longer cycle than the other planets that are visible. They even created tools to aid in their observations. They were able to align structures with astronomical accuracy thanks to the Merket, which was basically a sighting tool made from a palm leaf rib. It served as an antiquated surveying tool that could accurately determine angles and directions when used in conjunction with a plumb line. Papyri that explain the motions of celestial bodies and their relevance to earthly events are among the earliest known astronomical writings produced by the Egyptians. These records demonstrate a highly developed knowledge of astronomical cycles and how they relate to pragmatic issues like farming and religious holidays. The way they combine their understanding of astronomy with their religious and philosophical beliefs is especially intriguing. The sky was more than just a group of far-off lights to the Egyptians. It was a blueprint for preserving harmony between heaven and earth, a map of the afterlife, and a roadmap for the pharaoh's journey to join the gods. A mythological framework for comprehending the daily cycle of sunrise and sunset was provided by their goddess Nut, who was said to swallow the sun every evening and give birth to it every morning. Sirius was connected to Isis, his divine consort, and Osiris, the god of the afterlife, to the constellation we now call Orion. These were not merely tales, they were sophisticated attempts to use the conceptual tools at their disposal to make sense of the universe. For millennia to come, civilizations would be influenced by the Egyptian approach to astronomy. They established a model that other cultures would follow and expand upon through their strategies for monitoring astronomical cycles, their methods for exact alignment, and their fusion of astronomical knowledge with real-world applications. That's not bad for a civilization that thrived more than 4,000 years ago, with only their eyes, their minds, and the unwavering conviction that the secrets of the sky were the keys to knowing everything that mattered. The Babylonians were the masters of mathematics, if the Egyptians were the painstaking record-keepers of the ancient astronomical world. You know what this needs? Numbers. Lots and lots of numbers, these people thought, after taking a quick look at all those celestial observations. The Babylonians, who inhabited what is now Iraq in Mesopotamia, faced a difficult dilemma. The Babylonians had to contend with the much less dependable Tigris and Euphrates rivers than the Egyptians, who could count on the Nile's consistent flooding. Their ability to comprehend intricate patterns of rainfall, river levels, and seasonal variations, which varied considerably more drastically from year to year, was essential to their agricultural success. They developed an obsession with looking for patterns in everything, particularly the sky, as a result of this uncertainty. Perhaps they could make more accurate predictions about events on Earth if they could only figure out the laws governing celestial movements. As a result, they created what is now regarded as the first authentic mathematical astronomy. The 360-degree circle, which is so essential to mathematics and navigation that we still use it today, was invented by the Babylonians. Because 360 is divisible by so many numbers, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 15, 18, 20, 24, 30, 36, 40, 45, 60, 72, 90, 120, and 180. They decided to use it. In a world without computers or calculators, this greatly simplified calculations. In addition, they created the sexagesimal, base 60 system for measuring time and angles, which divides an hour into 60 minutes and a minute into 60 seconds. Why 60? It is extremely helpful for breaking things down into smaller, more manageable parts because, like 360, it has many factors. Here is where the Babylonians truly excelled, however, as they discovered that the planet's ostensibly chaotic movements actually followed mathematical patterns. They found that mathematical formulas could be used to describe the motion of a planet if its position was closely monitored over a period of years. The notion that the heavens functioned in accordance with mathematical laws that people could learn and comprehend was revolutionary. Consider Mars. For centuries, astronomers had been baffled by this planet's seemingly unpredictable behaviour. Like the Sun and Moon, Mars would typically travel steadily from west to east against the background stars. However, it would occasionally slow down, pause, go in the opposite direction for a few weeks, pause once more and then start moving east. This was referred to by the Greeks as retrograde motion, and it appeared to defy any logical notion of how celestial bodies ought to function. Like the mathematical detectives they were, the Babylonians tackled this problem. They accumulated massive tables of data by meticulously monitoring Mars' position night after night, month after month, and year after year. They eventually found that the retrograde loops on Mars had a regular pattern, repeating every 687 days, which is now known to be the orbital period of the planet. In order to forecast precisely when Mars would start its retrograde motion, how long it would last, and where the planet would be at any given point in the future, they created complex mathematical models. They only concentrated on identifying mathematical patterns that worked, not realizing that Mars' apparent motion was actually caused by Earth passing Mars in its orbit around the Sun. The Babylonians treated every planet that was visible in the same way. For Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, they developed intricate mathematical models that were tailored to take into consideration the unique characteristics and trends of each planet. Surprisingly accurate, these models frequently predicted planetary positions to within a degree or two. They also significantly improved our knowledge of lunar cycles. The Babylonians were able to predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy, after they learned that they follow an 18-year, 11-day cycle known as the Saros. This was not merely academic knowledge. Because eclipses were frequently interpreted as divine omens, Babylonian priests who were able to predict them enjoyed great power and prestige. Given that they operated without telescopes, without access to contemporary mathematical notation, and without any knowledge of the actual solar system's structure, it is nearly impossible to comprehend the mathematical sophistication of Babylonian astronomy. They employed iterative algorithms, produced mathematical models that would not be out of place in a contemporary calculus textbook, and developed polynomial functions. Thousands of cuneiform scripted clay tablets that contain their astronomical records have survived to this day. Perusing them is akin to peering into the ancient mathematical astronomer's workshop. You can observe them solving issues, experimenting with various strategies, and progressively improving their models to attain higher accuracy. Babylonian astronomy's long-term outlook was among its most remarkable features. Because they kept meticulous records for centuries, they were able to identify cycles and patterns that observers working over shorter time periods would miss. They observed that some celestial patterns recurred over decades and even centuries, in addition to years. They discovered what are now known as great conjunctions, rare alignments of multiple planets that only happen once every few decades as a result of their long-term approach. They were highly regarded as the most accomplished astronomers and mathematicians of antiquity because they were able to forecast these events centuries in advance. The zodiac was also created by the Babylonians, who divided the sky into 12 30-degree segments, each of which was connected to a constellation along the sun's apparent annual path. This was mainly a coordinate system that enabled them to precisely and mathematically describe the positions of celestial objects, not just for astrological purposes, though they did use it for that as well. It is difficult to overestimate their impact on later astronomy. Greek astronomers drew extensively on Babylonian observations and mathematical methods when they started formulating their own theories. Babylonian mathematicians were the original creators of many of the mathematical instruments that astronomers used during the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance. It's especially amazing how they were able to create such complex mathematical models while operating under a totally false understanding of the structure of the solar system. They believed that the sun, moon, and planets all orbited the Earth, which they believed to be at the centre of the universe. Their mathematical models were precise enough to make amazing predictions about celestial events. In spite of this basic misunderstanding, the Babylonians demonstrated that it is not always necessary to comprehend the fundamental physics of a system in order to mathematically explain its behaviour. Even when your theoretical framework is entirely incorrect, there are situations when careful observation and mathematical analysis can yield valuable results. It began with some very patient astronomers in ancient Mesopotamia, staring at the sky and writing numbers on clay tablets. This lesson would prove useful throughout the history of science. The Greeks, on the other hand, had views on everything, including the sky. If the Egyptians were the practical astronomers, and the Babylonians were the mathematical record keepers, then the Greeks were the ones who gazed up at the night sky and asked themselves, "This is all very nice, but what does it mean?" The Greeks wanted to know why celestial objects moved the way they did, not just where they would be. Despite the fact that many of their conclusions were wildly incorrect, this move from what and when to why signalled the start of what we might identify as modern scientific thinking. One of the first Greek philosophers to take astronomy seriously was Thales of Miletus, who lived circa 600 BCE. A battle between the Lydians and Medes is said to have been ended by Thales' famously prophesied solar eclipse in 585 BCE, when both armies were so frightened by the unexpected darkness that they promptly declared peace. Regardless of its veracity, this tale demonstrates the kind of authority that ancient astronomy could bestow. However, Thales was only the start. It was the Greeks who dared to pose more ambitious questions that truly revolutionized astronomy. Similar to Anaximander, who postulated that the Earth was free to float in space without any assistance, a radical notion that contradicted the conventional wisdom that the Earth must be supported by something, be it a gigantic elephant, a giant turtle, or some other cosmic foundation. Then came Pythagoras, the man behind the well-known theorem, who made an even more significant contribution to astronomy: the notion that the universe functioned in accordance with mathematical principles. Pythagoras and his adherents held that the fundamental building blocks of reality were numbers, and that profound truths about the nature of existence could be discovered by comprehending the mathematical relationships governing celestial movements. Pythagoras and his followers saw that musical harmony was based on basic mathematical ratios, and they theorized that the planets, moving through their celestial paths, must create a kind of cosmic music based on similar mathematical principles. This mathematical approach led to one of the most beautiful eras in the history of astronomy. the idea of the music of the spheres. They thought that because we had been exposed to this celestial music since birth, we were unable to hear it even though it was playing all around us. Though it's a beautiful notion and wholly incorrect, it highlights a significant aspect of Greek thought. They sought to understand and give meaning to celestial phenomena rather than merely describe them. Plato, who wrote his well-known dialogue Timaeus around 380 BCE and offered a thorough theory regarding the universe's creation, marked the pinnacle of this quest for greater meaning. Plato claimed that a divine craftsman known as the demiurge created the universe by arranging chaos into a logical, harmonious whole using mathematical principles. Aristotle, a pupil of Plato, took these concepts and ran with them, developing the universe model that would dominate thought for almost 2 millennia. According to Aristotle, the universe was made up of a number of nested crystalline spheres, each of which carried a celestial object in its orbit around the Earth, which was stationary at the centre of the universe. Many of the observations made by ancient astronomers were explained by this model. Because all of the stars were embedded in the outermost sphere, which rotated once a day, they stayed fixed in relation to one another. Because each planet, moon, and sun had its own sphere, they travelled across the sky at different speeds and took different routes. Aristotle, however, attempted to explain why the universe had to be this way, rather than merely explaining the mechanics of celestial motion. Since the Earth was clearly the heaviest object in the area, and heavy objects gravitate toward the centre, he contended that the Earth must be at the centre. Since circles were the most ideal geometric shape, and the heavens had to be flawless, he insisted that all celestial objects must move in perfect circles. This union of philosophy, mathematics, and observation was distinctly Greek. They sought to comprehend the fundamental ideas that underpin the necessity and inevitability of the celestial movements, not merely to monitor them. Hipparchus, one of the most remarkable Greek astronomers, lived in the 2nd century BCE and produced observations that were so accurate they were unrivaled for more than a millennium. By charting the locations and relative brightnesses of more than 800 stars, Hipparchus produced the first thorough star catalogue. Additionally, he discovered the precession of the equinoxes, which is the gradual oscillation in Earth's rotation that results in a shift in the north celestial pole's position over a roughly 26,000-year cycle. Hipparchus made this discovery after noticing minor but consistent variations in star positions, while comparing his own observations with those of previous astronomers. Hipparchus saw these discrepancies as proof of a gradual long-term shift in Earth's orientation with respect to the stars, which a less attentive observer might have mistakenly ascribed to errors in the older records. It takes extraordinary precision to detect precession. Even over the course of a human lifetime, the shift we're discussing, roughly 1 degree every 72 years, is hardly noticeable. Hipparchus, however, was cautious enough in his own measurements and had access to Babylonian records dating back several centuries to pick up on this remarkably subtle effect. Hipparchus also significantly advanced our knowledge of the moon and sun. He estimated the length of the lunar month to be less than 1 second accurate, and he calculated the length of the year to be within roughly 6 minutes of the right value. He even tried using a solar eclipse to calculate the distance to the moon, but his result was only approximately accurate. Aristarchus of Samos, a Greek astronomer who lived in the 3rd century BCE, was arguably the most ambitious. He made a completely novel suggestion that the sun, not the Earth, was the centre of the universe. In order to explain the apparent motion of celestial objects without requiring the entire universe to revolve around the Earth, Aristarchus proposed that the Earth rotated on its axis once daily and orbited the sun once annually. Other Greek astronomers largely disregarded this extremely audacious notion. Why? Because it appeared to go against both careful observation and common sense. Would we not sense the Earth's rotation? Wouldn't the stars seem to change position as we looked at them from various points in our orbit if the Earth were travelling through space? Considering the observational instruments at the Greeks' disposal, these objections were entirely valid. Since they had no reference point outside the rotating system, they were unable to perceive the effects of Earth's rotation and were unable to detect the extremely subtle parallax shifts that would result from stellar motion. Therefore, the majority of Greek astronomers continued to use increasingly intricate versions of the Earth-centered universe, rather than adopting Aristarchus' heliocentric model. Claudius Ptolemy created the most advanced of these in the 2nd century CE. In order to account for the intricate movements of the planets while maintaining the Earth at the centre of everything, Ptolemy's model employed intricate combinations of circles moving on other circles, referred to as epicycles. For more than a millennium, Ptolemy's system was the accepted astronomical model because it was mathematically complex and reasonably accurate in predicting the positions of planets. It also required dozens of meticulously adjusted circles to match observations, making it extremely complex. To keep the model functioning, an increasing number of epicycles had to be added as astronomical observations improved over the centuries. Significant progress was also made by the Greeks in determining the Earth's size and the separations between celestial bodies. Eratosthenes determined the circumference of the Earth in 240 BCE by comparing the angles of shadows in two cities on the same day and at the same time. To within a few percent of the right value, his result was accurate. Eratosthenes' approach was elegantly straightforward. He was aware that at noon on the summer solstice, the sun was directly overhead in the city of Syene, present-day Aswan, Egypt, and shone straight down a deep well. He used the shadow cast by a vertical pole to determine the sun's angle in Alexandria, some 500 miles to the north, on the same day and at the same time. He was able to determine the circumference of the Earth by using the geometry of circles and the known distance between the two cities. This accomplishment is especially noteworthy because it called for both mathematical proficiency and the organizational ability to coordinate observations over a great distance. It illustrates the advanced degree of scientific cooperation that Greek researchers were able to accomplish. The Greeks' contribution to astronomy was their method of comprehending the universe, not just their particular discoveries. They were the first society to approach astronomical phenomena methodically using philosophical analysis and mathematical reasoning. They created many of the logical and mathematical instruments that would be crucial for later developments in astronomy, and they established the idea that the universe functions in accordance with logical, discoverable laws. Even though they were incorrect, and they were incorrect about a lot of things, their errors were constructive ones that produced better inquiries and more advanced methods of comprehending the cosmos. In astronomy, the Greeks left behind a whole system of scientific investigation, not just the particular facts they found. For a group of people who believed that the Earth was motionless at the centre of the universe, it's not bad. You might assume that astronomical knowledge would have vanished into the European Dark Ages following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. However, it's one of those historical oversimplifications that creates a great story, but a bad history. The Islamic world was going through what is now known as the Islamic Golden Age, and astronomy was one of its crown jewels, even though Europe was going through some difficult times. Islamic scholars began to improve, expand, and in many cases, completely transform the astronomical knowledge of the Greeks, Babylonians, and Indians in the 8th century CE. They made some of the most important contributions to pre-telescopic astronomy by combining their religious convictions, pragmatic need, and intellectual curiosity. The religious motivation was especially significant. Muslims were required by Islamic law to face Mecca and pray 5 times a day, so wherever you were in the world, you had to find the right direction. Additionally, you had to be aware of the exact times for prayers, which changed throughout the day and year based on the sun's position. You can see why Islamic culture placed such a high value on astronomical accuracy when you combine this with the requirement to determine the start of lunar months for religious observances. However, the Islamic astronomers did much more than merely resolve pragmatic religious issues. They created observatories, studied and translated ancient texts, created new mathematical methods, and made observations with never-before-seen accuracy. In many respects, they were the first astronomers to pursue a career devoted to studying the heavens. During the late 9th and early 10th centuries, al-Battani was one of the most remarkable early Islamic astronomers. After applying rigorous mathematical analysis to Ptolemy's old observations, al-Battani found that many of his measurements required substantial corrections. He calculated the solar year's length to within 2 minutes and 22 seconds of the right answer, achieving an accuracy that would not be surpassed for several centuries. Al-Battani also observed the sun's apparent movement year-round and found that the sun's perihelion, or closest approach to Earth, was progressively changing. This observation demonstrated that Earth's elliptical orbit rotates slowly, a phenomenon that would not be completely understood until centuries later, when Newton developed his theory of gravitation. However, the institutional approach that Islamic astronomers developed was perhaps even more impressive than individual discoveries. They set up important observatories in places like Baghdad, Damascus, and later Samarkand and Istanbul. They were research institutes where groups of astronomers collaborated on long-term projects, keeping meticulous records and transferring knowledge from one generation to the next. These were more than just buildings with instruments. Founded in the early 9th century, the observatory at Baghdad was especially noteworthy. Here, astronomers worked on improving star catalogues, improving planetary position prediction techniques, and carrying out systematic observations of celestial phenomena. They were able to combine knowledge from all over the world because they had access to libraries that held astronomical texts from Persian, Indian, Chinese, and Greek sources. The development of the Zij, comprehensive astronomical tables that could be used to forecast the positions of the Sun, Moon, and planets at any given time, was one of the most ambitious endeavours carried out by Islamic astronomers. These tables, which frequently reflected decades of labour by teams of astronomers, required a great deal of meticulous observation and mathematical computation. The Zij-i Sultani, which Ulugh Beg and his group produced at the Samarkand Observatory in the 15th century, is the most well-known of these. This work was so accurate that, well into the telescopic age, it continued to be the standard reference for astronomical calculations in many parts of the world. Significant progress was also made by Islamic astronomers in the mathematical methods necessary for astronomy. By developing the sine, cosine, and tangent functions, which remain essential to mathematics today, they elevated trigonometry to a highly advanced mathematical tool. Additionally, they made significant contributions to algebra by creating techniques for resolving challenging equations that were necessary for computations in astronomy, theoretical astronomy, or the creation of alternative models to explain celestial motions, was the focus of some of the most inventive Islamic astronomers. From a philosophical point of view, the Ptolemaic system had always been a little disappointing due to its intricate epicycle arrangements. Alternative methods were developed by Islamic astronomers such as al-Biruni and Ibn al-Haytham, known as al-Hazan in the West, in an effort to provide more physically plausible explanations for planetary motions. The scientific methodology of al-Biruni, who lived in the 11th century, was especially noteworthy. He rejected explanations that could not be empirically tested and insisted that conclusions be drawn solely from meticulous observations and mathematical analysis. Additionally, he demonstrated a level of intellectual integrity that was uncommon for his era by candidly acknowledging the shortcomings of his techniques and the unpredictability of his measurements. Using a different approach than Eratosthenes, al-Biruni carefully measured the circumference of the Earth, and his results were accurate to within 1% of the right value. In addition, he studied lunar craters in great detail and came to the accurate conclusion that impacts, not volcanic activity, were responsible for their formation. This conclusion would not be accepted by European astronomers for several more centuries. The creation of more precise tools for observing the stars was one of Islamic astronomy's most important contributions. They developed better models of the astrolabe, an advanced instrument that could be used to measure the positions of planets and stars, calculate local time, and resolve a number of astronomical issues. In addition, Islamic instrument makers created the torquetum, the quadrant, and several types of sundials, all of which were intended to more precisely address particular astronomical issues than earlier devices. These tools were frequently both scientific and artistic creations, embellished with calligraphy and elaborate geometric designs. In the hands of Islamic artisans, the astrolabe in particular became so sophisticated that it transformed into a portable analog computer that could solve a variety of navigational and astronomical issues. With a single device small enough to carry in one hand, a competent user could predict the rising and setting times of stars, determine the time of day or night, find the direction of Mecca from any location, and even cast horoscopes. Important observations were also made by Islamic astronomers. They created star catalogues that were more thorough and accurate than any previously published ones. They observed comets, supernovae, and other ephemeral celestial phenomena in great detail. They improved predictive models by tracking planet movements with previously unheard of accuracy. In the 10th century, Abd al-Rahman al-Sufi made one particularly significant discovery. Al-Sufi discovered a fuzzy star-like object that hadn't been in any of the earlier catalogues while he was assembling his star catalogue. He referred to this object as a nebulous star, but in reality it was the Andromeda Galaxy, the first galaxy other than the Milky Way that astronomers had ever observed. It would take another 1,000 years for al-Sufi to realize that he was staring at a galaxy with hundreds of billions of stars. Islamic astronomy had many uses outside of religious observances. Islamic traders and adventurers required precise navigational techniques because they were traversing great distances by land and sea. Islamic astronomers established the mathematical underpinnings for the ensuing Great Age of Exploration by developing advanced methods for calculating latitude and longitude. They made important contributions to timekeeping as well. Islamic astronomers created increasingly precise sundials, water clocks, and other timepieces. For both practical and religious reasons, they produced comprehensive tables that displayed the sunrise and sunset times for various latitudes throughout the year. Most significantly, Islamic astronomers preserved and advanced the knowledge base they had acquired from past societies. They did more than simply replicate old books. They filled in the blanks, fixed mistakes, and expanded our understanding of the universe. Many of the mysteries that had baffled the ancients had already been resolved by Islamic astronomers when European scholars started to rediscover astronomy during the Renaissance. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Islamic astronomy on subsequent developments in Europe. Copernicus made extensive use of Islamic astronomers' observations and mathematical methods in the development of his heliocentric model. The Islamic Golden Age produced many of the mathematical instruments that were crucial to the scientific revolution. In addition to scientific advancements, Islamic astronomy has left its mark on the terminology we use to describe the universe. The Arabic origins of many of the modern star names, Aldebaran, Altair, Betelgeuse, and Rigel, reflect the crucial role that Islamic astronomers played in cataloguing and researching the night sky. Chinese astronomers were approaching the study of the universe in a totally different way than Islamic and European astronomers, who were occupied with debating whether the sun or the earth was at the centre of the universe. Developing grand theoretical models to explain the motion of celestial objects was not a major concern of theirs. Rather, they concentrated on what now appears to be almost more scientific, meticulously documenting precisely what they saw, when they saw it, and how it connected to earthly events. This method developed from a distinctively Chinese philosophical tradition that believed that, although in a very particular sense, human affairs and the heavens were closely related. The emperor, according to Chinese astronomers, had the mandate of heaven, divine consent that validated his reign. Unusual astronomical occurrences might indicate that this mandate was being revoked, which would support rebellion or a change of government. As a result, Chinese courts hired official astronomers whose responsibility it was to continuously monitor the sky for comets, supernovae, eclipses, and other anomalies that might have political ramifications. The timing, duration, and apparent connection to current political events were all carefully documented by these court astronomers in addition to the phenomena themselves. As a result, an astronomical record-keeping system was created that was unparalleled in the world in terms of longevity and consistency. In one form or another, Chinese astronomical records date back more than 3,000 years, and they have remained remarkably consistent throughout political upheavals, invasions, and dynasties. For contemporary astronomers researching long-term celestial phenomena, these records have proven to be extremely helpful. Chinese astronomers, for instance, documented the emergence of guest stars, stars that appeared out of nowhere where none had previously been seen, glowed brilliantly for weeks or months, and then vanished. We now know that these were novae and supernovae, which are stellar explosions capable of momentarily outshining entire galaxies. Modern astronomers have been able to study the remnants of these ancient cosmic catastrophes thanks to the Chinese records of these events, which are frequently the only historical documentation we have of particular stellar explosions. The most well-known example is most likely the supernova of 1054 CE, which Chinese astronomers noted was visible to the naked eye at night for almost 2 years, and during 23 days during the day. One of the most actively researched objects in the sky is the Crab Nebula, the stellar remnant of this explosion. Comets, which they dubbed broom stars due to their sweeping tails, were also the subject of in-depth observations by Chinese astronomers. They kept records that enabled them to identify when specific comets returned on regular schedules, observed comet orbits, and recorded the correlation between a comet's position in relation to the Sun and its tail. They are the oldest continuous records of this well-known celestial visitor, dating back at least 240 BCE, to what we now refer to as Halley's Comet. Centuries later, when European astronomers were attempting to demonstrate that comets do not appear at random, but rather follow predictable orbital paths, these records were essential. However, Chinese astronomy involved more than merely keeping an eye out for odd occurrences. Along with creating their own complex calendrical systems and eclipse prediction techniques, Chinese astronomers also conducted systematic observations of the regular motions of celestial objects. They created constellations based on Chinese mythological and cultural traditions, dividing the sky into different star groups than Western astronomers did. Chinese astronomers developed a system based on 28 lunar mansions, star groups that corresponded to the moon's position on each day of its monthly cycle, instead of the 12 zodiacal constellations that Western astronomy used to divide the sky along the ecliptic, or the sun's apparent path. This system was especially helpful for keeping track of time and arranging activities according to the phases of the moon. Additionally, Chinese astronomers created their own tools for observing the stars. Chinese instrument makers developed the armillary sphere, a three-dimensional representation of the celestial sphere constructed from intersecting metal rings, to a remarkable degree of accuracy. These tools could be used to show astronomical relationships and track the movements of celestial objects. Susong's water-powered clock tower, constructed in 1092 CE, was one of the most impressive Chinese astronomical instruments. This enormous machine, which stood more than 30 feet tall, was essentially the first astronomical computer in history. It was made up of a celestial globe, an armillary sphere, and a mechanical clock. In addition to having a sophisticated system of bells and gongs that announced the time and other astronomical events, the clock tower was able to automatically track the positions of the sun, moon, and planets. A number of the discoveries made by Chinese astronomers would take centuries to replicate in the West. They kept meticulous records of sunspot activity and were the first to identify that the sun had dark patches on its surface, which we now refer to as sunspots. Additionally, they observed irregularities along the border between the illuminated and dark portions during lunar phases, indicating that the moon's surface was not entirely smooth. The 11th century work of the astronomer Shen Kuo is one especially noteworthy accomplishment. After closely examining the magnetic compass, Shen Kuo found that magnetic north and true north are not exactly the same. It would take another century for Europe to independently discover magnetic declination, which was essential for precise navigation. Based on his observations of the shapes and shadows of these features, Shen Kuo also postulated that impacts were the cause of lunar craters. He even proposed that the Milky Way was made up of far-off stars, a theory that would not be accepted by European astronomers until the telescopic era. Chinese astronomers created complex mathematical methods for astronomical computations, such as eclipse prediction techniques that were frequently more accurate than modern Western methods. They produced intricate star maps and celestial globes that accurately depicted the positions and motions of stars. Practical applications were another noteworthy aspect of the Chinese approach to astronomy. For long-distance land and sea travel, Chinese navigators employed astronomical methods. Centuries before the magnetic compass was invented in Europe, the Chinese used it as navigational aid. By combining compass readings with astronomical observations, they were able to determine position and direction with remarkable accuracy. Astronomical observations were also incorporated into Chinese medical theory, because it was thought that human health was influenced by celestial forces. From a modern standpoint, this may appear to be purely superstitious, but it prompted Chinese doctors to keep meticulous records that linked astronomical events, seasonal variations, and disease patterns, observations that occasionally showed real links between environmental influences and health. The most remarkable thing about Chinese astronomy is how it was able to preserve scientific integrity, despite using a theoretical framework that was entirely different from that of Western astronomy. Chinese astronomers were not attempting to demonstrate that celestial motions could be explained by physical laws or that the universe was built on geometric principles. Rather, their goal was to comprehend how earthly events and celestial patterns relate to one another. Because of this method, they were able to concentrate on astronomical topics that Western astronomers occasionally overlooked. They were more methodical in keeping long-term records, more interested in fleeting phenomena, and more perceptive of minute changes in familiar objects. Although their method may not have resulted in significant theoretical advances, it did build a priceless database of observational data that has been crucial to comprehending long-term astronomical phenomena. Another significant aspect of scientific inquiry is illustrated by the Chinese astronomical tradition. There are multiple scientific approaches to studying the cosmos. The Chinese method, which prioritized meticulous observation and documentation over the development of theoretical models, was equally legitimate as a scientific inquiry method as the more theory-based methods that emerged in other cultures. Compared to modern Western astronomy, it was less speculative and more empirical in many respects. Now, we must discuss the astronomical accomplishments of the pre-Columbian Americas if you truly want to be astounded by what people can achieve when they pool their collective intelligence. Working with stone tools and lacking some of the basic technologies that other cultures took for granted, such as the wheel, iron tools, or written language mathematical notation as we know it today, these civilizations created amazing monuments that matched celestial events and advanced sophisticated astronomical knowledge. Let's begin with the Maya, whose achievements in astronomy are simply astounding. The Maya created what was likely the most precise calendar system in antiquity. In fact, it was more precise than the Julian calendar that was in use in Europe at the time. Their estimates of the solar year's duration were within 17 seconds of the right answer, which is incredibly accurate for any time period, but particularly astounding for those without telescopes or contemporary mathematical instruments. However, the Maya had multiple calendars that operated concurrently and intricately interconnected. There were longer cycles that covered far larger time spans, the 365-day solar calendar and the 260-day sacred calendar. The Maya calendar system tracked several overlapping cycles that would eventually return to their initial positions after incredibly long periods of time, reflecting their belief that time was cyclical rather than linear. The long count, which measured time from a fictitious creation date that corresponds to August 11th, 3114 BCE in our calendar, was the most well-known of these longer cycles. For more than 5,000 years, this system continuously counted days, which is longer than most other cultures' recorded histories. Like the odometer on your car rolling over from 99,999 to 0000, the alleged end of the Maya calendar in 2012 that generated so much excitement wasn't really an end at all, but rather the conclusion of one of these lengthy cycles. Maya astronomers had to make extremely accurate observations of celestial motions in order to maintain such an accurate calendar system. Until well into the Renaissance, they were able to track the motions of the sun, moon, and visible planets with a level of accuracy that was unmatched in Europe. Venus, which was essential to Maya mythology and military strategy, piqued their interest in particular. According to Maya records, they were able to forecast Venus's morning and evening star appearances years in advance. The duration of Venus's synodic period, or the interval between consecutive morning or evening star appearances, was precisely known to them, and they were able to predict when Venus would become invisible as it changed phases. These astronomical predictions were put to use by the Maya rulers for more than just academic purposes. They believed that Venus's various phases affected the chances of winning battles, so they planned military campaigns to align with Venus's advantageous positions. Consider yourself a Maya astronomer tasked with informing the king when war should be declared based on astronomy. Amazing architectural monuments that doubled as enormous astronomical instruments were also constructed by the Maya. El Castillo, the pyramid at Chichen Itza, is arguably the most well-known example. The sun's angle during the spring and fall equinoxes casts shadows on the pyramid steps that seem to depict a serpent descending the structure, symbolizing the feathered serpent god Kukulkan's return. However, this is only one instance of the astronomy of Maya architecture. The Maya built structures all over their land that match the sun, moon, and planets' rising and setting times on significant dates in their calendar. These alignments served a practical purpose as well as being symbolic, enabling Maya astronomers to maintain their intricate calendar systems and make accurate observations. The Maya also observed eclipses in great detail and created mathematical techniques to forecast when they would happen. Despite having a totally different theoretical and mathematical foundation, their eclipse prediction tables were occasionally more accurate than those utilized in medieval Europe. Further north, other Mesoamerican cultures had equally remarkable astronomical accomplishments. Much of the astronomical knowledge of the Aztecs was passed down from earlier cultures, such as the Maya and the enigmatic Teotihuacan builders. Constructed circa 200 CE, the Great Pyramid of Teotihuacan is so closely synchronized with astronomical occurrences that contemporary researchers are still finding new celestial connections incorporated into its design. The connection between astronomical cycles and their complex religious calendar piqued the Aztecs' interest. They held that the universe had undergone several cycles of creation and destruction, each of which corresponded to a distinct astronomical period. Since their world was the fifth sun, they felt that knowledge of astronomical cycles was crucial to preserving cosmic equilibrium and averting the fall of their society. The astronomical knowledge of many indigenous cultures in North America was surprisingly advanced, even further north. Numerous tribes used celestial observations for agricultural and ceremonial purposes, constructed earthwork monuments in accordance with celestial events, and preserved oral traditions that monitored astronomical phenomena. Cahokia, a large settlement close to modern-day St. Louis that thrived between 1000 and 1200 CE, is arguably the most well-known of these. At Cahokia, earthen mounds were placed around the central plaza to commemorate important solar and lunar occurrences. These alignments enabled the inhabitants to track the changing seasons with remarkable accuracy, as archaeoastronomers have found. However, the Bighorn Medicine Wheel in Wyoming is arguably the most fascinating astronomical site in North America. Built by unidentified Native American cultures, this ancient stone structure is made up of a circular arrangement of stones with spokes extending outward towards smaller stone cairns. According to contemporary analysis, the structure's various components correspond to the positions of bright stars as they rise and set throughout the year. These alignments' accuracy indicates that the builders were well versed in precession, the slow wobble in Earth's rotation that causes star positions to gradually change over centuries, and stellar motions. In addition to knowing the current star positions, it would have been necessary to comprehend how those positions were evolving over time in order to create such alignments. Despite lacking a written language as we know it today, the Incas in South America created their own complex astronomical traditions. They recorded numerical data, including astronomical data, using a sophisticated quipu system of knotted strings. To keep their agricultural and religious calendars up to date, Inca astronomers monitored the motions of the sun, moon, and stars. Astronomical principles guided the layout of the Inca capital at Cusco, with key structures and ceremonial areas lining up with important astronomical occurrences. Among the many buildings at the well-known Inca site of Machu Picchu that serve as astronomical observation points is the Intihuatana stone, which creates shadows that follow the path of the sun year-round. The use of dark constellations, which are patterns created by dark patches in the Milky Way rather than bright stars, was one of the most amazing features of Andean astronomy. Andean astronomers paid equal attention to the dark regions between bright stars, recognizing the forms of animals and other important figures there, whereas other cultures concentrated mainly on bright star patterns. This focus on dark constellations shows a deep comprehension of the structure of the Milky Way. These dark patches were identified by Andean astronomers as regions where something was obstructing the light of farther-off stars, not as empty space. In actuality, they were observing galactic structure in ways that European astronomy would not formally comprehend until the 20th century. The fact that astronomical accomplishments in the Americas were made by societies with little exposure to Old World astronomical traditions makes them especially remarkable. These societies produced their own theoretical frameworks, mathematical methods, and techniques for making accurate observations. Frequently, their findings were more accurate than those of recent research in Asia or Europe. The variety of methods employed by various American cultures also shows a significant aspect of human ingenuity in scientific research. With an emphasis on cyclical computations and numerical patterns, Maya astronomy was highly mathematical. More architectural in nature, Inca astronomy incorporated astronomical knowledge into the actual design of cities and ceremonial locations. The integration of astronomical knowledge with seasonal activities and oral traditions was frequently emphasized in North American approaches. All of these methods, however, were remarkably accurate in tracking celestial phenomena and forecasting astronomical events. They demonstrate that there are numerous scientific approaches to studying the cosmos, and that advanced astronomical knowledge can arise autonomously in various cultures using various instruments and theoretical frameworks. In the medieval era, European astronomy started to come back to life after centuries of what historians used to refer to as the Dark Ages, though they weren't quite as gloomy as once thought. It was more like someone slowly waking up from an extended nap, stretching, yawning, and gradually remembering that there was this interesting thing called the sky that might be worth observing. Due in large part to contact with Islamic civilization through Spain and the Crusades, the reawakening started in the 12th century. Suddenly, European scholars realized that Islamic astronomers had been making incredible strides in their understanding of the cosmos while they had been preoccupied with more mundane issues, such as surviving invasions, plagues, and the occasional apocalyptic panic. By translating Islamic astronomical text into Latin, the first European response was essentially a catch-up move. By translating the writings of Islamic astronomers, mathematicians and philosophers, scholars such as Gerard of Cremona devoted their entire careers to reintroducing Europe to the astronomical knowledge that had been evolving in other parts of the world. However, medieval European astronomers started to contribute and create their own methods for solving astronomical problems, rather than merely passively absorbing Islamic knowledge. Albertus Magnus, a German philosopher and scientist who lived in the 13th century and wrote a great deal about astronomy, in addition to making his own observations of the heavens, was one of the most important early figures. The question of whether Aristotle's antiquated theories about the universe were genuinely supported by rigorous observation piqued Albertus Magnus's interest. He conducted in-depth research on comets and discovered that, in contrast to Aristotelian theories regarding comets as atmospheric phenomena, their tails consistently pointed away from the sun. Although he lacked the telescopic ability to confirm it, he also noted that the Milky Way seemed to be made up of extremely faint stars. The practical requirements of the Catholic Church also influenced medieval European astronomy. Because Easter depended on intricate relationships between solar and lunar cycles, Christian scholars needed precise methods for determining the date. Because it was their primary source of income, even serious medieval astronomers frequently worked as astrologers, so they also needed to comprehend celestial motions for astrological purposes. Significant progress in computational astronomy was made as a result of this pragmatic approach. Improved mathematical methods for determining eclipse dates and predicting planetary positions were created by medieval scholars. They improved techniques for converting between calendar systems and produced calendars that were more accurate. The creation of mechanical astronomical instruments was one of the most significant contributions made during the Middle Ages. European artisans produced ever more advanced quadrants, astrolabes, and other tools for observing the stars. They also started creating mechanical clocks that could record the sun, moon, and planet positions in addition to the time. The astronomical clock, which was constructed in Prague circa 1410 and is still in use today, was arguably the most remarkable of these. This amazing device, which is automatically updated by a complex clockwork mechanism, displays the moon's phases, the sun and moon's positions in the zodiac and other astronomical information. The development of universities in medieval Europe also helped astronomy by establishing institutional frameworks for the advancement and preservation of astronomical knowledge. Universities in Paris, Oxford, Bologna, and other locations developed into hubs for astronomy education and research. Along with mathematics, geometry, and music, astronomy was regarded as one of the core liberal arts at these universities. As a result, educated Europeans were supposed to understand the fundamentals of astronomy. Scholarly discussion of astronomical theories was also fostered by the university setting. Instead of simply accepting the wisdom of the ancients, medieval astronomers debated the merits of various models, suggested changes and enhancements, and sometimes created completely original solutions to astronomical issues. The growing sophistication of observational methods was one significant medieval development. Prominent academics such as John of Holywood, Sacrobosco, authored important textbooks that described how to use basic instruments to make precise astronomical measurements. They created standardized techniques for timing astronomical events, measuring celestial angles and locating stars. Significant progress was also made by medieval astronomers in comprehending the connection between astronomical phenomena and mathematics. They improved geometric models for planetary motions, developed trigonometric methods for calculating angles and distances, and started applying algebraic methods to solve challenging astronomical problems. Johannes de Muris, who proposed calendar reforms in the 14th century that were centuries ahead of their time, was likely the most mathematically advanced medieval astronomer. De Muris determined precisely how much correction would be required to correct the Julian calendar, which was then in use, as it was gradually becoming out of sync with the seasons. Although most of his suggestions were disregarded at the time, they foreshadowed many of the modifications that would later be made to produce our current Gregorian calendar. Important observations were also made by European astronomers in the Middle Ages. They made meticulous observations of planetary positions, tracked comet movements, and created new star catalogues. They were especially intrigued by what they dubbed conjunctions, rare, close approaches between planets that were believed to have astrological meaning. More complex theoretical solutions to astronomical issues also emerged during the Middle Ages. The fundamental tenets of ancient astronomy, especially the requirement that all celestial motions be perfectly round, started to be questioned by academics. They started creating mathematical methods that would later be crucial for more precise explanations of planetary motion, and experimented with different geometric models. Most significantly, medieval European astronomy started to formulate what is now known as a more scientific theory of the universe. The significance of meticulous observation, mathematical analysis, and logical reasoning in astronomical investigations was increasingly stressed by medieval scholars. They were more interested in comparing theoretical predictions to empirical data than they were in blindly accepting ancient authorities. The more significant changes that would occur during the Renaissance were made possible by this change in strategy. By the end of the Middle Ages, European astronomy had transformed from a mainly passive effort to preserve ancient knowledge into a dynamic, innovative field prepared to address some of the most important issues regarding the composition and functioning of the cosmos. Scientific knowledge requires institutions, communities of scholars, and cultural frameworks that support and encourage intellectual inquiry, as the medieval era demonstrated. These circumstances were established in medieval Europe, setting the stage for the astronomical revolutions that would follow. Spend some time reflecting on the amazing journey we've just taken together as you curl up deeper in your blankets. Tens of thousands of years of human curiosity, inventiveness, and perseverance have preceded Galileo's groundbreaking discovery of the sky in the early 1600s, which altered the course of history. Consider what humanity achieved in those millennia before the rings of Saturn and the moons of Jupiter were ever seen. Ancient astronomers used only their eyes, their brains, and an almost supernatural amount of patience to track the intricate movements of planets, predict eclipses, and make calendars precise enough to govern entire civilizations. They calculated the size of the Earth and found it to be round. They charted the positions of hundreds of stars and measured the distances to celestial objects. They created mathematical models that were advanced enough to forecast the locations of planets years in advance, and identified patterns in astronomical motions that recurred over decades and centuries. Most astonishingly, they accomplished all of this while harbouring basic misunderstandings about the nature of the universe. Most pre-telescopic astronomers thought that everything revolved around the Earth, which sat still at the centre of the universe. They didn't know that the Milky Way was home to billions of stars, that planets were worlds unto themselves, or that stars were far-off suns. They were remarkably successful in describing and forecasting celestial phenomena in spite of these flawed theoretical frameworks. This illustrates a fundamental aspect of human intelligence. Even when our underlying knowledge is lacking or completely incorrect, we can frequently identify helpful patterns and make precise predictions. The history of pre-telescopic astronomy also demonstrates the value of cross-cultural interaction and cultural continuity. From the Babylonians to the Greeks, from the Greeks to the Islamic world, and from Islamic scholars to medieval Europeans, knowledge was transmitted. Every culture contributed its unique perspectives, fixed past mistakes, and expanded the realm of knowledge. For thousands of years, Chinese astronomers kept records, building a priceless collection of observations that is still used by contemporary researchers. Calendar systems created by Maya mathematicians were more precise than those utilized in medieval Europe. During the darkest centuries of European civilization, Islamic scholars preserved and enhanced Greek knowledge. Science at its best is a truly human endeavor that transcends individual cultures, languages, and historical periods, as demonstrated by this global intergenerational collaboration. The same questions that motivated ancient astronomers still motivate us today. Where are we from? What role do we play in the universe? What is the mechanism of the universe? Many of the basic techniques that science still employs today were also developed by pre-telescopic astronomers. Ancient astronomers, using crude instruments but highly developed minds, invented rigorous observation, mathematical modelling, hypothesis testing, and peer review, all fundamental scientific procedures. They developed the ability to discriminate between what they could see with their own eyes and what they had to deduce from them. They created methods for tracking changes over timescales longer than human lifetimes, measuring seemingly incalculable things and bringing order to seemingly chaotic phenomena. Most significantly, they learned to maintain faith in the capacity of human reasoning while being humble about the limits of human knowledge. The most accomplished pre-telescopic astronomers were cautious to make a distinction between their speculations and their known facts. They were aware that hypotheses needed to be verified by observations, and they were prepared to give up on concepts that didn't work, even if they made sense intuitively. Beyond the particular facts that ancient astronomers found, pre-telescopic astronomy left behind a rich legacy. They created the entire foundation of scientific investigation, the notion that the universe functions in accordance with discoverable laws, that these laws can be expressed mathematically, and that humans are able to understand the workings of the cosmos by means of rigorous observation and reasoned analysis. Galileo was expanding on tens of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge and perfected technique when he eventually pointed his telescope skyward in 1609. Ancient astronomers had formulated the questions he was trying to answer. The mathematical instruments he employed had been created over centuries by academics from a wide range of cultural backgrounds. His observations were even more precise because earlier generations had mastered the use of much simpler instruments to make precise measurements. Pre-telescopic astronomy was extended by the telescope, not replaced. The new astronomy that arose in the 17th century still required all of the basic ideas, mathematical formulas, and observational strategies created prior to the telescopic era. Therefore, keep in mind that you are a part of this long-standing tradition of cosmic curiosity as you go to sleep tonight. You're taking part in the oldest scientific endeavour in human history each time you gaze up at the night sky and wonder what you're seeing. You're reaching out to generations of astronomers who were as awestruck by the cosmos as you are. The same stars that ancient astronomers observed continue to exist today, travelling along the same dependable routes that they have for thousands of years. The Maya astronomers used the moon's phases to time their ceremonies, and we can still see the same face of the moon today. When Babylonian mathematicians first deduced the planet's intricate orbital patterns, they still roam among the constellations. And out there tonight, contemporary astronomers continue to do what their ancient forebears did. Observe the sky with patience, meticulously document their findings, and progressively deepen our understanding of the universe. The basic human desire to comprehend our place in the universe has not changed, despite the fact that the tools have become much more advanced. Imagine trying to comprehend 65,000 years. That's roughly how long humans have called Australia home, which means Indigenous Australians were already ancient when the pyramids were built, already had established cultures when Rome was founded, and had been telling their stories for tens of thousands of years before anyone wrote down the Epic of Gilgamesh. The journey begins in what Indigenous Australians call the Dreamtime, though that English word doesn't quite capture the concept. It's not really about dreams or sleeping, but about a time when the world was being formed, when ancestral beings travelled across the land creating everything you see today. These weren't gods sitting on mountaintops issuing commands. They were more like the land itself becoming conscious, shaping itself into existence through story and song. Picture the continent as it might have appeared to those first arrivals, a place so different from today's Australia that you'd barely recognise it. The climate was wetter. Vast lakes covered areas that are now desert, and megafauna roamed the landscape like something from a natural history museum come to life. There were giant wombats the size of small cars, marsupial lions that would make today's big cats look modest, and kangaroos that stood 10 feet tall. Australia was essentially a continent-sized wildlife park, featuring animals that evolution had been tinkering with in isolation for millions of years. The people who arrived during this time came by sea, which tells you something remarkable about human ingenuity. They couldn't have walked. Even during ice ages, when sea levels dropped dramatically, there was always water between Asia and Australia. So these weren't accidental castaways washed up on random shores. They were deliberate voyagers who looked at the ocean and decided to see what lay beyond it, making them possibly the world's first true mariners. What they found was a continent that required completely different survival strategies from anywhere humans had lived before. The seasonal patterns they'd known in Asia didn't apply here. The plants and animals were unlike anything they'd encountered. Traditional hunting techniques needed adaptation. It was like being handed a cookbook written in an unfamiliar language for ingredients that didn't exist back home. But humans are remarkably good at figuring things out, and these early Australians became experts at reading a landscape that seemed determined to keep its secrets. They learned which plants were edible, which could be made edible through careful preparation, and which should never be touched. They discovered that certain rocks, when struck together, produced better tools than others. They figured out that fire, used strategically, could transform the landscape into a more productive hunting ground. This last innovation, the systematic use of fire to manage the land, was probably the most consequential decision in Australian history. By burning specific areas at specific times, Indigenous Australians created a mosaic of different habitats, encouraging certain plants while discouraging others, making it easier to hunt, and essentially becoming the continent's first environmental managers. The Australia that Europeans would eventually encounter wasn't pristine wilderness untouched by human hands. It was a carefully cultivated landscape, shaped by thousands of years of deliberate management. The Dreamtime stories that emerged from this period weren't just entertainment or religious texts. They were encyclopedias of practical knowledge encoded in narrative form. A story about an ancestral being travelling from waterhole to waterhole was also a survival map. A tale about animals behaving in certain ways contained observations about ecology and seasonal patterns. These stories were technology, passed down through generations with the kind of precision that modern people reserve for manufacturing specifications. Different groups developed different stories for different landscapes, because Australia isn't one environment but dozens. The tropical north had little in common with the temperate south. The coastal regions bore no resemblance to the arid interior. Each environment required its own body of knowledge, its own set of stories, and its own understanding of how to live sustainably in a specific place. By the time European ships appeared on the horizon, Indigenous Australians had developed hundreds of distinct cultures, speaking more than 150 languages from multiple language families. Imagine more linguistic diversity in one continent than in all of Europe. These weren't primitive tribes waiting for civilization to arrive. They were sophisticated societies with complex social structures, extensive trade networks, and bodies of knowledge that had been refined over millennia. Their population was probably somewhere between 300,000 and 1 million people, though estimates vary because, and here's an important point, Indigenous Australians didn't live like Europeans. They didn't build cities, construct permanent monuments, or practice agriculture in ways Europeans would recognise. This didn't mean they were less advanced. It meant they'd developed a different kind of sophistication, one based on deep ecological knowledge and sustainable resource use rather than environmental transformation. Chapter 2. The Island Continent in Isolation. While the rest of the world was writing history, building empires, and generally making a fuss about civilization, Australia remained largely separate from these global dramas. The continent's isolation was so complete that it developed like a parallel universe where evolution took different paths and human societies followed different trajectories. This isolation produced some wonderfully strange results. Mammals in Australia decided that the whole placental thing was overrated and stuck with the marsupial approach, carrying babies in pouches and generally doing mammalian life differently. Plants evolved in directions that baffled later botanists. Entire ecosystems developed without any of the animals or plants that dominated other continents. For Indigenous Australians, this isolation meant their cultures evolved without the disruptions that characterised other parts of the world. There were no invasions from distant empires, no wholesale adoptions of foreign religions, and no waves of migration bringing new technologies or diseases. Change happened slowly, driven by internal dynamics rather than external pressures. This doesn't mean Indigenous Australian societies were static or unchanging. That's a myth that Europeans would later use to justify colonisation. Cultures evolved, new practices emerged, trade routes shifted, and knowledge continued to accumulate. But the pace of change was different, and the direction was oriented toward deepening understanding of the land rather than transforming it. The coastal Aboriginal groups developed sophisticated fishing techniques, including fish traps that could be seen from space, extensive stone arrangements that channeled fish into catching areas. Inland groups created wells in the desert, maintained complex water management systems, and knew how to find moisture in the most unlikely places. Northern groups traded with Indonesian fishermen who came seasonally to harvest trepang, creating economic relationships that predated European contact by centuries. The seasonal round, the cyclical movement of groups through their territories, timed to coincide with the availability of different resources, was a marvel of logistical planning. It required detailed knowledge of when specific plants would fruit, when certain animals would be most available, and how to arrange social gatherings so that dispersed groups could come together for ceremonies, marriages, and the exchange of goods and knowledge. These gatherings were like conferences where the latest innovations were shared, alliances were confirmed, and young people learned from elders across multiple communities. Information travelled slowly by modern standards but reliably, moving along trade routes that connected groups separated by thousands of miles. The spiritual life of Indigenous Australians was inseparable from their practical life. The Dreamtime wasn't ancient history, it was an eternal present, constantly renewed through ceremony and song. Initiation rituals weren't just social markers, but educational intensives where young people learned the deep knowledge of their culture. Sacred sites weren't merely symbolic, but were actual places where specific events and creation occurred, as real to Indigenous Australians as historical battlefields are to modern nations. Art served multiple purposes, aesthetic expression certainly, but also as mnemonic devices, territorial markers, and records of knowledge. Rock art sites across Australia contain images tens of thousands of years old, making them some of humanity's oldest continuous artistic traditions. Some paintings have been maintained and renewed for so long that they represent unbroken chains of cultural transmission, stretching back into periods that European history considers prehistoric. The boomerang, probably Australia's most famous contribution to world technology, existed in forms ranging from simple throwing sticks to precisely engineered returning boomerangs that required sophisticated understanding of aerodynamics. Different designs served different purposes, and the knowledge of how to make and use them was specialised and valued. Language was treated with a reverence that modern societies reserve for sacred texts. Some languages had special forms used only for ceremonies, others had secret vocabularies known only to initiated men or women. The precision of Indigenous languages in describing ecological relationships, kinship structures, and temporal concepts often exceeded what English could express, requiring borrowed terms when anthropologists tried to explain these concepts to European audiences. As the centuries rolled past, and remember, we're talking about a time span that makes the entire history of Western civilization look like a weekend, Indigenous Australian societies continued their steady existence. They weathered climate changes that turned lakes into deserts, adapted to shifting resources, and maintained cultural continuity across time periods that saw empires rise and fall in other parts of the world. Chapter 3. Distant Ships and First Encounters. By the 17th century, European ships had begun appearing in Australian waters like confused guests at a party they weren't invited to. These weren't planned voyages of discovery so much as navigational accidents, ships bound for the Dutch East Indies that had miscalculated, Portuguese vessels that might have visited but left no clear records, and Chinese traders whose presence is suggested by artefacts, but remains historically ambiguous. The Dutch were the first Europeans to definitely make contact, though contact might be too generous a word. Dutch navigators touched various points along the Australian coast between 1606 and 1756, took one look at the arid landscapes they encountered, and essentially decided the whole continent wasn't worth the effort. They named it New Holland, with all the enthusiasm of someone naming a particularly boring committee, noted the presence of indigenous people without much interest, and sailed away to find places with more obvious commercial potential. These early encounters were like two people trying to have a conversation without sharing a language, context, or basic understanding of what the other wanted. Dutch sailors saw empty land without the markers of civilization they recognised. No cities, no agriculture, no obvious wealth. Indigenous Australians saw strange visitors who clearly had no idea how to survive in this country, and would probably leave soon. The most famous of these early visitors was William Dampier, an English pirate, explorer and serial exaggerator, who visited the northwest coast in 1688, and again in 1699. Dampier's descriptions of Indigenous Australians were spectacularly uncharitable, calling them the miserablest people in the world. This from a man whose career highlights included piracy, and whose survival skills apparently didn't include figuring out how to thrive in a desert climate without thousands of years of accumulated local knowledge. But Dampier's accounts circulated in England and Europe, creating impressions that would influence later attitudes. The irony is that the people Dampier dismissed as miserable had been living successfully in one of Earth's harshest environments for millennia, while Dampier needed elaborate ships, supplies from Europe, and navigational instruments just to visit briefly. Then came James Cook in 1770, and suddenly the Europeans got serious about this land they'd been ignoring. Cook's voyage along the east coast was different from earlier visits, because it was systematic, scientific, and accompanied by artists and naturalists who documented everything they saw. Joseph Banks, the expedition's botanist, was so excited by the new species he found that the expedition's first landing site was named Botany Bay in honour of his enthusiasm. Cook's encounters with indigenous Australians along the coast were mixed. At some places, local people showed curiosity about the visitors. At others, they made it clear the strangers should leave. There was a notable incident at Botany Bay where indigenous men tried to drive the British away, which was both brave and completely reasonable, given that armed foreigners had just shown up uninvited. What Cook and his crew didn't understand was that they were meeting people with established territories, complex societies, and no particular interest in European trade goods or Christian salvation. The indigenous Australians who watched Cook's ship sail past weren't awestruck by European technology. They were probably wondering what these people wanted and when they'd leave. Cook's journals described indigenous Australians more charitably than Dampier had, noting their apparent contentment and health. He observed that they seemed to want nothing that Europeans possessed, which Banks found remarkable. Here were people who looked at European goods, metal tools, cloth, manufactured items, and basically shrugged. This should have suggested that indigenous Australians had successful material cultures that met their needs, but Europeans tended to interpret it as evidence of primitiveness, rather than cultural difference. The really consequential part of Cook's voyage came when he sailed into Possession Island and, in one of history's more questionable legal manoeuvres, claimed the entire eastern coast of Australia for Britain under the doctrine of terra nullius, land belonging to no one. This was nonsense, obviously. The land belonged to the hundreds of indigenous groups who had lived there for 65,000 years. But European law had developed convenient fictions that allowed colonisers to ignore indigenous ownership, and terra nullius was one of the most pernicious. Chapter 4. The First Fleet and Unwanted Beginnings. Britain's decision to colonise Australia had nothing to do with the continent's potential, and everything to do with a criminally overcrowded prison system. After losing the American Revolution, Britain suddenly lacked a convenient place to ship convicts, and Australian colonisation was essentially a massive exercise in out-of-sight, out-of-mind criminal justice policy. Picture the First Fleet, 11 ships carrying about 1,500 people, including over 700 convicts, sailing to the other side of the world to establish a colony in a place none of them had ever seen. The voyage took 8 months, which gives you plenty of time to contemplate your life choices. These weren't hardened criminals for the most part, but people convicted of theft, poaching, and other crimes that were more about poverty than violence. When the First Fleet arrived at Botany Bay in January 1788, they discovered that Cook's glowing descriptions had been somewhat optimistic. The bay was shallow, exposed to wind, and generally unsuitable for settlement. After a few days of looking around and probably reconsidering their entire plan, they moved north to Port Jackson, what would become Sydney Harbour, and on January 26th, Arthur Phillip established the first European settlement on Australian soil. That date, January 26th, would eventually become Australia Day, though Indigenous Australians understandably view it as Invasion Day, the beginning of dispossession, disease, and cultural destruction. It's a date that carries very different meanings depending on your perspective, which tells you something about how complicated Australian history remains. The early colony was a disaster waiting to happen, with the emphasis on disaster. Britain had sent convicts and guards, but not nearly enough farmers, supplies, or people who knew anything about agriculture and Australian conditions. The first crops failed. Supplies ran low, people went hungry. The colony survived its first years through a combination of desperate improvisation, limited trade with indigenous groups, and supply ships from Britain that arrived with frustrating irregularity. Indigenous people of the Sydney region, the Eora Nation, watched these newcomers with a mixture of curiosity, concern, and growing alarm. At first, there might have been hope that the British would leave once they realised how unsuited they were to local conditions. But as the settlement persisted and expanded, it became clear these visitors intended to stay. The relationship between colonisers and Indigenous Australians deteriorated quickly. The British saw empty land ready for use. Indigenous Australians saw their territories being occupied, their resources being depleted, and their way of life being threatened. Spears met muskets. traditional hunting grounds became British farms. Sacred sites were cleared for buildings. Smallpox hit Sydney's indigenous population in 1789, killing roughly half the Eora people. Whether this was deliberately introduced, as some historians argue, or accidentally transmitted remains debated. Either way, the impact was catastrophic. European diseases against which Indigenous Australians had no immunity would prove more deadly than European weapons over the following decades. Some Indigenous people tried to work with the colonisers. Bennelong, a Eora man, learned English and tried to bridge the cultural divide. He travelled to England, met King George III, and returned to Sydney wearing English clothes. But Bennelong's story didn't have a happy ending. He eventually became estranged from both cultures, too changed to fully return to his previous life, but never truly accepted by British society. The colony slowly stabilised and grew. More convicts arrived. Free settlers began coming, lured by land grants. The British pushed further inland, and with each expansion, Indigenous Australians were pushed off their traditional lands. Sometimes this happened through negotiation or coercion. Often it happened through violence that colonial authorities preferred not to document too carefully. By the early 1800s, the pattern was set. British settlements expanded along the coast and inland. Indigenous resistance met military response. Diseases spread through indigenous populations faster than the settlements themselves expanded, and Britain began to realise that this prison colony might actually become something more substantial. Chapter 5. Wool, Gold, and the Rush to Claim a Continent. The transformation of Australia from penal colony to economic powerhouse happened faster than anyone expected, and it had a lot to do with sheep. Specifically merino sheep, whose wool turned out to grow exceptionally well in Australian conditions. By the 1820s, wool exports were making certain colonists very wealthy, and suddenly Australia looked less like a dumping ground for criminals and more like an opportunity for ambitious settlers. The land grants that Britain offered free settlers were generous. To put it mildly, thousands of acres to anyone willing to establish a farm. Of course, these grants completely ignored that the land belonged to indigenous groups who had managed it for millennia. But colonial authorities operated under the convenient fiction of terra nullius, treating Australia as empty land free for the taking. Squatters, settlers who simply moved onto land without official permission, pushed the boundaries of settlement even faster than colonial governments could keep track of. They'd find good grazing land, establish sheep stations, and essentially dare the authorities to do anything about it. Most of the time, the government eventually recognised these illegal settlements, because stopping them would have required resources the colony didn't have. For Indigenous Australians, this expansion was catastrophic. Their traditional lands were taken for sheep stations. Waterholes were monopolised by pastoral stations. Hunting grounds were fenced off. When Indigenous people continued to use their traditional territories, which they had every right to do, they were treated as thieves and trespassers on their own land. Frontier violence escalated into what historians now recognise as guerrilla warfare. Indigenous groups conducted raids on pastoral stations, taking sheep and supplies. Settlers responded with punitive expeditions that often turned into massacres. Colonial authorities mostly looked the other way, and most of this violence went unrecorded, making it difficult to know the full extent of the deaths. Then came 1851, and everything accelerated. Gold was discovered, first in New South Wales and then in Victoria, sparking one of history's great gold rushes. Suddenly Australia was flooded with prospectors from around the world, Chinese miners, American 49ers who'd missed California's gold rush, British workers seeking fortune, and adventurers from everywhere. The gold rushes transformed Australia's demographics and economy overnight. Melbourne grew from a small town to a substantial city within a few years. The population doubled in a decade. Wealth poured in from the goldfields, funding construction, commerce, and the beginnings of an Australian identity that was less about being British and more about being Australian. The goldfields were remarkably democratic compared to most of 19th century society. Anyone could try their luck. Convicts who'd served their time, free settlers, Indigenous Australians, Chinese immigrants, and people from every social class. Your success depended on luck and determination rather than birth or connection. This created a rough egalitarianism that would influence Australian culture for generations. Of course, this democracy had limits. Chinese miners faced particular discrimination blamed for everything from taking gold that should have gone to Europeans to undermining wage standards. Taxes and restrictions specifically targeted Chinese miners, revealing that Australian egalitarianism extended mainly to Europeans. Indigenous Australians were largely excluded from the goldfields, pushed aside by the rush of prospectors flooding across their territories. The Eureka Stockade incident in 1854 became one of the founding myths of Australian democracy. Miners in Ballarat, frustrated by expensive licences and government corruption, built a stockade and raised a flag. Soldiers attacked, killing about 30 miners in a brief violent confrontation. The rebellion failed militarily but succeeded politically. It led to reforms that made the colonies more democratic and became a symbol of Australian independence and workers' rights. By the 1860s, Australia had been transformed from a collection of prison colonies to a prosperous, growing society. The convict era was ending. The last convict ship arrived in Western Australia in 1868. Free immigration now dwarfed forced transportation. Cities were growing, industries were developing, and the colonies were gaining increasing autonomy from British rule. But this prosperity came at a cost that wasn't equally distributed. While European settlers celebrated growth and opportunity, Indigenous Australians faced continuing dispossession, violence, and population collapse. Their numbers had decreased dramatically from pre-contact levels, ravaged by disease, violence, and the destruction of traditional ways of life. Chapter 6. Making a Nation from 6 Arguments. By the 1890s, Australia consisted of 6 separate colonies: New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, South Australia, Western Australia, and Tasmania, each with its own government, laws, and tendency to view the others as rivals or inconveniences. Getting them to agree to form a single nation was like trying to organise a family reunion where everyone thinks they should be in charge. The push for federation came from a mixture of practical needs and nationalist sentiment. The colonies needed to coordinate defence. There were periodic scares about foreign powers, especially Russia and later Germany, threatening Australian waters. They needed to standardise railway gauges, which were embarrassingly different across colonial borders, meaning goods had to be unloaded and reloaded when crossing from one colony to another. And there was a growing sense that Australians shared enough in common to deserve their own nation, rather than remaining a collection of British colonies. The process of creating this nation involved a lot of arguing. Constitutional conventions met, debated, adjourned, and met again. Representatives from each colony lobbied for their interests. Small colonies worried about being dominated by large ones. Large colonies resented giving small colonies equal representation. Everyone had opinions about everything, and getting 6 colonies to agree on constitutional language proved only slightly easier than actual nation-building usually is. One of the key compromises involved creating a federal capital in New South Wales to appease the most populous colony, but locating it at least 100 miles from Sydney, to appease Victoria, which thought Sydney had too much influence already. This eventually led to Canberra, a purpose-built capital that would become famous for its planned layout, bureaucratic atmosphere, and ability to make visitors wonder why anyone thought building a city from scratch in sheep-grazing country was a good idea. The constitution that emerged in 1901 created a federal system that borrowed heavily from both Britain and the United States. There would be a parliament with 2 houses, a House of Representatives based on population, and a Senate giving equal representation to each state. Executive power would rest with a Prime Minister and Cabinet, responsible to Parliament, and the British monarch would remain head of state, represented by a Governor-General, because cutting ties completely with Britain seemed too radical for 1901. What the Constitution didn't address, at least not positively, was Indigenous Australians. Section 127 specifically excluded Aboriginal natives from being counted in the national census. Section 51 gave the federal government power to make laws about all people except the Aboriginal race. This exclusion wasn't accidental oversight, but deliberate policy, reflecting prevailing beliefs that Indigenous Australians were a dying race that would soon vanish entirely, solving what colonisers viewed as the Aboriginal problem. The other notable exclusion involved what would become known as the White Australia policy. The Immigration Restriction Act of 1901 was designed to keep non-Europeans, especially Chinese and Pacific Islander people, from immigrating to Australia. It used dictation tests that could be administered in any European language to exclude unwanted immigrants. a system so transparently discriminatory that it became a model for racist immigration policies elsewhere. Federation Day, January 1st, 1901, was celebrated with enthusiasm by most white Australians. There were parades, speeches and general celebrations of the new Commonwealth of Australia. For Indigenous Australians, it was just another day in an ongoing dispossession, now to be conducted by a federal government instead of colonial ones. Chapter 7. Wars, Depression, and Defining Australian Identity. The new Australian nation barely had time to settle into existence before World War I came along, and, like a demanding relative, insisted Australia prove its maturity through military service. When Britain declared war in 1914, Australia was automatically at war too. That's how the British Commonwealth worked, and Australians volunteered in extraordinary numbers. The Australian and New Zealand Army Corps, the Anzacs, landed at Gallipoli in Turkey in April 1915 as part of a British-led campaign that was supposed to knock the Ottoman Empire out of the war. Instead, it turned into an 8-month military disaster where Allied forces were pinned on beaches and cliffs, taking heavy casualties for no strategic gain. The campaign failed completely, but something interesting happened in that failure. Australians developed a national mythology. Anzac Day, April 25th, became Australia's most important national commemoration, not celebrating victory, but honouring sacrifice, mateship, and the Anzac spirit of endurance under impossible conditions. There's something distinctly Australian about choosing a military defeat as your defining national moment, suggesting that how you handle adversity matters more than winning. Over 60,000 Australian soldiers died in World War I, a staggering number for a nation of fewer than 5 million people. Hardly a town or suburb wasn't touched by grief. War memorials went up in every community, listing names that often represented significant percentages of local young men. The war changed Australia from a collection of former colonies into a nation that had proven itself on the world stage, though the price of that proof was heartbreakingly high. The 1920s brought recovery and prosperity. Briefly, Australia's economy grew, cities expanded, and there was a sense that the worst was behind. Then came 1929 and the Great Depression, hitting Australia particularly hard because the economy depended heavily on exports of wool and wheat, both of which collapsed in value. Unemployment reached 30%. People queued for government relief that barely kept families fed. Shanty towns grew on city outskirts. The Great Depression tested Australian institutions and social cohesion in ways that would influence politics for generations. Labour unions gained strength, pushing for better conditions and greater economic equality. Conservative forces worried about radicalism and communism. Political tensions ran high, occasionally spilling into violence. Australia weathered the Depression without revolution or dictatorship, which was something of an achievement given what was happening in other parts of the world, but the experience left lasting marks on Australian society. World War II came along just as Australia was recovering from the Depression, and this time the threat was existential. When Japan entered the war, Australia suddenly faced invasion by a military power that was advancing rapidly through Southeast Asia. The fall of Singapore in 1942, where British promises of defence collapsed and thousands of Australian soldiers were captured, marked a turning point in Australian strategic thinking. Prime Minister John Curtin made a famous declaration that Australia would look to America rather than Britain for security, explicitly acknowledging that Britain could no longer protect its distant dominion. American General Douglas MacArthur made Australia his headquarters for the Pacific War. American servicemen flooded into Australian cities. The Battle of the Coral Sea stopped Japanese naval forces heading toward Australia. For the first time, Australians faced war in their own region, rather than fighting in distant European or Middle Eastern campaigns. The war accelerated Australia's transformation from British colony to independent nation. After 1945, there was no going back to assuming Britain would handle defence and foreign policy. Australia needed to develop its own international relationships, strengthen its military, and think about its place in the Asia-Pacific region, rather than imagining itself as a distant outpost of Europe. Chapter 8. Post-war Transformation and Cultural Awakening. The decades after World War II saw Australia transform more rapidly than in all its previous history. The government launched a massive immigration program under the slogan "Populate or Perish." bringing over 2 million immigrants between 1945 and 1947-1965. The initial focus was on British immigrants, but as numbers fell short, Australia expanded to accept displaced persons from Europe: Poles, Ukrainians, Yugoslavs, Greeks and Italians. This immigration challenged the White Australia policy's assumptions without directly confronting them. The government tried to maintain the policy while accepting Southern Europeans who earlier generations might not have considered properly white. Italian and Greek immigrants faced discrimination, were called derogatory names, and struggled for acceptance, but their presence began diversifying what it meant to be Australian. These immigrants changed Australian food, culture and cities. Suburbs that had been relentlessly British became multicultural neighbourhoods. Coffee culture arrived with Italian immigrants who were horrified by Australian coffee habits. Greek restaurants introduced Australians to cuisines beyond meat pies and fish and chips. European immigrants brought different attitudes about food, family and leisure that gradually influenced broader Australian culture. The 1950s and 1960s were also when Indigenous Australians began organising more effectively for civil rights. They had fought in both world wars, worked in industries supporting the war effort, and then returned to lives defined by discrimination and legal restrictions. In Queensland and the Northern Territory, Indigenous workers on cattle stations lived under conditions barely distinguishable from servitude. In southern states, Indigenous people faced segregation in housing, education and public spaces. The Freedom Rides of 1965, inspired by American civil rights activism, saw students from the University of Sydney travel through rural New South Wales, documenting discrimination and protesting segregation in swimming pools, cinemas and other public spaces. These protests brought national attention to inequalities that most urban Australians preferred not to think about. The real breakthrough came in 1967, with a referendum asking Australians to remove constitutional provisions excluding Indigenous Australians from the census and prohibiting the federal government from making laws for them. Over 90% voted yes, one of the highest referendum results in Australian history. It didn't immediately change Indigenous lives, but it represented a shift in national attitudes, an acknowledgement that exclusion and discrimination had to end. The White Australia policy's dismantling happened gradually through the 1960s and early 1970s. First, restrictions eased slightly, then exceptions multiplied. Finally, in 1973, the Whitlam government officially ended racial discrimination in immigration policy. This opened Australia to Asian immigration, fundamentally changing the nation's demographic trajectory. Vietnamese refugees arrived after the Vietnam War, establishing communities that enriched Australian society. Asian skilled migration increased. By the 1980s, Australia was receiving immigrants from every continent, transforming cities into genuinely multicultural places. Sydney and Melbourne became among the world's most diverse cities, with neighbourhoods where dozens of languages could be heard and restaurants representing cuisines from every corner of the globe. These changes weren't smooth or universally welcomed. There were tensions, racist incidents, and political movements resisting multiculturalism. Pauline Hanson's One Nation Party emerged in the 1990s, arguing that Asian immigration threatened Australian identity. But these resistance movements represented minorities. Most Australians adapted to diversity, recognising that multiculturalism wasn't destroying Australian identity but creating a new version of it. The arts flourished during this period. Australian cinema experienced a renaissance with films that explored Australian themes and landscapes. Rock bands like AC/DC and INXS achieved international success. Australian literature gained recognition beyond simply being exotic British writing from the Southern Hemisphere. There was growing confidence that Australian culture could stand on its own terms rather than constantly referencing British or American models. Chapter 9: Land Rights, Reconciliation and Unfinished Business. The 1970s and 1980s saw Indigenous Australians push harder for land rights, recognition and self-determination. The case that changed everything was Milirpum v Nabalco, the Gove land rights case, where Yolngu people from Arnhem Land challenged mining on their traditional country. They lost in court, but the case generated national attention and political pressure that couldn't be ignored. Prime Minister Gough Whitlam responded by establishing the Aboriginal Land Rights Commission, which led to the Northern Territory Land Rights Act of 1976. This was the first legislation recognising Indigenous land ownership based on traditional connection rather than British legal concepts. Indigenous communities could now claim unallocated Crown land in the Northern Territory if they could prove traditional ownership. It was limited and didn't extend to the rest of Australia, but it established the principle that terra nullius was a fiction and Indigenous land rights existed. The real bombshell came in 1992 with the Mabo decision. Eddie Mabo, a Meriam man from the Torres Strait Islands, had been fighting since 1982 for recognition that his people owned their traditional lands. The High Court's decision in Mabo v Queensland finally overturned terra nullius, ruling that native title existed and had survived British colonisation, where Indigenous people maintained continuous connection to land. This was revolutionary, like discovering that the legal foundation of Australian land ownership had been built on quicksand. It didn't mean all Australian land suddenly reverted to Indigenous ownership, but it meant that Indigenous people could claim native title, where they could prove continuous connection, and where the land hadn't been developed or granted away under other legal processes. The Native Title Act of 1993 tried to create a framework for recognising these rights, while protecting existing property owners. The result was complex, legalistic, and often frustrating for Indigenous claimants, but it was still remarkable progress compared to the blanket denial of Indigenous rights that had characterised Australian law for 2 centuries. The stolen generations issue emerged into public consciousness during this period. For decades, Australian governments had systematically removed Indigenous children from their families under assimilation policies, placing them in institutions or with white families. The idea was to breed out Indigenous identity by raising children without connection to their culture, families, or communities. The 1997 Bringing Them Home report documented this practice in devastating detail. Tens of thousands of children forcibly removed, families destroyed, cultures disrupted, and psychological trauma that affected not just individuals but entire communities across generations. The report recommended a formal apology, but Prime Minister John Howard refused, arguing that present generations shouldn't apologise for past actions. This refusal became increasingly controversial. In 2008, newly elected Prime Minister Kevin Rudd made a formal apology to the stolen generations in Parliament, acknowledging the suffering caused by forced removal policies. It was an emotional moment. Many stolen generation survivors were present in Parliament, and the apology was broadcast nationally. It didn't undo the harm, but it represented official acknowledgement of historical injustice. Yet progress on Indigenous issues remained frustratingly slow and uneven. The gap in life expectancy, health outcomes, education, and employment between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians persisted despite numerous government programs. Remote Indigenous communities face particular challenges: inadequate services, limited economic opportunities, and the ongoing impacts of historical dispossession. Constitutional recognition of Indigenous Australians became a long-running debate. The Constitution still contained provisions from 1901 that excluded or marginalised Indigenous people. Multiple proposals for constitutional reform were debated, designed and discussed, but creating change that satisfied both Indigenous communities and required referendum majorities proved elusive. The 2017 Uluru Statement from the Heart, issued by Indigenous leaders, called for constitutional reform establishing a voice to Parliament, a permanent Indigenous advisory body that would ensure Indigenous communities had input into policies affecting them. The proposal sparked debate about constitutional change, Indigenous representation, and the relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australia that continues today. Chapter 10. Modern Australia in a Changing World. As the 20th century ended and the 21st began, Australia found itself navigating an identity that was increasingly complex. No longer simply British, but not quite willing to embrace being Asian despite geography, Australia occupied an interesting middle ground, a Western democracy in the Asia-Pacific region, with a population becoming more diverse with each passing year. The Sydney Olympics in 2000 became a showcase for this modern Australia. The opening ceremony featured Indigenous performers prominently. Cathy Freeman, an Indigenous athlete, lit the Olympic flame and later won gold in the 400 metres while carrying both the Australian and Aboriginal flags. It was a moment of national pride that tried to bridge historical divisions. though many noted that Olympic symbolism was easier than addressing substantive indigenous disadvantage. The Republic debate simmered throughout the 1990s and came to a head with a 1999 referendum asking Australians if they wanted to replace the British monarch with an Australian president. The result was complicated. Polls showed many Australians supported becoming a republic in principle, but the specific model proposed, where Parliament would elect the president, didn't satisfy either monarchists or Republicans who wanted direct election. The referendum failed, and Australia retained Queen Elizabeth II as head of state, a reminder that changing constitutional arrangements requires more than vague sentiment. Australia's economy transformed during these decades through a process politely called economic reform, but which involved significant pain for many communities. Manufacturing declined as globalization shifted production to Asia. Mining boomed as China's growth created enormous demand for Australian iron ore, coal and natural gas. Service industries expanded. The economy grew overall, but the benefits weren't distributed equally, with inner-city professional workers doing well, while outer suburban and regional areas struggled with job losses and declining services. The mining boom of the 2000s and 2010s brought extraordinary wealth, particularly to Western Australia, where iron ore mines produced billions in export revenue. This created an interesting dynamic where mining companies and state governments grew rich, while debates raged about whether enough wealth was being captured for broader public benefit through taxes and royalties. Climate change became an increasingly divisive political issue. Australia is particularly vulnerable to climate impacts. Droughts become more severe, bushfires more frequent and intense, coral bleaching threatens the Great Barrier Reef, and coastal communities face rising seas. Yet Australia's economy depends heavily on coal and gas exports, creating political tensions between environmental concerns and economic interests. The millennium drought of the late 1990s through 2000s hit southeastern Australia particularly hard. Major cities implemented water restrictions, farmers watched crops fail, and debates about water management dominated politics. The drought eventually broke, but it previewed challenges that climate change is expected to intensify. Then came the Black Saturday bushfires of 2009 in Victoria, the deadliest bushfires in Australian history, killing 173 people and destroying thousands of homes. The fires generated their own weather systems, moved faster than people could flee, and demonstrated the devastating potential of extreme fire conditions combined with strong winds and record temperatures. Immigration remained contentious. Successive governments struggled with asylum seekers arriving by boat, implementing increasingly harsh deterrence policies. Offshore detention centres in Nauru and Papua New Guinea held asylum seekers in conditions that drew international criticism. The political calculation was that being perceived as tough on borders won more votes than humanitarian concerns cost, revealing uncomfortable truths about Australian political priorities. Meanwhile, Australia's relationship with China grew more economically important and politically complicated. China became Australia's largest trading partner by far, buying Australian resources at scales that drove economic growth. But strategic concerns about China's rising power, its treatment of ethnic minorities, and its increasingly assertive foreign policy created tensions between economic interests and security concerns. The COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 to 2021 revealed both strengths and limitations in Australian governance. Border closures and lockdowns contained the virus more successfully than in many countries, keeping death rates relatively low. But border policies separated families, locked international students and temporary residents out of support systems, and exposed inequalities in who could afford to weather extended lockdowns. State border closures, previously unthinkable, became routine, with states protecting their populations by restricting movement in ways that divided families and disrupted businesses. The pandemic revealed that Australian federalism, designed for an era of slow communication and transport, could create as many problems as it solved in a crisis requiring rapid, coordinated response. The Voice to Parliament referendum in 2023 asked Australians whether they supported constitutional change to establish an Indigenous advisory body. Despite initial polling showing support, the referendum failed, with many Australians voting no for varied reasons. Some opposed constitutional change, others wanted practical action instead of symbolic recognition, and some were influenced by misinformation campaigns about what the Voice would actually do. The referendum's failure highlighted ongoing challenges in reconciliation. While most Australians supported Indigenous rights in abstract terms, building consensus for specific reforms proved difficult. The gap between symbolic recognition and substantive change remained frustratingly wide. Chapter 11. The Land Itself, Australia's Enduring Character. As we wind down this long journey through Australian history, it's worth considering the land itself, this vast, ancient continent that has shaped everyone who has lived here, from the first humans who arrived 65,000 years ago to the most recent immigrants stepping off a plane last week. Australia is the flattest, driest inhabited continent, with soils among the oldest and least fertile on Earth. This isn't prime agricultural land that generously yields whatever you plant. It's a landscape that demands respect, knowledge, and adaptation. Indigenous Australians learned this over millennia. European settlers took longer and made more mistakes, sometimes spectacular ones. The distances are almost incomprehensible to people from smaller countries. You can drive for hours, days even, and see nothing but scrubland, the same eucalyptus trees stretching to every horizon. There's a reason Australians measure distance in time rather than kilometres. It's about 4 hours up the road, means more than it's 350 kilometres away. Because the real question is how long you'll be driving through that emptiness. Yet this emptiness isn't really empty. The outback that looks barren to European eyes teems with life if you know how to look. Lizards sheltering under rocks, birds nesting in impossible places, and plants that survive years without rain and then burst into bloom when moisture finally comes. Indigenous Australians could read this landscape like Europeans read books, seeing stories, resources and knowledge in every feature. The coasts tell a different story, lush, green, and where most Australians actually live. Over 80% of the population clusters along the coastline, particularly the eastern and southeastern coasts, leaving the interior largely uninhabited except for mining operations and small towns, connected by impossibly long roads. This creates an odd situation where Australia is simultaneously one of the most urbanised countries in the world and one with vast spaces where human presence is minimal. The Great Barrier Reef, stretching for over 2,000 kilometres along the Queensland coast, is the world's largest living structure, visible from space. It's a reminder that, while the land is ancient and weathered, the surrounding oceans are dynamic and alive. The reef faces existential threats from warming waters and ocean acidification, making it a symbol of broader environmental challenges. Australian wildlife remains gloriously weird. Monotremes, mammals that lay eggs, exist nowhere else. Marsupials dominate where placental mammals rule elsewhere. Venomous creatures abound, snakes, spiders, jellyfish, and even a venomous platypus, because apparently regular platypi weren't strange enough. Yet for all the dangerous wildlife reputation, Australia is remarkably safe if you exercise basic common sense, unlike places with large predators that actually hunt humans. The seasons run opposite to the Northern Hemisphere, which creates ongoing calendar confusion. Christmas happens in summer, requiring Australians to maintain European traditions like hot roast dinners in sweltering heat, while knowing that singing about snow and winter wonderlands is geographically nonsensical. Some things persist through cultural inertia, regardless of environmental fit. Chapter 12. What Australia Means Today. As you settle deeper into your pillow, let's consider what Australia represents in the early 21st century. Not the tourist brochure version with beaches and opera houses, but the more complex reality of a nation still working out what it wants to be. Australia is one of the world's most successful multicultural democracies, a place where people from every continent live together, with generally less conflict than history might predict. Over 30% of Australians were born overseas, and in cities like Sydney and Melbourne, that percentage approaches 40%. This diversity is now woven into Australian identity rather than threatening it, though individual incidents of racism remind us that acceptance isn't universal. The Australian sense of humour, self-deprecating, ironic and slightly irreverent toward authority, remains a defining characteristic. Australians instinctively deflate pomposity, value authenticity over pretension, and use nicknames as signs of affection. This can sometimes frustrate visitors from more formal cultures, but it creates a social environment where hierarchy is less rigid than in many societies. Mateship, that quintessentially Australian concept, values loyalty, helping others, and standing by your friends. It emerged from the harsh conditions of early colonial life, where cooperation meant survival, got reinforced through military experiences, and now shapes everything from workplace culture to political rhetoric. Though mateship has historically been quite masculine in its emphasis, contemporary understanding has broadened to include more diverse forms of solidarity and community support. The tyranny of distance, Australia's isolation from major world centres, has shaped national psychology in interesting ways. Australians are simultaneously provincial and cosmopolitan, deeply attached to local places while being enthusiastic international travellers. The distance creates a kind of fortress mentality sometimes, but also produces people who are comfortable with crossing cultural boundaries. Sports occupy an almost religious place in Australian culture. Cricket, Australian rules football, rugby league, rugby union, soccer, and countless other sports generate passion that can seem disproportionate to outsiders. But sports serve as social glue, creating shared experiences and identities that bridge other divisions. State rivalries in sports are intense, but mostly good-natured, except when they're not. The beach lifestyle isn't tourist mythology, but genuine cultural practice for millions of coastal Australians. Learning to swim, understanding surf conditions, and spending summer days at the beach aren't luxury activities but normal parts of life. Surf life-saving clubs are community institutions that combine sport, service, and social connection. Australian English has evolved into its own dialect with distinctive pronunciation, vocabulary, and idioms that can confound even native English speakers from other countries. The tendency to abbreviate everything, arvo for afternoon, servo for service station, brekkie for breakfast, combined with distinctive slang, creates a language that is simultaneously familiar and foreign to other English speakers. Yet underneath these cultural characteristics, deeper questions persist. What does reconciliation with Indigenous Australians actually require beyond symbolic gestures? How does Australia balance its Western political traditions with its Asian geography? What responsibilities come with extraordinary resource wealth in a world facing climate change? How do you maintain social cohesion as diversity increases? These aren't questions with easy answers, and different Australians answer them differently. The Australian political system produces stability, but sometimes at the cost of bold reform. The combination of compulsory voting, preferential voting, and frequent elections means that politicians must appeal to median voters, creating pressure for centrist policies. This prevents extremism, but can also prevent necessary change when that change requires short-term sacrifice for long-term benefit. Indigenous disadvantage remains Australia's greatest domestic challenge and moral failing. Despite decades of programs, policies and good intentions, gaps in health, education, employment and incarceration rates persist. Until these gaps close, Australia cannot claim to have truly reconciled with the injustices of colonisation and their continuing impacts. Epilogue. Stories that continue. As you drift towards sleep, remember that history isn't a story that ended, it's one that continues. The Australia that exists today is dramatically different from the one that existed in 1788, or 1901, or even 1988. And the Australia that will exist in 2088 will be different again, shaped by decisions being made now and challenges not yet visible. Indigenous Australians, after surviving 65,000 years, including 2 centuries of dispossession and destruction, continue to maintain cultural traditions, revive languages, and assert rights to land and self-determination. Their story, the longest continuous human story on Earth, didn't end with colonisation. It adapted, persisted, and continues. The immigrant families who arrived from Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas are creating new chapters in Australian history, bringing traditions that enrich and complicate what it means to be Australian. Their children and grandchildren will blend these traditions with Australian culture in ways that continue the evolution that has characterised this continent for millennia. Environmental challenges, from climate change to species extinctions to water scarcity, will require Australians to reconsider their relationship with this ancient land. Perhaps this will create opportunities to learn from Indigenous knowledge systems that sustained human life here for thousands of generations, without depleting resources that support future generations. The Great Barrier Reef struggling under warming seas reminds us that some losses might be irreversible without rapid action. The increasingly intense bushfire seasons warn that climate change isn't a distant threat but a present reality requiring adaptation and mitigation. The drought-prone inland teaches that water is precious and cannot be taken for granted. Australia's geographic position, tucked below Asia in the southern hemisphere, will continue shaping its strategic and economic future. The rise of Asia, particularly China and India, creates both opportunities and challenges that will define Australian foreign policy for generations. The Republican debate will resurface, probably when Queen Elizabeth II's reign ends, forcing Australians to reconsider what constitutional links to Britain mean in an era when Australian identity has evolved far beyond its colonial origins. Cities will continue growing, sprawling across land that was recently farmland or bush, creating environmental and infrastructure challenges that require creative solutions. The Australian dream of owning a detached house on a quarter-acre block will become increasingly difficult as land prices rise and density increases. Technology will transform work, education, and social connections in ways we can barely imagine, just as previous generations couldn't imagine how television, air conditioning, and the internet would reshape Australian life. But through all these changes, something fundamental about Australia will probably persist: the particular quality of light that has inspired artists for millennia, the distinctive accent and humour, the casual approach to social hierarchy, and the fierce attachment to place that characterises both Indigenous and settler Australians in different but sometimes overlapping ways. The story that began 65,000 years ago when the first humans crossed the water to reach this continent continues. It has been a story of adaptation, survival, conflict, creativity, and constant change. It has included tragedies that should never be forgotten and triumphs worth celebrating. It has been shaped by Indigenous knowledge, British colonisation, multicultural immigration, and countless individual decisions that accumulated into historical forces. As you fall asleep tonight, you're connected to this ongoing story, whether you're Australian yourself or simply someone interested in how human societies evolve, adapt, and sometimes transcend their origins. Australia's history, like all history, isn't a collection of dates and facts, but a web of human experiences, choices, and consequences that continue resonating through time. The land itself, ancient, weathered, patient, has witnessed all of this and will witness whatever comes next. The stars that wheel overhead are the same stars that guided Indigenous navigators for thousands of generations, that confused early European explorers, and that now mark the southern sky for everyone who calls this continent home. Sleep well, knowing that history is never truly finished, that every ending is also a beginning, and that the oldest inhabited continent on Earth continues its journey into an unknowable but fascinating future. The story of Australia, like the best bedtime stories, invites you to dream, not just of what was, but of what might be. Picture this. You're sitting in ancient China around 220 BC, probably wondering what's for dinner and hoping the weather holds up for harvest season. You've got your little plot of land, maybe some chickens pecking around, and life is pretty predictable. Then Emperor Qin Shi Huang shows up with what might be history's most ambitious home improvement project. "We're going to build a wall," he announces. Not just any wall, mind you, a wall that stretches across mountains, deserts and valleys for thousands of miles. Your neighbours probably thought he'd been sampling too much rice wine, but this emperor was dead serious. He had already conquered 6 other kingdoms to unite China, so building an impossibly long wall seemed like a simple task. Tuesday afternoon's project. The thing is, walls already existed. Various kingdoms had been building defensive barriers for centuries, like having a really impressive fence to keep the neighbours' goats out of your garden. But Qin Shi Huang looked at these scattered walls the way you might look at mismatched furniture in your living room. Functional, but lacking a unified vision. His plan was brilliant in its audacity. Connect the existing walls, extend them, and create one continuous barrier along China's northern border. Imagine this as the world's first massive renovation project, where instead of demolishing walls, they were constructing the ultimate wall to end all walls. The emperor's motivation wasn't just showing off, though that was certainly part of it. The Mongols and other nomadic tribes from the north were habituated to dropping by uninvited, usually with swords and an attitude problem. These weren't friendly social calls. They were more like aggressive house parties, where the guests take everything and leave the place in shambles. So you can understand the emperor's thinking. Build a wall so impressive, so formidable, that these northern neighbours would take one look and decide maybe they'd rather stay home and tend their horses instead. It was like installing the world's most elaborate security system, except the cameras were guard towers and the alarm was a very loud horn. But here's where it gets intriguing for regular folks like you. This project wasn't going to be built by magic or imperial decree alone. This undertaking was going to require hands, millions of them. Suddenly, your quiet life of farming and chicken tending was about to get a lot more complicated. The recruitment process was about as subtle as an earthquake. Local officials would show up in villages with scrolls and serious expressions, essentially conducting a very involuntary job fair. Congratulations, they'd say. You've been selected for a wonderful opportunity to serve your emperor and build something truly historic. The fact that you hadn't applied for this opportunity was considered irrelevant. Now, before you start feeling too sorry for yourself in this scenario, consider the alternative. The emperor had just finished unifying China through a series of wars that made Game of Thrones look like a peaceful afternoon tea. Building a wall, even an impossibly long one, was actually the peaceful option. Still, knowing you're part of the calmer solution doesn't make the prospect of hauling stones across mountains any more appealing. The scale of this project was something no one had ever attempted. Imagine trying to coordinate a construction project that spans the distance from New York to Denver, except there are no trucks, no power tools, and no Home Depot. Everything had to be done with human muscle, animal power, and whatever clever engineering solutions people could devise with the technology of 220 BC. And so began one of history's greatest adventures in construction management, community cooperation, and sheer human stubbornness. You were about to become part of something that would still be visible. So here you are, standing with your hastily packed belongings and wondering how your life took such an unexpected turn. The recruitment officer has assured you that the job is a temporary assignment, just a few months, maybe a year at most. You'll be back home before you know it, he says, with the confidence of someone who's never actually built a wall. Your first glimpse of the construction site is like nothing you've ever seen. Imagine an anthill the size of a city, except the ants are people and they're all carrying rocks. Thousands of workers stretch across the landscape, creating a human chain that disappears into the distance. The noise is incredible. Hammering, shouting, the scrape of stone against stone, and the occasional creative curse word that probably shouldn't be repeated in polite company. You're assigned to a work crew that becomes your new family, whether you like it or not. There's old Chen, who claims he helped build the Emperor's palace and has strong opinions about proper mortar mixing. Young Liu bounces around with the enthusiasm of someone who thinks this whole wall business might actually be fun. Wang the Quiet barely speaks but can carry stones that would make a donkey jealous. And there's you, trying to figure out which end of a hammer to hold. The living arrangements are, shall we say, cosy. Your new home is a tent shared with 5 other men, which sounds awful until you realise some crews are sleeping 12 to a shelter. Privacy becomes a fond memory, like a favourite dish from home that you can almost taste if you concentrate hard enough. The good news is that everyone snores, so at least the noise is evenly distributed. Your daily routine starts before dawn, because apparently whoever designed this schedule believed that sunlight was a luxury rather than a necessity. You stumble out of your shared tent, grab some rice and maybe a pickled vegetable if you're lucky, and report to your section chief. This is a man who has elevated shouting into an art form, and seems to believe that volume is directly proportional to work efficiency. The work itself is simpler in concept than execution. You're building a wall, which sounds straightforward until you realise this wall needs to be tall enough to stop mounted warriors, strong enough to withstand siege engines, and long enough to protect an entire frontier. It's like being asked to build a fence around your property, except your property is the size of several states and the fence needs to stop an army. The foundation work is back-breaking in the most literal sense. You spend days moving earth, laying stones, and creating the base that everything else will rest on. Each stone needs to be placed just so, because a wobbly foundation today means a collapsed wall tomorrow, and nobody wants to explain to the Emperor why his wall has developed a lean. But here's the thing about shared misery. It has a way of bringing people together. By the end of your first week, you and your tent mates have developed an effortless camaraderie born of mutual exhaustion. Old Chen shares techniques he learned from previous construction projects. Young Liu invents games to make the repetitive work more bearable. One the quiet turns out to be an excellent cook who can make rice taste almost intriguing. The engineers overseeing the project are a fascinating bunch. They've had to solve problems no one has ever faced before, like how to build a uniform wall across terrain that varies from desert sand to mountain granite. Watching them work is like seeing puzzle masters tackle a jigsaw with a million pieces, none of which seem to fit together properly. Supply lines stretch back towards civilization like the world's longest grocery delivery route. Wagons arrive with fresh stone, timber, rice, and replacement tools. Occasionally they bring news from home, which everyone gathers around to hear like it's the evening entertainment. Occasionally they bring new workers to replace those who've completed their service, or, more grimly, those who won't be going home at all. Despite the hardships, there's something oddly satisfying about the work. Each day you can see progress. The wall grows taller, stronger, and more impressive. You begin to take pride in your section, competing informally with other crews to see who can lay the straightest line or build the most solid foundation. It's like the world's most exhausting team sport. After a few weeks on the wall, you've developed what your grandmother might charitably call character. Your hands, once soft from farm work, now sport calluses in places you didn't know could grow calluses. Your back has adapted to a permanent slight hunch from lifting stones, and you've learned to identify different types of rock by their weight and the specific way they make your shoulders ache. The workday starts with what the section chief optimistically calls morning coordination, but which everyone else recognises as the daily ritual of figuring out who's going to do what and how badly it might go wrong. Today, your crew is assigned to mortar mixing, which sounds easy until you realise that getting the consistency right is like trying to bake bread while blindfolded during an earthquake. Old Chen takes this opportunity to share his philosophy on mortar, which apparently involves the same level of precision that other people reserve for poetry. If the mixture is too wet, it runs like water from a broken bucket, he explains, while stirring the mixture with a wooden paddle that has seen better days. Too dry, and it crumbles like a promise from a politician. You're beginning to suspect that old Chen has strong opinions about everything, which makes him either very wise or very annoying, depending on how early in the morning it is. The stones themselves come from quarries that seem impossibly far away, yet somehow keep producing an endless supply of building material. Watching the stonecutters work is mesmerising. They can look at a rough boulder and somehow see the perfectly shaped block hiding inside like sculptors working in reverse. Their hammers ring against chisels with a rhythm that becomes the soundtrack of construction, a percussion section for the symphony of building. Transportation of materials has evolved into a complex dance of human efficiency. Teams of workers form chains from the supply wagons to the construction site, passing stones hand to hand in a process that looks chaotic but actually moves materials faster than you'd think possible. It's like watching a very patient version of the world's heaviest relay race. Young Liu has invented a game where you try to predict which stone will be the most awkward to carry, based on its shape. He's surprisingly talented at this, having developed an eye for stones that look innocent but turn out to be engineered by nature specifically to be impossible to grip properly. His uncanny ability to spot these troublemakers has saved the crew numerous bruised toes and creative vocabulary lessons. The wall itself is taking shape with surprising speed, considering it's being built entirely by hand. Each section has its own personality, reflecting the crew that built it. Some sections are precisely uniform, built by teams that measure twice and cut once. Others show more character, with small variations that somehow make them look more human and less like something assembled by very patient machines. Weather adds its complications to the work. Rain turns the construction site into a muddy obstacle course, where every step requires careful consideration of physics and balance. Hot days make the stones too hot to handle comfortably, and cold mornings mean waiting for fingers to thaw enough to grip tools properly. You begin to develop a farmer's intuition for weather, reading the sky like a daily newspaper that specialises in inconvenient surprises. The guard towers, spaced at regular intervals along the wall, present their engineering challenges. These aren't just tall platforms. They're sophisticated observation and communication posts that need to be sturdy enough to withstand attacks, while remaining tall enough to provide commanding views of the surrounding territory. Building them requires a combination of masonry, carpentry, and what might generously be called optimistic physics. Food becomes both fuel and entertainment. The camp cooks have mastered the art of making large quantities of rice interesting through creative use of whatever vegetables, meat or seasonings happen to be available. Sometimes you have lucky and there's pork. Other times, you learn to appreciate the subtle flavours of turnips and hope. Crews gather during meal times to share stories, voice complaints, and occasionally speculate about the potential completion date of this project. Your tent mates have developed distinct personalities that make the cramped living quarters more bearable. Old Chen tells stories from his construction days that may or may not be entirely true, but are always entertaining. Young Liu practices writing characters in the dirt, determined to return home more educated than when he left. Wang the Quiet has revealed a talent for repairing tools and equipment, making him the most popular person in a 100-yard radius. By now you've realised that building the Great Wall isn't just construction, it's engineering on a scale that makes regular building projects look like children's blocks. Every day brings new problems that require solutions no one has ever had to figure out before, and you're starting to appreciate the complexity of what seemed like a simple concept. Take, for instance, the challenge of building a wall across a mountain ridge. You can't just pile stones in a straight line and hope for the best. The wall needs to follow the natural contours of the land while maintaining its defensive capabilities, which means constantly adjusting height, thickness, and angle. It's like trying to draw a straight line on a crumpled piece of paper while wearing mittens. The foundation work varies dramatically depending on terrain. In rocky areas, you're essentially building on nature's concrete, which sounds great until you realise that rocky often means uneven, unpredictable, and determined to make your life difficult. In sandy or soft soil areas, the foundation needs to go much deeper, which means more digging and more stone, but at least the digging is easier. In marshy areas, well, everyone tries to avoid thinking about marshy areas. Your crew has been assigned to work on a section that crosses a particularly steep hillside, which provides spectacular views and spectacular challenges in equal measure. Building on a slope means every stone wants to roll downhill, apparently having missed the memo about staying put. This has led to the development of increasingly creative techniques for convincing stones to remain where you place them. Old Chen has become something of a master at reading stone behaviour. He can look at a rock and predict whether it's going to be cooperative or whether it's going to spend the day trying to escape down the mountainside. Stones have personalities, he explains, while wedging a particularly rebellious boulder into place. Some want to work, some want to wander, and some just want to cause trouble. You're starting to suspect he might be right. The mortar mixing has evolved into something approaching science. Different weather conditions require different consistencies, and the local materials, limestone here, clay there, all react differently to mixing and setting. The master masons have developed an almost mystical ability to produce exactly the right mixture for current conditions, like chefs who can cook perfect meals without measuring ingredients. Tool maintenance has become a critical skill for survival. When your livelihood depends on hammers, chisels, and carrying baskets, keeping them in good repair isn't just professional pride, it's self-preservation. Wang the Quiet has set up an informal repair service, trading tool maintenance for extra rice or help with heavy lifting. His ability to resurrect a broken handle or straighten a bent chisel has made him the most valued member of several crews. The logistics of the project are mind-boggling when you stop thinking about them. Someone, somewhere, is coordinating the delivery of materials, food and equipment to dozens of construction sites spread across hundreds of miles. Supply wagons consistently arrive, delivering not only essentials but also occasional luxury items such as tea or preserved fruit, adding a touch of joy to everyone's day. Communication along the wall happens through a system of signals that's part practical necessity and part entertainment. Horn calls relay messages from section to section, creating a chain of communication that can carry news faster than a running messenger. The horn operators have developed a surprisingly sophisticated vocabulary of calls, different patterns for mealtime, shift changes, material deliveries, and occasionally warnings about approaching inspectors. The inspectors themselves are a source of both anxiety and amusement. These are officials who arrive periodically to check progress and quality, armed with measuring devices and serious expressions. They examine wall sections with the intensity of art critics, running their hands along stone joints and muttering about specifications. Smart crews learn to recognise the signs of an approaching inspection and spend extra time making their sections look particularly impressive. Quality control has evolved organically among the work crews. Nobody wants to be responsible for the section that falls down, so there's intense peer pressure to build well. Teams develop reputations for craftsmanship, and being assigned to work with a crew known for solid construction becomes a point of pride. Competition between crews drives quality improvements that no amount of official supervision could achieve. The wall's defensive features require careful attention to detail that goes beyond simple construction. Arrow slits need to be positioned at exactly the right height and angle to provide maximum coverage while offering protection to defenders. Walkways must be wide enough for guards to patrol, but not so wide that they waste materials or provide too much target area for attackers. Winter arrives like an unwelcome relative who shows up without warning and refuses to leave. One day you're working in comfortable autumn weather, and the next morning you wake up to discover frost decorating your tent like nature's least practical artwork. The section chief announces that work will continue regardless of weather, because apparently walls don't build themselves and emperors don't appreciate seasonal delays. Building in cold weather presents challenges that the project planners probably didn't fully appreciate when they scheduled this particular construction timeline. Mortar doesn't set properly when it's freezing, which means either waiting for warmer temperatures or developing creative solutions that involve keeping mixed mortar warm until it can be applied. This scenario leads to the amusing sight of grown men huddling around small fires with buckets of mortar like they're warming their hands. Your tent becomes both a sanctuary and an endurance test as temperatures drop. 5 men sharing a small space generates a surprising amount of body heat, which is beneficial for staying warm but challenging for maintaining any sense of personal space or air quality. Everyone develops strategies for staying comfortable, extra layers, creative use of blankets, and the unspoken agreement that nobody comments on anyone else's sleeping habits or unusual nighttime noises. The supply lines face their own winter challenges. Wagons that moved easily over dry summer roads now struggle through mud, snow and ice. Food deliveries become less predictable, leading to careful rationing and creative cooking with whatever ingredients are available. Rice becomes even more precious, and everyone learns to appreciate the subtle differences between turnips, radishes, and other vegetables that all taste remarkably similar when you're hungry enough. Spring brings relief and new complications in equal measure. The ground thaws, making digging easier but also creating mud that seems specifically designed to make walking difficult and tool handling treacherous. Fresh supplies arrive more regularly, but so do new workers who need to be trained and integrated into existing crews. You find yourself in the odd position of being a veteran after just one winter, offering advice to newcomers who look as bewildered as you once did. The seasonal cycle creates a rhythm to the work that becomes oddly comforting. Summer brings long days and maximum productivity. However, it also brings heat that makes handling sun-baked stones an exercise in pain tolerance. Autumn brings perfect working weather and the urgent push to complete sections before winter returns. Each season requires different strategies, preparations, and types of stubborn determination. The rainy season deserves special mention as a time when optimism goes to die. Working in rain means dealing with slippery stones, mud that clings to everything, and the constant challenge of keeping tools dry enough to use effectively. The wall itself becomes treacherous to work on, requiring extra caution and significantly reduced productivity. Everyone develops strong opinions about rain gear and the inadequacy of most attempts to stay dry while doing heavy construction work. The changing seasons also bring changes in local wildlife, which adds an element of unpredictability to daily work. Spring brings curious deer that seem fascinated by construction activity. Summer attracts various insects that apparently view human workers as either entertainment or potential meals. Autumn brings migrating birds that sometimes interfere with construction work, and winter brings various creatures searching for warm places to shelter, occasionally choosing tool storage areas. Old Chen reveals that he's worked construction jobs in all kinds of weather and has developed philosophical approaches to each season. Summer teaches patience, he explains, while taking a break in whatever shade he can find. Winter teaches persistence, spring teaches hope, and autumn teaches urgency. Young Liu suggests that all seasons teach you to appreciate being indoors, which seems like the most practical wisdom anyone has offered. Food preservation becomes a crucial skill as weather affects both supply deliveries and storage capabilities. It becomes essential to learn which vegetables store well and which require immediate consumption. Based on available ingredients and safe storage methods, the camp cooks create seasonal menus that result in surprisingly diverse meals. Tool performance varies significantly with weather conditions. Wooden handles shrink and expand, metal parts rust or become brittle, and carrying baskets develop holes or weak spots that seem to appear overnight. maintenance becomes an ongoing project rather than an occasional necessity, and everyone learns basic repair skills that weren't part of the original job description. Weather prediction becomes a valuable skill set that everyone develops to some degree. Cloud reading, wind pattern recognition, and understanding seasonal patterns all contribute to better planning and preparation. The ability to predict weather changes helps crews plan work schedules, prepare for supply delays, and generally make life more manageable in an environment where comfort is largely dependent on being ready for whatever nature decides to provide. Living and working in close quarters with hundreds of other people creates a unique social environment that's part construction site, part small town, and part extended family reunion where nobody can leave early. The Wall Project has brought together people from different regions, social classes and backgrounds, creating a temporary community that develops its own customs, jokes and social structure. Your tent has evolved into something resembling a household, with everyone settling into informal roles that make shared living more manageable. Old Chen has become the unofficial leader, settling disputes and offering advice based on his extensive experience with group living situations. Young Liu serves as entertainment coordinator, inventing games and keeping spirits up during difficult days. Wang the Quiet handles practical matters like tool maintenance and small repairs that keep daily life functioning smoothly. The evening routine after work has become a social ritual that everyone looks forward to. Crews gather around small fires to share meals, stories and complaints about the day's challenges. These conversations range from practical discussions about construction techniques to elaborate storytelling sessions where facts and entertainment blend together in ways that probably wouldn't pass strict historical scrutiny, but make for engaging listening. Regional differences create intriguing cultural exchanges as workers from different areas share their local customs, foods, and approaches to problem solving. Someone from the northern provinces might introduce techniques for working in cold weather, while workers from southern regions contribute knowledge about building in wet conditions. It's like a practical education program where everyone is both teacher and student. Games and entertainment develop organically to fill the hours between work and sleep. Simple gambling games using stones or sticks provide excitement and social interaction. Storytelling competitions emerge, with workers sharing tales from home or inventing elaborate fictional adventures. Physical competitions, who can carry the heaviest stone, who can work longest without rest, add elements of friendly rivalry that make work more engaging. The development of informal leadership structures within work crews demonstrates how people naturally organise themselves when faced with shared challenges. Some workers emerge as natural organisers, others as technical experts, and still others as mediators who help resolve conflicts before they become serious problems. These unofficial roles often prove more important than formal hierarchy in determining how well crews function. Trade and barter systems develop to supplement official supply distributions. Workers with particular skills, cooking, tool repair, storytelling, letter writing, find themselves able to trade services for extra food, better sleeping arrangements, or other small luxuries that make life more bearable. These informal economies create networks of mutual support that extend beyond individual work crews. The challenge of maintaining morale during difficult periods brings out creative solutions from the worker community. During particularly tough stretches, bad weather, equipment shortages, especially demanding work assignments, crews develop strategies for supporting each other emotionally as well as practically. Shared hardship creates bonds that probably wouldn't form under normal circumstances. Communication with families back home becomes a valued service that brings the community together. Workers who can write often compose letters for those who can't, creating connections between the Wall Project and the outside world. These letters serve multiple purposes, maintaining family relationships, sharing news from the construction site, and providing an emotional outlet for homesickness and anxiety about the future. Religious and cultural observances continue despite the challenging work environment, adapted to fit the constraints of construction life. Festival celebrations happen on a smaller scale, but with no less enthusiasm, creating opportunities for workers to maintain connections to their cultural traditions while building new shared experiences with their fellow workers. The gradual development of construction site traditions creates a sense of continuity and belonging that helps workers feel part of something larger than their individual daily struggles. These might include ceremonies for completing wall sections, rituals for welcoming new workers, or informal celebrations when supply wagons arrive with particularly welcome deliveries. Conflicts, when they arise, tend to be resolved through community pressure rather than formal authority, as everyone recognises that cooperation is essential for both work efficiency and personal survival. The shared experience of difficult working conditions creates strong incentives for people to work out their differences rather than let disputes escalate into serious problems that could affect entire crews. The knowledge that this assignment is temporary gives the community a unique character. Everyone knows they're here for a limited time, which creates both a sense of urgency about forming relationships and a practical focus on making the best of the current situation rather than building permanent social structures. Months have passed since you first arrived at the wall site, and the changes are remarkable, both in the wall itself and in yourself. What started as scattered construction sites has grown into a continuous barrier that stretches beyond what you can see from any single vantage point. Standing on a completed section and looking along the wall's path, you can hardly believe that human hands and stubborn determination created something so massive and permanent. The wall sections your crew has built bear the subtle marks of their creators, slightly different stone patterns, variations in mortar joints, and the accumulated character that comes from being constructed by real people rather than perfect machines. You can identify your work from a distance, recognizing the particular rhythm and style your crew developed over months of working together. It's like being able to recognize your own handwriting on a massive scale. Completion of individual sections brings mixed emotions. There's pride in the craftsmanship and satisfaction in seeing a job well done, but also awareness that completion means eventual departure from this temporary community that has become unexpectedly important. The relationships forged through shared hardship and common purpose don't necessarily translate easily back to normal life, creating a bittersweet quality to finishing the work. Old Chen, who has worked on various imperial projects throughout his career, offers perspective on the historical significance of what you've all accomplished. Most things people build get torn down eventually, he observes, while surveying a newly completed tower. But walls like this become part of the landscape. Your grandchildren's grandchildren will walk along sections you built with your hands. It's an oddly comforting thought that adds meaning to all those days of carrying stones and mixing mortar. The skills you've developed during wall construction turn out to be transferable to civilian life. Understanding stone and mortar, reading terrain, coordinating group work and managing projects under difficult conditions are valuable abilities that will serve you well back home. You've also developed physical strength and endurance that make farm work seem almost effortless by comparison. Young Liu has indeed become more literate during his time on the wall, practicing writing characters in spare moments and learning from other workers who shared their education. He plans to use these skills to improve his family's business dealings, demonstrating how the wall project has created unexpected opportunities for personal development, alongside its primary construction goals. Wang the Quiet has saved enough money from his tool repair business to make significant improvements to his family's farm when he returns home. His mechanical skills, sharpened by months of keeping construction equipment functioning, will make him valuable in any rural community where practical problem-solving abilities are always in demand. The completion ceremony for your section is simpler than you might expect, but deeply meaningful to everyone who participated in the construction. Local officials make speeches about imperial glory and defensive necessity, but the real significance is in the quiet satisfaction shared among the workers who know exactly how much effort went into every stone, every joint, and every decision that shaped the final result. News arrives that other sections of the wall are nearing completion, creating a sense of being part of a larger coordinated achievement that extends far beyond your direct experience. The project that seemed impossibly large when you first arrived has been broken down into manageable pieces by thousands of work crews like yours, demonstrating how even the most ambitious goals can be achieved through patient, persistent effort. Preparations for departure begin with mixed feelings. There's eagerness to return home to family, familiar surroundings, and the comfortable routines of normal life. But there's also reluctance to leave the friendships and sense of shared purpose that made the hardships bearable and gave meaning to the difficult work. The journey home provides time to reflect on the experience and process what you've learned about yourself, about cooperation, and about what people can accomplish when they work together toward common goals. The wall represents more than just a defensive barrier. It's proof that ordinary people can create extraordinary things when they combine their individual efforts with shared determination. Returning home means readjusting to civilian life after months of structured work routines and community living. Family and friends are curious about your experiences, but explaining the daily reality of wall construction proves challenging. How do you describe the satisfaction of building something permanent, the camaraderie of shared hardship, or the pride in craftsmanship that developed over months of patient work? The wall continues without you, as other crews take over maintenance and improvements, ensuring that your temporary contribution becomes part of a permanent legacy. Knowing that your work will endure lends a sense of permanence to what felt like just a temporary assignment, connecting your individual effort to something that will outlast your lifetime. Years later, you might travel past sections of the wall and feel a particular satisfaction in seeing your work still standing, still serving its purpose, still bearing the subtle marks of the craftsmanship you and your crew brought to an impossible project that somehow got finished anyway, one stone at a time. In the year 742 CE, the prosperous city-state of Khorasan glittered under the noonday sun. A nexus for caravan routes feeding distant empires, Khorasan thrived on the exchange of saffron, silk, star charts, and rumours whispered behind curtained alcoves. At its centre loomed a grand marketplace whose vaulted roof trapped the daily bustle in a ceaseless echo. Traders from Byzantium, Tang China, the Abbasid Caliphate, and beyond mingled among stalls stacked high with lapis lazuli, dried fruit, and perfumed sandalwood. Some hailed it as a marvel of cosmopolitan life, where fortunes might pivot in a single conversation. Among the people navigating the throng was Kariya bint Yazd, a travelling scholar whose lineage traced back to the once-renowned Zoroastrian priests of Persia. Her face betrayed concentration as she studied hieroglyphic notations in a weathered scroll. Unmarried and unconcerned with the expectations placed upon a woman of her station, she had roamed from one end of the Silk Road to the other, piecing together knowledge that seldom found its way into the official annals. The swirl of Khorasan's commerce did not distract her. She focused on a lead suggesting that rare manuscripts had surfaced in a private collection near the city's eastern quarter. This rumour, if proven true, could illuminate corners of history barely glimpsed by modern scholars. Korea pressed deeper into a labyrinth of narrow lanes behind the main bazaar, guided by a coded map etched into her memory. Eager boys offered to carry her satchels for a coin, and watchful guards in brass-trimmed uniforms eyed each passerby. She brushed off all offers of help. Too many watchers, too many ears. At last, she arrived at a courtyard hidden behind a plain wooden door. Its walls were plastered in cream white, while vines spiralled up lattices under a hazy afternoon sky. Within that secluded enclave stood an elderly bibliophile named Kazem al-Talibi, his hands trembling under the burden of a slender volume bound in jade-green leather. Their meeting was brief. Korea offered him carefully wrapped objects, fragments of ancient mathematics tablets uncovered near Samarkand, and, in exchange, Kazem relinquished the jade-bound text. He warned her that certain circles would stop at nothing to keep these pages hidden, for they revealed knowledge rumoured to disrupt any empire reliant on controlling scholarship. She nodded gravely, accustomed to the shadows that dogged rare manuscripts. Across the years, she had learned that truth took many forms, each requiring a subtle approach to keep it from vanishing under official censure. Emerging once again into the main bazaar, Korea carefully hid the new acquisition beneath her travelling cloak. She knew better than to linger. Khorasan's seeming tolerance of foreign ideas could transform abruptly if power shifted. Memories of burned scrolls and harassed scribes in other dominions haunted her, fueling her determination to preserve the text at any cost. She arranged with a local caravan heading eastward, its leader a woman named Afsoon, who had a reputation for outmanoeuvring desert bandits. Without illusions, Carrier recognised that partnering with such a skilled merchant would cost her, yet safety for the jade-bound book was paramount. Before the caravan departed, Korea paid her respects at a small shrine dedicated to wise men of antiquity. A single candle flickered by the altar, illuminating offerings left by travellers praying for clear roads and fair weather. She exhaled a silent oath that she would not let ignorance devour the precious knowledge in her care. Beyond the city's gates lay an expanse of desert and studded with dunes and hammered by fierce winds. But her route led even farther, along mountain trails rumoured to house hidden monasteries and ephemeral oasis towns. The unstoppable pulse of curiosity drove her to press forward, regardless of perils that might lurk in the next bend of the road. Dawn arrived, painting the sky with ochre and salmon hues. Carrier joined Afsoon and the other travellers at the designated meeting point, where camels brayed and donkey drivers prepared loads of barley and dried fruit. The caravan's synergy was immediately evident. Each person had a distinct task, ensuring that by the time the sun fully breached the horizon, they were on the move. Carrier walked near Afsoon, who shared glimpses of the terrain ahead and introduced Carrier to the caravan's unspoken rules: trust the signals, ration water meticulously, and never question the necessity of midnight halts. In these borderless regions, vigilance was currency. With the sun mounting, the caravan snaked through a parched plain dotted by twisted shrubs. A hush fell over them, broken only by the soft shuffling of hooves and the gentle clink of metal fastenings. Carria's thoughts drifted to the codex inside her bag. She had only glimpsed a few pages thus far. Intricate diagrams of planetary movement, cryptic references to an ancient empire that preceded the Achaemenids, and footnotes scrawled in an unfamiliar script. If accurate, these writings expanded the known timeline of advanced astronomy by centuries. She resolved to study every page once the caravan reached a safe haven. Afsoon signalled a halt near a cluster of sun-scorched boulders, granting the group respite from the crushing midday heat. While some dozed in makeshift shade, Carrier took cautious sips from her water skin, feeling the dryness cling to her throat. A restlessness stirred within her, equal parts excitement and anxiety. She replayed Kazem al-Talabi's warning. Powerful figures had an interest in ensuring no one deciphered the text. For them, knowledge was a finite resource, best kept under strict watch. As a swirl of wind kicked sand across her path, Carrier gripped her satchel, silently vowing she would not be silenced. By twilight, the caravan approached a modest oasis, lined with date palms that cast long shadows across still water. Afsoon guided her camels into a semicircle, forming a protective barrier against stray wanderers. Several travellers set about erecting tents, while others gathered wood for small fires that would ward off the chill of desert night. Carrier found herself drawn to the water's edge, where subdued conversation rose among weary merchants. Some speculated about the political tensions brewing in distant courts, others lamented the rising cost of salt. As darkness settled, the oasis took on an otherworldly hush. A crescent moon glimmered overhead, illuminating faint outlines of crumbling stone pillars, suggesting an abandoned settlement from a forgotten era. Under that quiet vault of stars, Carrier couldn't resist scanning a few more pages of the jade-bound manuscript. Its text merged empirical observations with philosophical notes referencing the grand wheel of time. She recognized oblique references to astronomical systems older than the widely recognized Ptolemaic model. If deciphered fully, such knowledge might challenge many assumptions cherished by esteemed academies. Meanwhile, Afsoon stepped away from the main group, beckoning Carrier to join her near a withered acacia. "You stand out among our company," the merchant remarked in a measured tone. "Your eyes never rest, and you guard that bag as if it carries the soul of a king." Carrier, wary of revealing too much, offered that she was merely a scholar entrusted with a rare item. Afsoon nodded, but warned Carrier that roving spies seeking advantage for rival factions often infiltrated caravans. She suggested Carrier remain vigilant, especially given the extraordinary bustle in Khorasan, where rumour travelled like wildfire. Unable to sleep, Carrier lingered by the embers of the fire after most travellers had dozed off. She studied the swirling patterns of the night sky, mindful of the coded star charts in the manuscript. Passing caravans sometimes recounted legends of a hidden library in the mountain city of Varash, where lines of knowledge stretched back to centuries unknown. Carrier wondered if that library could fill the gaps in her text. She believed the jade-bound manuscript might be only a fragment of a larger puzzle, scattered across the Silk Road's shifting tapestry. Morning unveiled a horizon brushed with amber, and the caravan proceeded along a rocky escarpment overlooking a vast dune field. Rolling slopes of sand rippled beneath the wind like the surface of a living sea. At midday they paused for water, rationed by Afsoon with practiced efficiency. Carrier noticed that one of the other travellers, a soft-spoken man named Malik, carried a small chest meticulously locked. He travelled with perpetual worry etched into his features, eyes darting whenever talk turned to rumours of desert raiders. Secrets seemed to coil around each member of this assemblage, as though no one ventured these roads without hidden motives. Late in the afternoon, The caravan encountered a party of horsemen flying the banner of a minor warlord rumoured to be in league with the region's most feared bandit clans. Tension crackled through the group as Afsoon halted the caravan, waiting for the riders to approach. After a terse greeting, the horsemen rode on, apparently uninterested in conflict, but the encounter rattled everyone. Korea noticed Afsoon's posture remained rigid with caution long after the riders vanished in a plume of dust. The merchant murmured about changing their route, seeking narrower trails less patrolled by predatory chieftains. That evening brought them to a narrow gorge, its walls towering on either side in jagged ridges. Afsoon insisted they make camp in a sheltered alcove half hidden behind weathered boulders. By the flicker of firelight, Korea finally delved into the central chapter of the manuscript. Strange symbols, part cuneiform, part unknown script, decorated the margins, each sign accompanied by cryptic commentary. The text recounted a civilization that mapped constellations in ways contrasting with every known chart. Diagrammatic lines implied an advanced geometry, far exceeding the standard calculations of her time. Just as Korea's pulse quickened at the revelation, a cry rang out near the edge of camp. She rushed toward the commotion, heart pounding. Malik stood trembling by his small chest, which now lay open, its contents missing. Anguish coloured his voice as he pleaded for help, insisting that something vital had been stolen, a crucial letter from the governor of Basra, hidden within that chest. Afsoon assembled the caravan members, demanding an explanation. Tempers flared, suspicions circled, and whispered accusations rippled through the group. Searching for footprints beneath lantern light, they discovered evidence of at least 2 intruders who had come and gone without a trace. No sign indicated who among them might be an accomplice. The theft underscored Afsoon's earlier warning. In these transitory worlds, secrets attract cunning opportunists. Korea gripped her manuscript more tightly, wishing to vanish inside the labyrinth of lines and symbols that promised an era unbounded by petty intrigue. Yet she remained anchored in the caravan's tense reality. The road ahead felt increasingly perilous, and the cost of preserving knowledge seemed set to rise. The following sunrise found the caravan subdued, each member wary of neighbours who might conceal hidden agendas. Afsoon led them out of the gorge at a brisk pace, aiming to put distance between their group and whoever had orchestrated the nighttime theft. A pale wind carried the scent of flint and dust, stinging eyes and chapping lips. Their route descended along a dry riverbed flanked by stunted tamarisk shrubs, offering scant protection from the intensifying sun. Korea trudged in Stolzen silence, mindful that trust could be a luxury. As midday drew near, they spotted the remnants of a caravanserai built against the side of a bluff. Its once sturdy walls had caved in and battered archways led into courtyards strewn with fallen timber. Afsoon signalled a cautious approach, uncertain whether travellers or outlaws might be occupying the ruins. The group explored in pairs, stepping over cracked tiles littered with scorpion husks. No living presence emerged, though evidence of a hasty departure. Scattered coals, torn blankets, suggested someone had sheltered there not long before. Since water was available from a half-collapsed cistern, Afsoon decided they would rest under what remained of the caravanserai's roof. Malik hovered by his broken chest, sifting through remnants of cloth as though searching for any clue. Korea drifted away from the group, drawn to an overgrown courtyard where a dried fountain stood. Vines draped its cracked basin, trailing over carved motifs of intertwined serpents. Time and neglect had worn away the finer details, yet a mysterious energy lingered, as though the place once echoed with conversation about cosmic truths beyond mortal comprehension. She pulled out the jade-bound book to scrutinize a passage describing the 4 points beyond the boundary of earthly measure. The text postulated that certain alignment patterns, stars in specific conjunctions, allowed glimpses into knowledge unattainable through ordinary means. This notion was not entirely foreign, given that many mystical traditions in Persia and India spoke of cosmic gates. Still, the clarity of these instructions startled her. The manuscript seemed less a mere curiosity, and more a carefully constructed key. She wondered if others who sought it might comprehend its significance. Meanwhile, Afsoon prepared spiced lentils and shared them among the group, her gestures calm yet determined to maintain unity. Tension still hovered like a low cloud, with suspicions that the thieves might be part of a larger plot. Over a sparse meal, Korea gleaned fragments of each traveller's story. A textile merchant returning from Cairo, a widower heading to Samarkand to meet his estranged son, an amateur scribe hoping to gain employment in the libraries of Nishapur. Layer by layer, she sensed each person guarded secrets born of loss, ambition, or desperation. As dusk fell, moonlight filtered through the caravanserai's gaps, accentuating outlines of shattered pillars. The group huddled around small fires. Soft conversation revolved around the abrupt shift in weather, the possibility of encountering warlord patrols, and whether rumours of a plague in the western provinces were exaggerated. Though the chatter seemed ordinary, Korea felt a current of urgency running beneath it. Everyone understood the precariousness of travelling these routes. At any moment, violent storms or human treachery could obliterate the careful calculations of even the most disciplined merchant. Restless, Korea ventured into the courtyard once more. She ran her fingertips over the carved serpents, musing that knowledge itself often took the shape of something fearsome and winding, capable of enlightenment but also of destruction, depending on who wielded it. Before she could lose herself in speculation, a subtle motion in the archway drew her attention. She turned to see Malik shadowed in moonlight. His face still wore traces of anguish. He approached and, in hushed tones, apologized if his panic had disrupted the caravan's stability. Then he posed a startling question. "Is your book truly worth risking your life?" Korea hesitated, contemplating her answer. She confessed that its pages might safeguard insights from an older civilization, knowledge that could enrich the world if studied openly. Yet she recognized the hazards. No single text was worth a life, unless it also contained the means to prevent greater harm. Malik nodded, revealing that his lost letter held the potential to end a trade blockade strangling his hometown. Without it, he feared entire families would starve. They shared a poignant silence, realizing each bore a heavy burden for reasons that extended beyond self-interest. Their exchange was interrupted by a faint shout from Afsoon, who was patrolling the perimeter. A silhouette darted across the ruins, then vanished behind a crumbling wall. Alarmed, Carrier and Malik hurried back to the main courtyard, only to find the rest of the travellers on their feet. The intrusion lasted mere seconds, but it confirmed the presence of watchers trailing them. The memory of the stolen letter flared in every mind. Gathering her satchel close, Carrier recognised that pursuit was inevitable. She could only hope that what she carried would outlast the desert's shifting alliances and the relentless greed of unknown adversaries. Early the next day, Afsoon insisted they abandon the ruin before sunrise. Lanterns swinging from camel saddles cast flickering halos in the pre-dawn gloom. Korea walked at the caravan's rear, scanning the horizon for silhouettes. She felt more exposed than ever, especially with the manuscript drawing unseen eyes. A swirl of wind rustled the sparse vegetation, carrying the forlorn call of a distant jackal. Although no further intruder appeared, the caravan's collective nerves remained raw. Their route now wound through a series of rocky badlands. Eroded hills, tinted red and ochre, rose around them in jagged formations reminiscent of a broken amphitheatre. At times the path was scarcely wide enough for 2 camels to pass. Dust coated every surface, clinging to clothes and creeping into waterskins. The travellers advanced in single file, each footstep measured. Malik, no longer shy, kept pace with Korea, forging an unspoken alliance based on empathy rather than shared purpose. By noon they reached an outcropping that afforded a sweeping view of the surrounding valleys. Afsoon pointed to a distant caravan crossing a ridge, its figures small as insects against the harsh light. "Better to let them move on without our paths intersecting," she murmured, concerned they might be bandits or rival merchants. She had planned a side route that skirted known bandit strongholds, though it meant trudging through more challenging terrain. No one objected. Safety trumped speed in these uncertain wilds. As the day wore on, the punishing sun pressed down. Some travellers began to show signs of heat exhaustion. Afsoon allotted extra water rations, mindful that supplies were finite. Korea's thoughts swirled with calculations. How many days until they reached an established town? Would the manuscript's possible revelations be worth the perils? She reminded herself that knowledge had never come cheap, especially not the kind that might undermine established systems of power. Still, she felt an undercurrent of apprehension. Unseen forces seemed determined to intercept their path. Twilight offered a brief respite. They pitched camp at a plateau peppered with hearty desert shrubs. Wind wove through the stony hollows, producing a low moan that set everyone on edge. This time, Afsoon posted watches in rotating pairs. Korea volunteered for the midnight shift, hoping to glean some solitude for reading. When her turn arrived, she positioned herself near a small fire, scanning the starlit horizon, while carefully turning pages of the jade-bound codex. A diagram, carefully inked, depicted a swirling cosmos dotted with unfamiliar constellations. The accompanying text mentioned a geometry bridging mind and universe, though the specifics remained cloaked in archaic jargon. She sensed movement at the edge of the firelight and gripped the book protectively, but it was only an elderly trader from their group, awakened by coughing. He approached, nodding politely. "I see that you carry more than curiosity," he said, glancing at the manuscript's glowing pages. He spoke of his younger days when he'd travelled to a mountaintop sanctuary, rumoured to house writings older than any empire. The priests there, he claimed, hinted that scattered relics across the Silk Road formed pieces of a grand puzzle. He stopped short of elaborating, perhaps wary of scaring her with improbable myths, or simply reluctant to resurrect memories best left buried. Caria nodded, intrigued yet cautious. She had heard variations of the mountaintop library tale in her journeys. One version placed it in Tibet, another in the highlands of Persia, and yet another in the Himalayas near the Indus. Regardless of location, the consistent theme was that a hidden repository of ancient texts might hold radical knowledge of mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. Could her manuscript be part of that lost legacy? She recalled hearing rumours that certain references connected the library's existence to the taboo notion of cyclical time, where civilizations rose and fell repeatedly, each leaving faint echoes for the next. The elderly trader coughed again and excused himself to rest. Alone, Caria gazed at the codex, a swirl of questions filling her mind. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the night air. She sprang to her feet. Hafsun came running, sword in hand. A scout on the perimeter shouted news of footsteps on the far side of the plateau. Everyone scrambled for weapons. Adrenaline surged. Within moments, the intruders fled, vanishing as swiftly as they'd arrived, leaving only footprints. Hafsun suspected they were testing the caravan's defences. Tension soared. Though no battle ensued, the message was clear: someone to track them with precision. As the group attempted to settle back into a semblance of rest, Caria's mind refused to quiet. She wondered if the vanished intruders belonged to a clandestine order, or were simply bandits with a knack for intimidation. Either way, the manuscript's significance seemed amplified. In that uneasy darkness, she cradled her precious book, feeling the weight of unspoken centuries pressed between its covers. The next day would bring new confrontations, but for now she could only watch the flickering embers and await the uncertain dawn. Dawn arrived with a brittle clarity that rendered every stone, shrub and wary expression in sharp focus. Hafsun wasted no time ordering a quick departure. The caravan assembled under a sky streaked with lavender and rose, a fleeting beauty overshadowed by a need for vigilance. Camels loaded, watch rotations decided, they moved out, following a narrow winding track that descended toward lower elevations. The arid air tasted metallic, as if charged with pent-up tension. By mid-morning, the landscape began transitioning to hill country. Small streams, fed by recent rains, cut through the tough terrain, offering a chance to refill water skins. The travellers approached a shallow creek where reeds rustled in the wind. Caria noticed footprints in the soggy earth. A separate group had passed here recently, heading in the same direction. Hafsun scowled, muttering about the possibility that in Mao they might be trailing those who had invaded their camps. Concern rippled through the caravan. Eager to stay ahead, Hafsun pushed the group onward at a grueling pace. Caria's calves ached as the trail zigzagged between rocky slopes and patches of thorny vegetation. In the distance, the outlines of a fortified town occasionally emerged, only to disappear behind ridgelines. She guessed it to be Garesh, a mid-sized trading post rumoured to host pilgrims from the Indus region. If they could reach Garesh by nightfall, the caravan would have a solid perimeter wall to shield them, at least temporarily. Eventually they spotted walls of pale stone crowned by watchtowers. Hafsun signalled for calm, reminding everyone that unknown dangers could lurk within a walled town as readily as outside. Approaching the gates, they encountered a row of guards wearing mismatched armour. After examining Hafsun's travel permits, the guards allowed them entry in exchange for a modest toll. Inside, the streets were cramped with stalls selling earthenware, dyed cloth and hammered bronze jewellery. The aromas of grilled meat and fresh bread teased weary travellers, but an undercurrent of wariness ran through the crowd. Hafsun found a secure compound where the caravan could rest. Stone walls enclosed a courtyard that provided storage for the camels and a small stable for donkeys. Caria, anxious to glean any insight into who might be pursuing them, ventured into the town's winding lanes. She discovered a public square where men played strategy games on carved wooden boards. Nearby, a cluster of pilgrims chanted verses in a language unfamiliar to her. Amid these scenes, rumours floated. A band of masked riders had passed through a day earlier, asking about a certain travelling scholar. The mention chilled her. She hurried back to the compound, only to find Malik pacing by the gate, fidgeting with a leather pouch. He had overheard similar chatter, strangers seeking news of a woman carrying forbidden documents. Korea realised the net was tightening. They still had a window to slip away, but not much of one. She conferred with Afsoon, who suggested leaving Koresh under cover of darkness, continuing east along seldom-used back roads. Although it entailed more risk, waiting might let their pursuers converge. After sunset, the caravan packed up stealthily. Torches were kept minimal, camels silenced with calm handling. A hush enveloped them as they slipped through Goresh's secondary gate, bribing a night watchman who scarcely looked at their faces. Outside the walls, moonlight glimmered on the grassland. Korea clutched the manuscript, absorbing the night's chill. She couldn't escape the conviction that her mission had become a race, one in which the cost of failure was irreparable loss, not just for her, but for an entire lineage of knowledge that might vanish again. Guided by Afsoon's careful planning, they pressed into a region of rolling hills shaped by centuries of flood and drought. Occasional clusters of cypress trees broke the monotony. Crickets chirped in the darkness. The group maintained strict silence, halting often to listen for sounds of pursuit. Each time the night breeze whispered through the brush, Korea braced for a distant hoofbeat or a flash of torchlight. Yet hours passed with no sign of the ambush. As the moon descended, they reached a shallow ravine dotted with smooth, ancient boulders. Afsoon called for a halt to rest the animals. Korea found a flat rock and sank onto it, physically spent but mentally alert. She glanced at Malik, whose eyes reflected the same exhaustion mixed with defiance. The sky above them showed the faint glow of approaching dawn. Tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, they would come upon the mountain routes leading to Varash, the rumoured city of hidden monasteries. If the caravan made it that far, the Jade manuscript might finally find a place where its arcane revelations could be deciphered without fear. But that hope remained fragile, like a candle flame in a gusty corridor. The first rays of morning lit the ravine, revealing dusty grass and scrub that offered little camouflage. Wearily the caravan assembled and continued, mindful that speed was their best defence. Over the next hours they traversed rolling slopes that ascended gradually into stony highlands. The trail grew hazardous, lined with loose gravel and sharp descents. Several times a misstep nearly sent a donkey tumbling into a gorge. The group's morale, though frayed, held steady under Afsoon's firm direction. Korea noticed the air thinning as they climbed, accompanied by a crisp coolness that sharpened her senses. Tiny alpine flowers clung to crevices, their vivid petals a welcome contrast to weeks of unrelenting dust. From a vantage point overlooking a sprawling valley, she glimpsed distant peaks wrapped in mysterious haze. Locals called these the 1,000-year mountains, rumoured to shelter monastic retreats older than recorded dynasties. The prospect of reaching them bolstered her spirit, even as her body complained of fatigue. Near midday, the caravan stopped by a rivulet trickling through a rocky defile. While watering the animals, Afsoon and Korea consulted a hand-sketched map that indicated Varash lay 2 more days beyond the far ridges. The path ahead would be even more treacherous, cutting across unpredictable passes sometimes blocked by landslides. Korea felt her heartbeat quicken, recalling rumours that entire caravans had been buried by sudden rockfalls in these mountains, yet the urgency to evade pursuers overshadowed every other fear. They pressed on, the route turning into a steep climb dotted with ancient stone markers. At each switchback, Korea saw inscriptions worn by centuries of weather. She paused to trace her fingers over a faint symbol, a stylized sun encompassed by the intersecting circles. Something about it resonated with the diagrams in her jade-bound codex. She made a mental note to compare them later, suspecting these markers might be vestiges of the same civilization described in the manuscript's cryptic pages. Whenever she glimpsed fresh inscriptions, her curiosity ignited anew. Late in the afternoon, the skies darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled among the peaks, and a biting wind heralded an approaching storm. Soon urged everyone to hurry. They located a natural overhang near a rocky ledge, providing partial shelter from the elements. Rain unleashed its fury soon after they took cover, slamming the landscape in waves. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating ragged silhouettes of mountains. The downpour threatened to wash away the path. Huddled together, the travellers watched rivulets form across the rocky ground, carrying pebbles and debris downhill. The storm raged for hours, pinning them under the overhang. Korea used the enforced pause to unwrap the codex, sheltering it beneath a canvas. She examined the sections she had not yet deciphered, focusing on references to a temple of horizons. The text included mathematical guidelines for charting star positions from an elevated vantage. With each flash of lightning, she glimpsed the manuscript's swirling lines and felt a peculiar kinship with those unknown scholars from centuries past. They had once braved the wilderness of ideas. Now, in a literal wilderness, she carried their legacy. Eventually, the worst of the storm passed, leaving dripping rocks and a deep chill in its wake. The group decided to remain under the overhang for the night, wary of slick trails and potential landslides. By flickering lamplight, Afsoon distributed dried figs and salted lamb. Conversation drifted from the challenges of the climb to more philosophical musings, the futility of borders in a land shaped by millennia, the intangible line between faith and science. Malik spoke quietly of his father, who had died under a tyrant's regime while trying to protect valuable manuscripts. Listening to him, Korea sensed that each traveller had been guided here by a longing for redemption or renewal. Sometime after midnight, Korea woke to the faint crackle of footsteps. She inched toward the edge of their makeshift shelter, heart pounding. Two figures, hunched low, hovered near the pack animals. She recognized them as strangers, not members of the caravan. Before she could raise an alarm, Afsoon emerged from the darkness like a phantom, sword drawn. A terse standoff ensued, broken by frantic whispers. The intruders fled once they saw they were outnumbered. The caravan's travellers, now fully awakened, spent the rest of the night in guarded watch, cold and uneasy. With dawn, they surveyed the sodden landscape. Landslides had ripped through parts of the trail, but it appeared passable with caution. Though the intruders had not returned, the sense of pursuit remained acute. Korea conferred with Afsoon, both concluding that time was running short. If Farash was within reach, they needed to seize the chance before more enemies closed in. Hoisting packs onto weary camels, the group set forth again. The distant peaks beckoned like silent witnesses, and Korea whispered a fervent hope that the city's rumoured monasteries could offer refuge, and perhaps reveal how to unlock the manuscript's deeper secrets. The final stretch to Varash proved gruelling. Narrow trails clung to mountain ridges overlooking mist-shrouded abysses. Each step required vigilance. At times, they paused to listen for rockfalls in the distance, markers of an unstable terrain. The air grew thinner, and breath came in short gasps, yet beyond every precarious turn a new vista opened. Crisp lakes reflecting the sky, hidden valleys studded with wildflowers, the occasional stone ruin perched on a ledge like an ancient sentinel. The extremes of this landscape both awed and unsettled the travellers. By late afternoon, the slopes relaxed into a wide plateau. Rising from the plateau's edge stood Varash, enclosed by a high stone rampart. At first glance, the city appeared carved from the mountain itself, its walls blending with the surrounding cliffs. Mist swirled around parapets, creating a dreamlike vision. According to legend, Varash was older than any recorded dynasty, built upon a site revered for its celestial alignments. A hush fell over the caravan as they approached the massive gates. Inside, the city's winding streets ascended in tiers. Houses with slate roofs leaned against sturdy ramparts, while cobblestone lanes converged on a central square. Steam rose from communal baths that tapped into natural hot springs. Monks in dark robes shuffled along the corridors, carrying scrolls tucked beneath their arms. Carrier's senses ignited at the first glimpse of this environment. She could feel an undercurrent of scholarship humming through the city like a subterranean river, a potent contrast to the chaotic markets of Khorasan. Afsoon guided the caravan to a spacious courtyard inn used by trade emissaries. Soon after settling, Korea excused herself and ventured into the city's upper levels, following directions gleaned from a scribe at the inn. She was searching for a specific monastery library, rumoured to house ancient manuscripts paralleling her jade-bound text. Crossing a series of stone bridges that arched over narrow gulches, she noticed the architecture displayed recurring motifs, spiral carvings, geometric borders reminiscent of the codex's marginal designs. At last, she arrived at a massive carved door flanked by statues of robed figures. A discreet sign identified it as the Library of High Windows. Inside, the atmosphere was reverential. Golden light filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating shelves stacked from floor to ceiling with scrolls, codices, and tablets. Monks, novices, and a few learned travellers from distant lands moved quietly between reading alcoves. Carrier approached a tall, bearded monk who introduced himself as Brother Callan. With measured politeness, he asked her purpose. Carrier revealed her codex, explaining in hushed tones that she believed it referenced an advanced astronomy predating recognised schools of thought. Intrigued, Brother Callan led her to a private study chamber lit by oil lamps. There he produced a set of meticulously preserved star charts inscribed on leather. To Carrier's amazement, certain passages aligned closely with the diagrams in her manuscript. Upon closer inspection, they found near-identical glyphs representing cardinal points beyond normal mapping. Brother Callan's eyes glimmered with excitement. These references appear in only our oldest records, believed to have been copied from texts salvaged millennia ago. As the evening deepened, they pieced together parallel lines of text, cross-referencing them with genealogies, straw altars, and cryptic commentaries. The synergy suggested that the jade-bound book might indeed be part of a nearly lost tradition. However, a vital section remained missing. It was rumoured that a sister manuscript lay in a monastery farther east, high in a remote range where few ventured. Carrier's heart sank, knowing the road ahead might hold even greater dangers. Yet she also felt invigorated. The puzzle had grown more intricate, weaving her fate with ancient legacies that demanded guardianship. Upon returning to the inn, she found Afsoon and Malik in heated discussion with the rest of the caravan. News had arrived that unidentified riders were poking around Varash's gates, questioning travellers about a woman scholar and her prized artefact. Their arrival here was no secret. For the moment, the city's laws prevented open aggression, but no one believed that protection would last indefinitely. Afsoon proposed they break the caravan into smaller groups for anonymity. Malik pledged to stand by Carrier, recognising that her success might ripple far beyond personal gain. Under the inn's lantern glow, Carrier shared what she and Brother Callan had uncovered. The group listened in solemn silence, understanding the gravity of her discovery. Perhaps it offered a new perspective on the cosmos, or perhaps it threatened structures built on carefully managed knowledge. Either way, their pursuers would not relent. Still, Carrier felt a renewed determination. The tapestry of centuries had woven her path into this moment. With the city of Varish as an unlikely refuge, she now held a clearer vision of the manuscript's purpose. Dawn would bring decisions, whether to remain, to search for the sister text, or to brave unknown dangers. In that flickering moment of possibility, each traveller realised they had become part of a tale larger than themselves, a saga carried along by caravans, forged in hidden libraries, and destined to echo across the shifting dunes and precarious peaks of time.